not trying to be a socialist, even unhealthy. That's all I'm trying to say. But the people, a lot of people don't understand. So a lot of these socialists that I meet, even my missus to talk to, I'll be like, yeah, but you don't understand my type of work because you always go. And then I always find the biggest socialists are the ones that have the most money. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, this is not how we have precedents in history too, where after all, the Soviet Union,
Che Guevara, yeah.
But this is what it is. So socialism cannot, in fact, the very theoreticians of socialism have made this very clear. Socialism cannot even come to fruition or come to existence or even emerge and establish itself without riding on the back of capitalism. And when they said, well, look what socialism did. It actually rode on the back of capitalism and then withered everything away. The state didn't wither as proposed by Marx, but everything else withered. Millions of lives and suppression and social institutions.
Do you know about this girl in the university who wears a hijab, and she openly says that we are doing, no, I forgot her name. She was saying that, how gangster are you? You don't want to do jihad in the West? And she has a photo with Zohan Mandani and she got restricted from the college.
You're not talking about Linda Sarsour, are you?
I don't know. She has a sweet face, but she has evil intentions for the West.
Does she look inbred? Or does she look normal?
Normal. She's a college student and she was openly calling for jihad, and then she was ousted from the college, restricted from the college for
African descent or what?
No, she's a brown Muslim woman.
Yeah.
Girl.
Man,
They all look the same. I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
It's not Linda Sarsour. It can't be Linda Sarsour. She's not from African descent. She's not from African descent. But so what was she calling for exactly?
She was saying that no matter the college ousted me.
Like real gangsters, or was she just?
No. She was saying this on a podcast or something. She was saying this in a YouTube video that, how gangster are you? The college ousted you, the college restricted you, and you don't want to do this anymore? No, I will still call for jihad against the West, and I will still do this. I'm a gangster, and I'm like, what? The gangster shit that you're talking about has come from the West, and you call yourself a jihadist? Yeah. What the fuck are you doing here?
Was she like a Muslim jihadist, or was she?
Yeah. She's a jihadist, but she also calls herself a
typical.
Is she typical level? Does she have big tits? Or her tits big? No, her tits ain't big.
Probably small, and then
Yo!
You never know. With these people, that's why they have 3% Republicans in the
Wait a sec. How is America allowing this? She openly says that she's doing jihad against the West, jihad against America, and they're not deporting her. What the fuck is happening?
It's probably already.
Why wouldn't you deport her?
Probably Biden get citizenship or some bullshit. That's why.
It's sad to see these people. You know what I like though? What I've been seeing lately, Abby, is people journalists or just people on YouTube channels have been going into the inner cities. For example, there was this short I watched. If I find it, I'll send you the link. I'm sure I'll find it. They go into Brooklyn, so areas like Flatbush and Fifth Avenue and all that stuff. So they're asking people, people from the quote unquote hood, right? They're asking them, what do you think of this and that? And many of them don't even know what's going on. They'll have to say, look, bro, I don't got a house. I don't even have a house. And these people are getting that? Why are they getting that? I need to get that.
Yeah, but most Americans are dumb. Elon even said it. He said Americans are dumb.
But I'm really glad because see, when people and this is what saddens me, man, is a lot of the people in these neighborhoods, these, governmentally downtrodden neighborhoods are the ones that bearing the brunt. They're bearing the brunt of all this, and they don't deserve that. When they come out and speak and say, look, bro, I need to get those benefits. My family have been living on this land for centuries. Okay, where's my family? Well, I need those benefits to help me get off the ground. Don't bring foreigners in. So I'm starting to see that trend, and I think that's great.
That's not true. Most Americans need to be deported, and foreigners need to be imported to make the country great again. You gotta get rid of it now.
You import garbage, you become garbage. About this topic for
Woke right? You want the woke right?
Woke right. Yeah,
Woke right.
If I get his points.
Yeah, get Charlie Kirk. Yes.
Charlie Kirk?
Right.
Bro, he's my favorite. He's my favorite. What the fuck?
Look,
How is he
I
woke
don't
right?
hate the guy. I don't despise the guy. But Charlie Kirk is
Yeah.
disingenuous. He's disingenuous.
Which one? Which exactly?
Okay, you cannot appeal to science, Charlie Kirk, when it comes to, for example, transgenderism, but then you fall back on it when it comes to the Bible. Don't do that.
Explain.
Okay, for instance, when a person says, you only have XY chromosomes, and secondary sexual characteristics. I agree with you. Simple biology. We all learned it in junior high school. However, since you appeal to science so much and you hold science in such a high regard, right? Why don't you accord it the same respect and regard when it comes to your policies that are based on beliefs, Christian beliefs, and morality?
Oh, so he's poorly managing the balance between science and religion.
And that's one of the woke. Okay. Another woke thing that Candace Owens. Now, I respect Candace Owens for one thing. The fact that
anti-Israel stand.
No. During COVID, she stood up. She was against certain authoritarian policies. Okay. She wanted people to know the truth. I agree with her that if you're going to claim that and this is why I go against the left here. If you're going to claim my body, my choice, you cannot turn around and in the same breath tell somebody, when it comes to vaccines, your body, my choice, or your body, no choice. Now, scientifically speaking, yes, take the vaccine. And it's not surprising that the vaccine came up so fast. It was produced and manufactured so fast. Because pharmacological science, with all of its erroneous past, with all of its shortcomings, we have done good progress in terms of genetics and virology, right? But when it comes to public policy, in my opinion, I would say science has no bearing on it. Science says, look, this is effective stuff. When it comes to the ethics, policy, you take it. You don't want to take it, fine. You've made a choice, you suffer the consequences. So when it came to the battle of narratives between left and right, I respected her for that. Even when, what's her name? I forgot the doctor's name who actually supported her in this too. And she's a neuroscientist. And I love her, by the way, great scientist in her own respect. And I respected that. But when Candace Owens began towing the line of the idea of this and Israel this and 40,000 and genocide, shut up, Candace. You're telling me, Candace.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I stopped following them.
That one of the judges on the panel of the ICJ that came on the BBC and said that we've never ruled against Israel. We haven't said it. You're telling me you know better than the judge? No. And you're toting the same propaganda lines that is being told by Hamas, Leor Cohen, right? Then say fuck Leor Cohen. And you should use Leor Cohen. Because of Leor Cohen, Jay-Z is a billionaire. Because of Leor Cohen, DMX had enough money to do crack. Because of Leor Cohen, Russell Simmons is well off in his retirement.
Yeah.
This guy should be thanking Leor Cohen.
And Abby Alpha, I thank you guys for
and it's very good points, Alpha. Very good points. Look, many girls have dated Mr. Jeff here, right? Many girls on Clubhouse. Many girls. They have told me personally who dated Mr. Jeff.
It's a lot to do with Jeff. Like, what are you talking about?
Can you let me finish a sentence? Okay. And you know, but none of them, you know, they're all elderly, well-respected women, all of them. And you know, and good on Jeff. I really hats off to Jeff. Left, right, and center. Jeff is getting action. Jeff is getting action on Clubhouse, right? And
Was that it? That was the dumb mistake I had of not even from this family. Okay, if Jeff is getting action, he's getting action. Who gives a damn? Like,
Well, I do give a damn a shake because he should have called me as his personal photojournalist. Anyway, I don't know what to say to that. What do I say to that, bro? I don't know what to say to that. Good for Jeff. Stay healthy, Jeff. Damn, I don't know what to say to that.
You know, Anna Kasparian recently was on Berserk mode in Piers Morgan's show, and then she shouted on our Israeli official or something. Did you guys watch that episode? It was wild.
No, I hate P.S. Morgan. He's a cunt. Fuck him.
He even walked right
I'll say
through.
this, Abby. So there's no animosity, in my opinion, towards Candace Owens. Okay? But Candace Owens, for instance, going on. See, have you seen Candace Owens on Bill Maher's podcast? Did anybody see the segment?
I watched the Jubilee, Candace Owens versus the liberals.
Right.
Oh my gosh, it's just so plain. I want nothing to do with that.
You watch Candace Owens with Bill Maher. She does not have the audacity, okay, to confront him on controversial issues. That's number one. And she does not have the temerity to make the claims that she does now. Now, when she's trying to pretend this anti-establishmentarianism that she's trying to do, fine. You're trying to be a contrarian, fine, be a contrarian. However, don't start disseminating propagandist and anti-Semitic libels against a nation, poisonous conspiracies, and I mean poisonous because they do cause mental retardation, okay? And rehash the same ones that we've been hearing for decades, if not centuries, okay? So this is the problem. But other than that, you're free to your opinion, man. She hasn't said everything that's unfactual. No, she said things that are also factual. But for Candace Owens, right, with her moralism, come on, Candace. You don't bring 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds from OnlyFans or from any college. Don't do that. Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is something different. Like Charlie Kirk is one of the best conservative speakers that I've ever came across, and like he gives points, and I buy them, even with my own research and stuff. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk,
Especially on these small, like small but strong governments and strong borders and coordination and everything.
Can we be honest though, Alpha? Candace Owens, her audience is black, right? Black male and like primarily black.
I'm concerned about her audience. White people are too. For me, it's just to be consistent.
Look, I don't think anyone watches her who's not black. If you're not black, you don't watch Candace Owens. Nobody really cares what Candace Owens thinks unless you're black.
Look. Candace Owens is a problem. Let me
This
tell
is
you
the truth about America. This is the truth about
Candace
America.
Owens had a personal.
Nobody cares what she thinks in America unless maybe a few black people. Even black people don't even care what she thinks.
Right? It's really not black and white. For me, it's
No, this is the truth. America is racially.
She had a disagreement, and she had a very vehement disagreement with Rabbi Shmuley. And after that conversation, Candace Owens cannot speak about Israel without toting Hamas propaganda. Look, Miss Candace, you have a problem with Rabbi Shmuley? That's between you and him. But don't try to demonize a nation, okay, for your own personal vendetta.
And Alpha, the only people falling for it are either the blacks or the black sympathizers. There is a black sympathizer community who is not black in America, but who do sympathize, perhaps because, very dark, insecure about their dark skin or
That's I think that's what the funniest thing about black sympathizer do from these places.
I don't know what black sympathizer means.
It's like a rage bait thing from loser white guys that they say it all the time. Candace Owens, I don't like Candace Owens because she's just simply wrong. It has nothing to do with the black-white thing. If I didn't like black people, if I didn't like white people, I didn't like Jewish people, I wouldn't talk to none of y'all. But it's always like a white guy being like, the black people. Let me land, bro. Calm down. Let me land. You can finish after me. It's always like a white guy being like, yeah, it's a black with a cat. No, actually, the people that push the white conservatives be like, yeah, it's a black woman can say everything we want to say, but we can't say it from 2016 until like 2023, when you could finally say what you wanted to say. Because for those years, you were such cowardice about it. You let like trans be in front of magazines. You let like lesbians in front of magazines. You let so many people become magazines. But at that time, you were happy enough to be like, yeah, Candace Owens can just say what we don't want to say. But as soon as she comes out of fashion, you're like, yeah, she just speaks to the black people. No, she doesn't fucking speak to the black people. Most black people detest Candace Owens, and most Catholics detest Candace Owens. I'm a Roman Catholic. She converted to Roman Catholicism last year, and she doesn't even know the Nicene prayer. What kind of Catholic becomes a Catholic without knowing the Nicene prayer? It's just, it's detestable.
No, look,
And it's practically journalism. So don't come here and tell me it's like a black people thing to be like, yeah,
what I'm trying to say, let me get to the core of the issue, right? You moved from Sudan to Australia, fair, right? And Australia is a great country, right? Sudan is a great country.
No, actually, let me correct you. I moved from South Sudan to Australia.
Okay, fair enough, and thanks for the correction. However, what I'm trying to get at, you came from majority black nations, South Sudan, and that region, but it's very like highly tribalized. You have all your tribal communities, all these divisions, and then you move to a country like Australia, a very cosmopolitan. Okay. Well, let me finish off. So Australia is like at least 25 years, 20 to 25 years ahead of America in terms of the racial issue. Australians like, let me finish. I've seen both countries. In America, race is a very important issue. Okay, and the society and how America works, race is extremely important, and it's a very crucial component of how the society functions. Not so much in Australia. Australia is a little more cosmopolitan, a little more advanced. Even ahead of Canada. Canada is ahead of the U.S. and then Australia is ahead of Canada. So that should put things in perspective a little bit for you. Okay, race matters in America. It goddamn matters in America, and I don't care what anybody says. If they say otherwise, they're too much left. They got a little bit of those those horse blinders around their eyes.
But don't you think that it's time to get over racism?
I'm gonna go. I can't listen to the wisdom of a retard anymore. He's got about as much sense as I'm slow with him.
I'm so sorry, Jeff.
I understand, Jeff. Take care, my brother.
Thank you, Jeff. Bye-bye.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Alpha.
Finally. God damn it. Yeah, I can reveal massage the TV to it. Yeah, I get it. Look, Israel is a great country. Israel is a great country. Okay? Israeli Jews are amazing people. I'll fucking attest to this. Israeli Jews are amazing people. You want to say American Jews? Bruh, give me a break. Bitch slap those American Jews. Because like,
You can't even bitch slap yourself. What are you
bitch
doing?
slap like, bitch slap like that too. I don't even bitch slap you back right now. I would bitch slap you back
For 2 years, you've never put on a single uniform. You never
I would bitch slap you back to Cuba right now.
Because you're a white beater. That's what you do.
I would say I would bitch slap you from Florence to Cuba.
Yeah,
One
because
slap.
they're gonna bitch slap you because they've been
One slap. I want to slap you
terrorism. You've never put on any uniform ever. You're such a pussy. Like you
can't even play basketball properly.
But in
The one
Wait a second, guys, please, guys,
the
please.
fucking retard, he's thinking like we're just gonna walk up to a random Jew and be like, yeah,
I would bitch slap you back to
Wait a second,
Cuba.
our bosses are hard.
Wait a second. Let me mediate. Okay, let me mediate. S500.
Shabbat shalom.
S500.
Shabbat shalom.
You're not
Yeah.
retard.
Sure. I'm calling you. S500. I want to talk to you.
Let us speak, brother. Let us speak.
What's your ethnicity?
Basically, my father's side is from Malawi, okay, and my mother's side is actually Pacific Islander.
Pacific Islander and Malawi. Okay. What's your religion?
You know, I was raised a Christian, but now I lean more towards Buddhism. That's my
You're ethnically brown or black? Like, what's your race?
half African, half Pacific Islander.
Which type of Buddhism are you?
Theravada.
And what year did you become a Buddhist?
2009.
2009? You're old. Fucking hell. But anyway.
I was 11 years old. I didn't even tell my parents for 7 years. Right?
So did you get confirmed before you left the Catholic Church?
What do you mean did I get confirmed before I went to Catholic Church?
Did you get confirmed to the Catholic Church when you're 10 or 11? So many people lie on here. It's ridiculous.
Look.
You're such a ridiculous. I'm sick of you. Like, you can't even tell the truth. Shame on you.
You know the biggest shame?
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you. Shut the fuck up. You get confirmed as a Catholic when you're 10 or 11 years of age. It's a damn liar. Shame on you.
Seriously.
Fuck that liar. Because at 10 years
Alpha.
of age, if you're born a Roman Catholic, that's when you get confirmed. Shame on this disgusting liar for trying to bring shame on people. If you're going to tell the truth, just tell the truth. It's a disgusting thing to do. Pretending you're somebody else. What a shameful thing to do. Is that even allowed in Buddhism? I don't even think it's a Buddhist. Malawi and Pacific Islander. You know how many islands are in the Pacific? It's retarded and ridiculous. It's ridiculous. She's a liar. Because if you ask any Catholic woman, you confirm, they'll be like, yeah, 10 years of age, 11 years of age, this is my pope, this is
No, the thing is, he was hardly speaking English. He can't even speak English. He was hardly doing the American accent.
He's retarded. He's not even American. He's not American. He's probably like Bangladeshi or something. I don't even know. But it's not American or something else like that. It's ridiculous. I can't listen to these people. If you want to listen to these people, I'll make you a
No,
moderator.
I'm not. If I don't moderate, then I would have kicked him. for you there?
Look, bro, I'll make you mod and you can listen to these people, but I don't want to listen to these people. They just
No, I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to listen to him.
It's beyond the pale. It's terrible. See, either you take the mod and you talk to him, or I'm just gonna end the room.
Look, just end the room. It's okay, fine. I've added you. Add me back, okay, brother?
Alright, let me add you back. That's a terrible
Where from?
thing to lie like that.
Where you from, by the way? South Sudan?
I'm from South Sudan, but raised in Australia.
Western Australia. Okay, so you're a Christian.
Brisbane, Queensland. That's not Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Alright.
I just hope that we get rid of jihadism in this planet here.
Bro, I fought against jihadism. There's a reason South Sudan exists, because we won.
Yeah.
We won. And
So there's no national religion or something in South Sudan.
So the religion is Christian, about 80%.
Okay.
The rest of the 19% is animist. And then like 0.1% is Muslim, because we deported them all to the north because we don't want any Muslims in our country. It's a terrible thing to have in any country.
Sure. Exactly. You're gonna save yourselves. Yeah.
You don't want that, because they'll start having babies. Our Muslim woman has like fucking 20 kids, so you don't
Yeah, you're making 1.5 babies and they're making 5 babies. They're just gonna overpopulate you.
Yeah, they have like 20 kids. We have like 12 million in our country. And we need to get Muslim men and Muslim women in our country. We're going to have like 20 million babies in like 10 fucking years or 20 fucking years. Because all they do is breed and they call their kids Muhammad or Yahya, a terrorist name. So we don't want any of that. And that's the reason why we deported all to the north. Now they have a civil war, but that's not our problem. You know? So when they say pray for Sudan, it's not our business. It's just Muslims again. It's not our problem. Yeah.
So since you're from the African continent, I just want to shortly, I want to let you go, but there's a last question. I'm just curious, just because you're an African, so I want to ask you.
You can ask me a question. There's somebody called A that wants to come. Do you want to figure it out?
Okay.
Maybe it could be one of your people.
Okay, so what do you think about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger during the coup? Is that good or bad?
Did you say Niger?
Niger.
I want to break up every single of those countries. I want to break up Somalia. I want to break up West Sahara. I want to break up all those countries. I don't want any Islamic majority Muslim countries in my country.
Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger did a coup against their leaders who were Western appreciated, and then they raised the flags of Russia, and there's a revolution going on these 3 nations. So what do you think about that? That's my question.
I think they're all doing terrible. I think they're all corrupt, and I think they're just stealing money. That's all they're doing. They're all terrible countries. I've been to all 3 countries. They're just terrible countries. You can't do business with them. Every single minister's corrupt. Every single person's corrupt. And they just waited to make enough money to leave, to retire in like the Bahamas, the United States, the European Union, or somewhere else. I don't believe in all pro-African stuff. It's all a lie. It's all a joke. He's a joke. Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's just
okay. Everybody's just saying he's the new African hero from whatever.
No, Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's probably gonna die in the next 2 years. Someone's gonna shoot him or kill him. He's a joke. He walks around like he's a commander. He was never a commander. He was never an officer. He's a retard that happened to get into power because he orchestrated some coup. You know. But Traore is not a commander in Africa. No. He's probably going to die in the next 2 or 3 years. So it's not going to last very, very long. He has no legit embassy. He's not building anything. He was saying, yeah, we're building like, what did he say that they're building? You know, tomato puree? He was like,
yeah, not the name. Yeah.
He was saying that they're building tomato puree. I'm like, you don't need tomato puree. You can get that from anywhere in the whole world. Italy, wherever, you know.
business with the West, so he's a Russian supporter.
I don't care about Russia. Russia is going to bend the knee soon because Russia doesn't have the will to fight for too long. So these people that hate Russia and what's going on, I think Russia is going to suffer very, very soon. And I just think people like Ibrahim Traore are a joke. They're like Makandu and stuff, you know. So all those leaders in Africa beforehand, you know all of them. I don't need to repeat them to you. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
These people like him.
But there are some people saying, like, you know, if it's a false narrative that he's the most, you know, handsome, brave man from Burkina Faso or something. I'm like, really? Let me talk to an African.
No, Burkina Faso, did you know, had a dictatorship for the last 40 years? Before that?
What?
Yeah, before Traore, they had a dictatorship for the last 40 years.
Can you repeat it again? I didn't get your accent.
Burkina Faso is a terrorist country. Thomas Sankara is the first president of Burkina Faso.
Okay.
And he lasted until his best friend killed him until 2014. Burkina Faso has always been, how do I call it, a military dictatorship. It's nothing new. You know?
But he's anti-jihadist. He says, like, he Muslim or Christian doesn't matter. He just wants to. It's his.
Yeah, but the thing is that every single week the Muslims take more territory from him. He's not winning the war.
He's claiming to be secular.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not winning the war. Like, you're looking at the map in Burkina Faso, who's actually winning the war against the Sahel regions. He's not winning. He's losing.
Okay.
He's losing against terrorism. And if he doesn't give up his seat, Burkina Faso is going to become a full-fledged jihadist state. That's what's going to happen. I hope you know that, right?
Yeah.
Social media is not real life. If he doesn't
Yeah, but social media says that he's like really secular and he's against jihadism and terrorists and all that. But social media says
they said the same thing about Khomeini. You know, you don't believe social media. You have to go. They said the same thing about Ayatollah Khomeini. Like, yeah, he's secular. They're going to call it the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's going to be democratic, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that didn't happen. You know? Don't believe everything you see on social media. It's all about.
Yeah. That's why I just verify it from different sources.
Ibrahim Traore is going to destroy Burkina Faso because he's illiterate, he's uneducated, he can't even speak French properly, he can't even speak Farsi properly, and he wasn't educated properly. He wasn't even
Thomas Sankara. Okay, he's also a good figure.
Yeah, Thomas Sankara was there, but he was a socialist. His best friend killed him before he got back.
Okay. Socialist.
Yeah, the socialist. Where are you from originally, so I can compare it to your country, so you understand what I'm saying?
I'm from India.
Alright, it's like Nehru betraying you to the Muslims. Now you have 200 million Muslims in your country. It's like that.
Yeah, our country has been facing this for the past 1,000 years. The Mughals, they came here, butchered our people, raped our women, destroyed our temples, forcefully converted them. Ask me about it. 1,000 years of brutality.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what exactly he's gonna do. Because he's losing the Sahel, and he's losing areas next to Mali, and he's losing the north part of Nigeria, and he's losing the north part of the Gambia, and he's losing Senegal, because Senegal is a majority Muslim country. He's losing everywhere. He just has a good social media campaign. There's nothing badass about him. He's a weak and a pathetic loser, and eventually he's gonna lose, and you're gonna see it maybe in 2 months, 3 months, maybe Christmas. But you'll see it. The jihadists are gonna take over that part of the world. You'll see what happens. It's gonna be like ISIS all over.
Actually, I heard that there is a famine going around, in Sudan. Is it in North Sudan? I'm not sure. Just asking.
It's in North Sudan, so I don't really give a fuck. It's none of my business.
As expected. As expected. They always want handouts, isn't it?
That's a North Sudanese problem. That has nothing to do with me. I'm South Sudanese. When my people were dying and they were blowing up our churches and they were doing suicide bombing in our buses and all the bullshit that we're doing, I don't really care how many people die in North Sudan. I mean, it sounds harsh, but yeah, there's a famine in North Sudan, a problem. The youth are there instead of worrying about Gaza every single day. Gaza and all these terrorist organizations that work with Gaza, Parent Foundation, and other ones. It's not my problem, bro.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. We also had, I'm from the same place, India. And we had a chance in 1947 to, for total population transfer. They asked for a separate nation, we gave it to Bangladesh and Pakistan. But the founding fathers of India, to be frank, were stupid enough not to ask for total population transfer, and a lot of them stayed back.
Nero and Gandhi screwed you guys. What they did to you guys is unforgivable. It's terrible. They gave you borders. One was Bangladesh, a terrorist state, another border, and one was Pakistan, another terrible state.
And the greatest mistake that we did while our freedom struggle in the freedom struggle is we created a jihadi state for the jihadists, and then we created a secular state for the Hindus, and it was like, what the fuck, dude? Just make India a Hindu country.
Exactly.
That would have been nice.
Why did you do that?
But the political party is the greatest bastard of all time. His name is Jawaharlal Nehru. He destroyed everything in our country.
They
From
gave
the
you
beginning.
they gave you the Congress party, which they gave him the joker. They didn't give him a king or a 10 or a 9 or an 8 or a 7. They gave the BJP a joker. You started off from nothing, so it's gonna take some time, maybe 20 years,
We are talking about
maybe. Like the BJP. Look what the BJP have to reverse. All this terrorism. Look what happened in Kashmir. Like Kashmir is India.
And then we retaliated, and then we, destroyed the terrorist areas in Pakistan. And we're doing, but that's not enough.
Oh yeah, people screwed you over, bro. I feel for you. That's why COVID happened in Australia. I said, you have to bring in the Indian people because Indian people in Australia are hardworking. They're very good people. You don't want any more Muslims, Pakistani.
Speaking about
I want the Indians to come back to Australia. They can't.
Speaking about Australia, I really like Abiy Yemeni. He has my same name, yeah. You heard about it? Abiy Yemeni.
He's the best. He's the best. He's one of the best. He's in Melbourne.
He's some of the best, right? Oh my God, he's such a great guy.
No, he's a great dude. Abiy Yemeni is one of the best.
One of the best. He really goes to the pro-Hamas rallies and he trolls the shit out of them. That's the best part.
I go to the pro-Israeli rallies. So right now we have one in Sydney, and my friend is gonna go do it on Sunday. They're gonna cancel it, and we don't want these people in Australia. You have so many Arab Muslims that they came from Syria as refugees, and after they came in, they have like anti-Semitism. They hate the Hindus. They hate everybody. They hate Christians. They hate Jewish people. They hate everybody. It's a terrible thing what their religion teaches them. I didn't even know what they teach them, And we're gonna make sure nothing happens to our Jewish community in Australia. They're the best. We love them, and the Hindu community too. But the Muslim community, they're trying to show force and build a mosque in Western Sydney and going to go to the Sydney Bridge. And I'm like, the problem is like, you see those pictures out of like Gaza, Asa, as they call it. And the problem with Asa is like 40% of Palestinians marry their first cousins, so they become inbred. So you see these kids that are malnourished, and they're not malnourished because they're sick or something else like that. And you look beside them, their mother is fat, obese, and just disgusting.
It is the same thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy, go ahead.
I just want to say, you look at their mother beside them, their mother's obese. She's ugly. She's disgusting. She looks inbred. She has like those double eye chins, those double noses, and everything. It's just a disgusting thing to look at. And they want to bring their old traditional pose to every single country. France right now, the reason why France wants to recognize it because they have a 10% Muslim population, and they need it for the electoral votes, especially in Paris. They need it in London too. 5 of the 12 cabinet members of the UK Islamic Party, they need the Muslim vote, so they can't go against it. That's why they want to do it. Same thing as in Canada. The reason Marconi won because 40% of the Canadian people didn't even bother to vote in the election. It's a terrible thing that happened. But no, we don't want these Muslims in any country. What they do, they come here, they marry themselves, they don't work, the women don't work, and they're just inbred. It's a disgusting thing that happens. And nobody's willing to call it out because they're going to get killed. Like that guy in Norway, remember him? Salman Mahmoud Khan. Remember, he used to burn the Quran.
Yeah.
And they murdered him.
What's the call?
If people are savages, the animals, I don't care if they come and kill me. I'm not even worried about these Muslims at all whatsoever about them.
Yeah. The same problem is there in Europe, in Britain too, that consanguineous marriage, the marriage between cousins among especially is, and they won't even stop with 1 or 2 child even if they are told that if the babies that they would be having would be mentally challenged and retarded, or like physically also retarded. They actually use it as a tool to gain more, to get more social welfare. And these people are also provided, I don't remember, it's some mobility vehicle, that state pays for the hospital visits and
social housing. And I have to go to work every single fucking day to subsidize these people. It's ridiculous. Why should I go to work every single?
There's this one video that I was watching that day in front of the cathedral. Okay, in front of the cathedral, these people are doing namaz. In front of the cathedral, they are doing the Muslim prayer. And I'm like, why do we need to do it in front of the cathedral? It's in Melbourne, I think. Did you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that. It's a show dominance because in the
we are here to take over. Yeah.
It's a show dominance. They're retired.
And the cathedral responded by ringing the church bells. Loud church bells. They retaliated. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Imagine Christians going to Mecca and praying praise the Lord in front of Mecca. Imagine that. Has that happened? Will it happen?
No, the only reason it happened, the Pope said, yeah, we need to do another crusade. It took the people in Spain and Portugal 800 years to get their country back. Sometimes it takes a long time, but these Muslims are just retarded. All they do, they just come here, they just have many kids, they breathe, they live on social welfare, and then they go and pray. Like on a Thursday at 4 p.m., I'm in my office working. I'm not in the fucking street because I'm not unemployed or doing some bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And that's what they're trying to do in every country. Like in France, they threatened them. That's what the France president said. He's going to recognize a Palestinian state. It's ridiculous. Why would you reward terrorism? And even here, all the Muslim chicks, they're the biggest hoes. if you go to university in Australia, all the Muslim chicks, they.
My favorite is the people that always put it on their belt, and then they have it clamped there, and they just have it on the side. And I look at them and going, I wonder how many times that thing has been knocked off, bumped into, just ripped from your pants and just fall to the floor. And this is why you're paying like whatever price it is for one of these cases when you could have just removed the case and it would have slid easily into your pocket.
Yes. Yes. What do you guys think of the feature, the polling feature?
We've only licensed for 3 years.
I think it's interesting that Chatter was able to deliver it on day one, and it took Clubhouse like 5 years to make. It's crazy. I noticed that Kristen, Serendipity, and Brad have not answered the poll. Norman's not answered the poll either.
I can't make up my mind between two.
No, all four.
I think they should roll out the video streaming next, like Chatter has. I'm not a big fan of the video. I think audio is diminished when you turn on the video. And if you on Chatter when they were rolling it out, I think Dawn Fields uses it in a good way, like when she's doing the movie trailer stuff. That works. But outside of that, like you get people like Dr. Catherine that'll just make duck lips at the camera and drink wine and play with her hair. And it's just, and then just do these random white girl dance moves. I've been in rooms where they were like, hey, everybody turn the camera on. There are 300 people in the room and like 5 people will turn it on. And it's the same 5 people. It's the ones that, it's basically the older women that have Botox. It's very interesting.
The chosen one was I think it was with you, Roger, right? Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm ugly. I mean, you don't need a live CD if you really want to know. Just,
You're not that ugly.
oh, yeah. And so, like, no one needs to see that. And plus, what I find fascinating is the people that turn it on. I mean, I'm for it at times because I'm going to be like, hey, some of you guys who, like, some of the guys out there going, I'm 6'8", and I can bench 500 pounds. I'm just going to kind of say, I've been calling Cat for a while. It'd be interesting to see if you really did look that way.
I think the problem of why video wouldn't work for me is that, when I changed my PTR to Mojo X, to Black Mojo, if I did that, like, on camera, people would say it's racist to go in blackface. So, I think I'm safer this way. But the voting's tight, man. Voting is tight. So far, the debt and Islamic extremism.
Those were the two I had a hard time making my mind up about, but I decided to go with the more imminent threat.
That would allow Islamic extremists because guess what? You have a breakdown of economic factors, and so you'll influx all of that, and people will gravitate to whatever they think will get them by.
Yeah, people are kind of power hungry, aren't they? They'll join places, they'll join groups if they feel like there's more power behind it.
Daniel says communism. He changed his vote. What happened? Hold on, let me look. No, he didn't change the vote. So we now have 45% say Islamic extremism, 45% say the debt, and 12% say communism. So far, 0 people have said that white supremacy is the biggest threat. So it's fascinating.
I was just debating between the debt and white supremacy, and I'm like, I'm not even sure white supremacy is a thing anymore, especially when we have white folks crying about blue jeans, Sydney Sweeney ad. So, yeah, I don't even know if that's an issue.
Can you explain that to me? Because I remember Beyonce, right, yeah, Beyonce, coming out on a jeans ad saying she had great jeans, right? I mean, didn't she do that? Like, she was laying down, she had a jean jacket on, like bedazzled fucking jeans. Sorry, I'm old. My kids were head of bedazzling, but I mean, I recall that.
Oh, so you're saying, so you think that the ad was a nod to Beyonce or like a diss?
No, I just think it was a fucking ad. It put a hot girl in jeans again. I mean, do you want Hunter Shackelford in jeans or do you want Sydney Sweeney?
Oh my God.
Yeah, nobody made a big deal about Beyonce's jean ad, but Sydney Sweeney, who I happen to think is smoking hot. Mojo, if you don't mind, I interviewed her. If you don't mind if I post a link to my Sydney Sweeney interview in the chat, because I'm actually quite proud of that. They're just jealous, Brad. It's just jealousy. She's smoking hot. She's, if I can say, got great tits. Whether they're real or fake, they seem real to me. And folks are just tripped out. We have a hot young blonde woman promoting blue jeans and a pun on jeans, and you have tripped out, colorful haired, fringe progressives angry over no reason. I'm glad the jeans sold out in response to this lunacy on social.
Why someone wrote like a widely circulated article about eugenics. It's like fucking ridiculous. America's become really but America's become very, very anti-intellectual. We should be.
Yeah, we're in the middle of an anti-intellectual swing. Actually, Austin, you would really enjoy this book written by Daniel Hofstadter. He was a professor at Yale in the 50s. And the book is called American Anti-Intellectualism. And what it does is it tracks the tendency in our country from the start to swing. Brett.
Yeah.
Brett, did you move your stuff you put down or what?
No.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought you moved something.
You went down there.
Anyway, it's called Anti-Intellectualism, and the whole point of the book is to point out that the anti-intellectual tendency in America is one that goes on a pendulum. Sometimes we are hyper-intellectual in the trend of, say, a Madison or a Hamilton, and other times we are utterly unintellectual, as in a Washington. I don't know if you knew, but Washington never had any formal schooling. He was a third-year lecturer.
Temporally, I think geographically, it's even more of a phenomenon. I think these days it's a huge thing. But I want to talk about my genetics. That does not mean I'm into genetics, but there was a widely circulated article about that. I mean, it's like such a sensationalist, populist bullshit world. Like, I'd like to be able to talk about genetics without people being like, eugenics, blue jeans and eugenics.
Just for everybody that is unaware, there is a poll feature. Some of you might not be able to see it because you might have to update your app. If you can see it, up above there is a poll. We're asking the question, what is the biggest threat to America? The choices are Islamic extremism, communism, the debt, or white supremacy. If you want to vote, you need to make sure you have the latest updated version, and then you can have your vote counted.
I don't, but it's the white supremacists and the Islamic terrorists. They're both pretty bad.
I would say 3 of the 4 are legitimate threats, and one of the 4 is no threat at all. But I'll let you guys decide. Hey Roger, you gotta take a look in the chat at what Deacon says about the quote Jewish influence in America. Apparently we're controlled by the Jews. Oh, amazing. What does he come up here?
Like being an anti-Semite.
What does he come up here and tell us about this? That'd be amazing. Because he knows Brad's gonna rip these shreds. Let's hear about it.
It's interesting. The campus protest worked because people anonymized themselves by wrapping themselves in confused.
Hi everyone. Sorry, wrapping themselves in what? Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't mean to say. I don't mean to say worked in a good way. I'm saying the science behind it. Like,
very few people are proud of being anti-Semites, and they just put on keffiyehs and became like raging redneck anti-Semites.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mark Rubio was just talking about this. Hi everyone, and he was saying that it doesn't make sense to protest against the government that you're not a citizen of, because they're finding that there are protesters who are on student visas. I thought that was a good point. I mean, I would not go to Japan and protest their laws because I would consider myself a guest and not a citizen, right? So I don't understand that. Sorry?
It's when I was studying in Republic, I was very conscientious about that.
Right, sorry.
Isn't that unlawful for a student on a visa?
This is the problem, which is that if you're not a citizen, and by all means, there are people who study and become one, but if you're not voting, then it doesn't make sense to protest. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, people should just have self-control. Like, if you're a visiting student, you should have dialogue and whatnot. But like wrapping a bunch of like multi-millionaire trust fund babies in keffiyehs and convincing them to be raging anti-Semites based on a bunch of sensationalist photojournalism is not like the spirit of the law. I think students visiting on student visas should be able to speak collegially and politely and list their views, and you can often tell they aren't American based on their accent, yada yada yada.
Right, but the thing is like for me, it's not about what necessarily they're protesting. It's the fact that you shouldn't protest in a country that you can't vote in. If that makes sense?
That does. Yeah, they should be allowed to dialogue and be like, oh, in my country we do this. But yeah, they should not, especially, they should never be violent protesting. Yeah, that's something they should extremely not do.
That would prevent them from, I mean, anything on their record would also prevent them from maybe being renewed, right? Their visas or their citizenship being approved or anything like that.
And all that would be deported if a student
Right.
acted in a violent protest, or even if you break a law. You're not, you can, depending on the administration and depending on the court, like if you get a traffic ticket, they're probably not going to deport you. And more than likely, now if you were doing 100 in a school zone and trying to evade police, they're going to deport you. So it depends on the cases, but if you're in a violent protest and you're speaking out against America, for instance, and you're a student and you're on here on a visa, you get a list of things that you are not allowed to do and how you're supposed to act, and you get a list of acts saying these are the rules you must follow and abide by while you're here as a guest in this country.
Right. I mean, there needs to be some basic respect and boundaries, right? Like, I wouldn't dream of going to a country where I'm there temporarily and then protest because I don't vote, right?
Well, hold on, Sabina. Speaking of not voting, you haven't voted in our poll either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a poll on here?
At the top of the page, if you don't see the poll, you don't have the latest version of this app. So I just wanted to let everyone know that there is a poll posted to the top of the room. We currently have 4 choices to what is the biggest threat to America, and we've got some contenders on here. So if you haven't downloaded the new app, make sure you download it so you can take advantage of this new polling feature. It's very
in the poll, but I wanted, is it a poll where you could select more than one thing? I mean,
no, but I hate polls like that. I hate polls where you can select.
I like those though.
I know, but they don't make sense.
Sabina, nice to meet you. You have a really cool name. You have the same name as one of my favorite, like, alt rock, jazzy, multilingual singers.
Oh, thank you. She's I got it from a Keira Knightley movie where she was a psychiatric patient for Freud. But yeah, it's a nice name. Thank you. Samia, but what I was going to say was, Mark Rubio spoke about this because it's just unheard of that you come to a country and you protest, Sorry,
It's not unheard of because you have protests going on in Europe right now, all over. You have Ireland, you have England, you have Sweden. You had a group of Americans go to Egypt and thought they could protest for Palestinians or Gaza, whatever you want to label them. And they thought they could violate the laws. You have protests going all over the world with immigrants.
It's interesting. The Northeast, why don't they protest at the United Nations? That's an international diplomatic zone. They could be there and protest. Not that I encourage tons of protesters to be there, but it's good designed architecture. They have the gun tied in a knot sculpture, which is pretty neat looking.
I don't know. I just assume that if you are a citizen, then you have the full rights. But some of the people, maybe they don't ever want to be American. Maybe that's why. But I just would assume that a citizen would be the person that protests because they vote and so on. If they wait a while, they probably could become citizenships, because America needs, good students and so on. So I wish they just waited, but then it becomes almost like a stain on them.
Well, so you're allowed to protest. You're just not allowed to protest outside the conditions of your visa. So that means you can't support a terrorist group. So if you are, say, on the Palestinian side of the argument, it would mean you could say, yay Palestine, we want these people to be safe. What you couldn't do would be, yay Hamas, we need to keep these people safe. Saying yay Hamas is almost always a violation of one's visa. Which you then end up getting into First Amendment jurisprudence, which I won't go down that rabbit hole because I can't sketch it out entirely.
Yeah, I agree with you, Marshall, but it doesn't matter what they're protesting. I'm saying it's a bit odd to protest when you're not a citizen of a country. I wouldn't go to Japan and protest.
Yeah, I feel it's a conscientiousness thing. I feel like it's just people should just have a tact. If you're on a student visa, you should collegially express your views. Maybe you could treat your protester friends to coffee afterward.
Hey, can we bring up the Tawabaville hallway? I can do this. I'm out again. Hold on. I'm feeling frisky today. Where is this guy? Young? Yeah, come on up here, Young. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Explain it. Kill all the Jews and send all black people back to Africa. I gotta hear this fucking weird ass fucking nationalistic fucking bullshit that you're gonna try to spin. So please tell me.
Hold on, before you do,
I just want, while he's talking, everybody to go ahead and report the comment that he has in the chat so we can get him kicked off the app. Go.
That's what you came up to say, is to give us an emoji and some fucking weird bullshit comment because you're a cuck and you can't actually do anything.
You're telling me you're not a nationalist? You don't love America?
Oh, I love America.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. You don't sound like a nationalist.
I believe my nation should be number one. I believe all the people in this land, regardless of what race, skin, culture.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to turn your nation into a number one nation?
Considering that I was the one who wore a uniform and fought, I seem to have accomplished that.
Yeah, you fought for the Jews and for the Jewish cause.
Good Jewish cause? Really? I'm sorry. Which Jewish cause was I fighting for? Which Jewish cause? Come on. Which overwhelming, please tell me which Jewish leader, which that, I'm assuming you're talking about Israel, so which Israel? Prime Minister was there then, sir. Which Israeli? Listen to me, cuckboy. Listen, I'm willing to have this because I really want you to piss me off.
Nigger.
stain. I mean, what do we got here? Your mother like was a lot lizard who squirted you out on a prom night dumpster. Like, what do you want? I could go with that all day long.
By the way, pal, I was looking at your profile and accidentally hit the wrong button. I apologize. That was me.
I know, no problem. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, look, it's funny. The nationalists are a weird bunch. They claim to love America, but they don't love the things that made America great. They're literally anti-capitalists. And if the guy didn't have such a foul mouth, we could have had some fun with it. But I'm not going to just let somebody like with Tourette's sit up here and shout stupid shit like that. So.
The issue with them is that they're not American. They're not nationalists. Like, you can be like Paula. Paula, you're Italian, right? She's a nationalist. She loves her country. She wants her country to succeed. Be a nationalist. Happy for her. Yeah, go, girl. You do it. You Italians rock it out. Spaghetti and meatballs, lasagna, all the fucking way. Have fun. Take that. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Go ahead. Have it. You rock that shit. You own that shit. Have it. Your country looks like a boot. It's fucking cool. You've got it. But that's not nationalism, Roger. That's that like fucking WASP behavior, that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant bullshit, you know, that these
Brad,
do.
trust me, we have a lot of people like that in Italy as well. I mean, unfortunately,
I understand they do, but
it's
they're
a
not.
disease that we have everywhere in the world, you know, this
But
absolute.
they're not nationalists because they don't want the country to
absolutely
succeed.
not. No,
They want the country to fail because, quite literally, if you pick these guys aren't the ones that are drivers in the economy. They're not building massive infrastructure projects. They're not running for offices. They aren't governing in a particular way that is far more efficient, more accountable. They're not appropriating funds. They're not reducing taxes. They're not building homes, highways, hospitals. They're not doctors and surgeons. These idiots sit there and are frying hooks and live off of EBT. So please tell me where these so-called nationalists, they're not nationalists. Like, you can be a nationalist. It should be a proud thing. Yeah, you're damn right I'm a nationalist. I want America. I love my country. I have literally put my ass on the line more times than I can count for my country. And I'll do it for until the day I die. That's great. But I love all the people in this country. And if somebody outside this country harms one fucking hair on their head, I would personally come and take them out. I would literally drink bourbon from their skull as I stood on top of the pile I left for touching one American's head. That's the difference. That's not these guys are nationalists. They're just retarded fucking inbred swine that came out of the back hills of Kentucky.
Kentucky ever do to you?
It's a big ass fucking state with two last names. That's what it did. Diversification.
What do you guys think of the poll feature so far? You guys like it?
Yeah, I do, actually.
You know, if this was season 1 of Clubhouse, there's no way the poll would be holding up the way it is. We would definitely see a different choice that would be number 1.
I have the suggestion that change the communism to socialism because
I think I broadened it to just be against anybody that's anti-capitalism. Like you can have whatever economic theory that you have, but if it's not superior to free market capitalism, then what the fuck is the point? Now, some are more dangerous than others, but these damn Republicans running around, bragging about being anti-capitalist. We heard in a room yesterday people being, all for, putting their hand on the scale of the market, and calling for economic intervention. And, the anti-capitalists come in many forms.
Wait, did that guy come back with his friends yesterday?
No. That guy did not come back. Did not. Welcome, CEO. Welcome, Gildas. Welcome, Il Normo. feature up. If anybody wants to jump in, there's a couple things going on. If you want to submit an idea to Save America, that would be great. And if you would like to vote in the poll, please do. If you can't see the poll that's posted above, it's because you don't have the latest version downloaded onto your phone of Clubhouse. We want to thank Paul and Rohan for this latest update. It only took them 5 years to get a feature that Chatter rolled out in version 1. So amazing.
Where are the 5% that believe that white supremacy is the problem?
They vote and give. They don't stick around. Harry, what you want to do is you want to delete the app and then just reinstall it. If you don't see an update in your phone, if you don't see the update, then just delete the app, reinstall it.
I've never done deleting the app, but what's gonna happen?
If you go to the App Store and then just click update, it'll be out, but you can come right back if you have an iPhone. That's how it works for me, and it worked perfect.
All right. Okay. So I'll go on to the App Store and.
Just type in Clubhouse and then click update, and it'll update, kick you out of the room, and then you can come back in. And
all right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try it. Thanks, Rick.
no problem.
I haven't heard any ideas yet. Ideas to save America.
I'll address the debt. So you can reduce non-Medicare Social Security spending by 5% for 5 consecutive years, increase the corporate tax rate by 5%, and you would get us close to a balanced budget. We'd only be about $300 billion in the hole, so that would go a long way in saving America.
Except you'd have to lock down the borders. You couldn't allow any immigrants in that time frame. You couldn't bring in any immigration because they would be added to a lot of those programs upon entry or upon gaining citizenship, etc.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, CEO. Anything directionally towards an improvement is something that I would support. That being said, that in order to pay off right now $37 trillion, let's just say that interest was waived on the debt somehow. It would have to have $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, or $500 billion surplus for 74 years. We're not paying off this debt unless we do something dramatic, and so maybe we should start talking about ending Medicare and Social Security.
Well, you don't have to pay off the debt. All you got to do is stop it from exploding. So we lose 1.7 to 2.1 trillion a year. If we drop that to losing 300 billion, then number one, you'd be within range to be able to get to a balanced budget, and number two, your GDP growth can handle the slower amount of adding debt.
Why do we accept that we should spend more than we take in, though?
So we shouldn't, but the issue is that, we dug a grave for ourselves, right? It's like when you do a corporate turnaround, if your company is losing $100 million a year, then your first goal is to reduce that significantly. You're not just going to get it to zero the next year because you've got too many sunk costs you got to deal with. In our case, the sunk costs are even more complex and more burdensome than what a company has.
Yeah, I think the problem that we face is that not only do we have $37 trillion in debt, but we still have a $2 trillion annual deficit. The third largest line item in the budget is interest on the debt. So we're not even paying the debt, we're just paying the interest on the debt. And so then the two biggest line items that we could reduce that would help us to reduce the debt are Medicare and Social Security, and nobody's interested except for myself and Hanson to maybe Gildas and talking about what we could do to alleviate that.
I mean, if you're going to cut Medicare overall, which you could, I think shifting it to the states for a matriculation program, because we don't have, how do I word this a little better? If you cut Medicare and you cut the pay-fors, like who's going to pay for the medical bills, you're going to end up causing a lot of financial harm. It's like if we just turned it off tomorrow, is how I'm expressing this, and maybe I'm not articulating it right. We would cause a financial collapse in the healthcare system itself. That's already under strain in the U.S. because, again, we only have like 9,000 hospital systems that cater to 350 million people. So with that extent going on, if you were to turn that off rapidly, it would massively have an impact. And it would be a loss of care, loss of life, et cetera, go down the list. Could you matriculate people off of Medicare? Yes, and CEO is correct on that. You would have to find it, at least I think he was going this way, you would have to find a way to matriculate Medicare down to a level where you could cut it off and the impact wouldn't be dire in terms of the medical community that provides the service and protecting people. I'm for it. I don't think Medicare should continue the way it is. It's bloated. It's overpriced. CMS does not do a great job at pricing as people think. And there's a lot of issues in terms of what gets thrown around in overall into the department of the government. If you were going to build the infrastructure and invest more privatization into hospitals, more rural care, you're going to have to roll back the ACA. You're going to have to somehow figure out a way to start to reduce that one as well. And you're going to, which will have an impact on, say, other programs, which would be CHIP, like Child Health Plus. You would have to figure out a way to roll that program back a little bit. And you're going to have to matriculate people off. Now, you can shift these to the states and allow the states to do it by utilizing private and state-funded partnerships in order to provide the healthcare while building those infrastructures up. But you wouldn't be able to just cut Medicare off. That will never happen. And if it did, our political leaders are really fucking dumb. It just, the harm that I see is just, it would be on a scale that I would never like to see. It would, like a Soviet Union type collapse would occur in that field.
Well, we don't have to cut it immediately. We can always give it a period to wind down. Like you said, the drop in matriculation. And maybe it's even faster than that. But we got to decrease the scale. And also not just the Medicaid, Medicare, everything has to be privatized.
Well, I don't think the privatization is such a good idea, but if the only thing the United States government decides to do with its social programs is privatize them and get rid of the debt, I don't like the privatizing, but I do love the getting rid of the debt part.
Well, here's another related idea is you could privatize like 33-40% of Social Security in terms of giving people the option to have it invested in the market, and then the government could get some sort of management fee, just like any institution does for that, right? It could be simple Dow Jones Index Fund or whatever it is, but that would, one, lower some costs, two, it would actually increase the amount of people are getting out of Social Security, and then number three, it would increase revenue for the government, so that would get a lot of money.
Why wouldn't we just say anyone born in 2026 going forward will not be taxed for Social Security, nor be able to receive benefits of Social Security, and with the last person that dies off that contributed to the system, if there's any funds left, will receive whatever is left over on that, and then that's it, and we just end the program. That one, I would just say cut Social Security, give the money back to the people.
Yeah, so the issue with that is you create a buzzsaw, right? And in 18 years, you end up having less people contributing to Social Security than you normally would, and so therefore
there's going to be sets of people who don't get it. So you basically are screwing everybody who is under 46 at the time that you put that plan together. So that's the challenge with that.
Not necessarily. I mean, Social Security is defunct now, right? Like it's not operating on a positive ratio. It doesn't have a 1-for-1 match. It doesn't have a 2-for-1 match. I think it has a 2-for-1 match on the inverse, right? So like it's being withdrawn and monopolized for multiple uses, and the income stream that's coming into it is not being replenished. It's not able to replenish now. So my solution is just like let it go, and we'll see the end of this program, and I'll put accountability back on people. Like, I'm sorry if you were expecting when you reached what is the age you were talking about? I don't know, fucking 65. I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? You don't get this program. You're not gonna, you're responsible for your retirement or what you're going to do with your life. I don't get the idea that I have to be dependent on the government to worry about certain things. Now, if you're going to keep SSI or SSDI, which would be disability for people that are like truly disabled, not for those that ate 400 pounds of ho-hos and then say want to claim a disability because they're overweight and can't walk from here to there, or they smoke 20 packs of cigarettes in a day, or drink 10 bottles of booze every day, then I would say for those that are truly disabled, yes, the U.S. government can universally apply supporting needs to help cover assistive devices, therapies, et cetera, go down the list, and also be able to help afford a cost of living if these individuals want to live in an independent environment. So yes, I think we as a community can say, yeah, you know what, that person is blind, for instance, I want to be able to make sure that they have a great quality of life. I do not mind contributing collectively to help that individual succeed. I don't want that person left behind because of a disability. We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah, no, there's no philosophical disagreement. It just ends up being the economics of it. How do you take care of the people who are 46 right now? Let's say you're between 18 and 46, and you've been paying into Social Security, and you end up deciding that you're going to have people not pay into it anymore, then whatever issue you're already saying is happening is only going to become much worse. And there's no way to pay those folks who have been paying into the system. So that ends up, and you can do things like raise the age to 70, right? That would help quite a bit. I think there's other things you can do, but the whole, we're going to pick a year and the future Americans don't pay into Social Security, you're going to slaughter most of the country.
And the mechanisms that people have, like my biggest objection is that it's involuntary. And some will say, well, yeah, it has to be involuntary because we have to get everyone to pay into it. The truth is like we only get people to pay into it. What is it, like 175,000 is the cap or something like that? So not everybody's paying into it. It's 6.25%. Medicare, the way it's taxed, is half of it is taxed to the employer, half of it is taxed to the employee. And if you're self-employed, then you pay the full thing, and your end is 1.45% unless you are a high income earner. In that case, then you add 0.9%. I would say maybe that employers and the government can come to a better realization of how this can work. And the idea of offering a 401k to employees is to be able to allow people to, to supplement their retirement in a better way. I would say let's get rid of one of those plans and maybe kind of merge the two concepts where you allow people to opt in. And whether you call it a 401k or Social Security, you allow them to opt in, or maybe you make it mandatory where you have to put 1%. Maybe that's fair, and then have the employer match 1%. If the goal is to get 6.25% in there, and for people that are using 401ks, they typically get an employer match of about 4%. what if we just had a retirement plan that was completely optional, get rid of Social Security completely, and then the option would be mandatory, you put 1% in, and the mandatory the employer matches 1%. Boom, then you get something that's going in there, and then you have some control over what you do when the money is in your account. I wouldn't give ultimate control over this, because the idea is to make sure that you're eliminating some of the high risk stuff. If you want to do something higher risk, you could do that in an individual brokerage account. But if you were to open it up, instead of the way Social Security invested in bonds, what we could do is we can invest in allow people to determine that they want to invest, let's say, in the S&P, which on average over a 30-year period, you're going to get about a 10% return rather than the crap that we're returning now. I think that would be a better way to approach this, because you give flexibility to the person to determine how much they want to put in. And I think merging those two concepts to me just makes more sense.
But wouldn't it be dangerous? Because, if you go back to 2007, 2008, when some of us lost a shit ton out of the 401ks that we had, and the 403bs, you were kind of on the crux. You're tying into the economic status of the United States then at that point. You're pinning it there, right?
Hold on. Did anyone drop Sabina?
No, I didn't.
Okay, maybe she swept out or something there.
But I got moved down earlier, so maybe that same thing happened to her as what happened to me.
I brought her up. Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
So what would people do with the Ponzi scheme? Do they just cut it off, or they they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while? How do they do that? Like last time when Madoff was arrested, what did they do with the Ponzi scheme? The people who were in the later stage of the Ponzi scheme, did they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while, so let them off the hook slowly, or they cut it off immediately? Nobody's answering the question.
It's a really poor comparison.
How's it a poor comparison?
Because Social Security represents 350 million people. The Ponzi scheme represents a set of individuals at that specific financial firm in that specific field.
Yeah, so it's just a difference in quantity, right? So aside from the quantity, the essential parts are the same. So the later coming people pay for the early coming people. That's the definition of Ponzi scheme.
When they cut off the Ponzi scheme, nobody got anything. So yes, you're right. It is similar. Like if you're going down that strength, yes. If that's where you're trying to line the argument, yeah, that it would be the same. But to a broader point, I would let it just run out and end the program.
Yeah. So I mean, the people who later come to the Madoff's Ponzi scheme, they're also suffering. Should we also give them a kind of palliative to slowly run out, and let the later coming still get more latecomers to pay for the penultimate latecomers?
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Oh.
And the number of people shouldn't be a factor, right? So just because you have more people, let's say Madoff included more people, should be also
treat the Ponzi scheme differently.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so your solution is let's just cut it off. And so all you folks that have been paying in since you're 18, whether you're 66, 65, 58, whatever you are, good luck to you. You put everything in the system. Thanks for playing.
That wasn't
not you. That's you. That's the other guy. Not you, Brad. That's not you. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the other guy.
Yeah, well, so you can say the same thing to the later comer of the Madoff Ponzi scheme, right? You still have to answer that question.
Except for there isn't a public fiduciary responsibility mandated by law. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a bad law that actually erected the Ponzi scheme. So what's the difference?
All right, so the erection of Social Security in 1932, you can take two looks at it. Number one, FDR put it in because he genuinely gave a shit that people at the end of their lives who couldn't work anymore needed to live with dignity. Or, well, three ways. Or you can look at it and say he was just a cynical SOB because the median age of life was 61 and you could only collect when you were 62. Or it's a mix of the two. I tend to think personally it's a mix of it was both good politically and it helped other people. Look, man, my mother and father paid into Social Security for, 30 or 40 years now. If you just end it with them, they're going to have every right to be mad and they're going to have every right to demand the government write them a check.
Yeah, well,
if you're going to take
science,
oh my God,
that too. All right.
Oh no, that's not the point. My point is people in my generation will not receive Social Security, but the people currently receiving Social Security, they've been made a promise, and that promise has to be kept. It won't be kept for my generation.
Here's a symbol of
Claimants.
Hanson.
You could just say the same thing.
Okay, so Hanson, let's make this really easy.
Doing a chess game, you can think a two-step ahead.
Hanson, let's make this really easy. For any idea to be useful, there has to be some percentage that it could be implemented, right? Tell me which presidential candidate, which member of Congress would support this and know that we're going to be voted out of office if not immediately or house burned out. So tell me who does it.
Who shut down the Madoff scheme would incur fire from the latecomers. It's the same in principle.
You're so dumb. I can't talk to you. You're comparing public policy, 300 million people, to 800.
In principle, you can also just find the same argument to Madoff.
No, you can't. Because these people are voted into office.
Yeah, people
were voted into office. The SEC auditors are not. The SEC auditors are not voted into office. Here is the difference. When you are dealing with a financial matter, the people who decided to pull the plug on it, what you have is a 0% chance of ever happening. So why are you wasting our years? But it has a 0% chance of that. Hanson, do you think what you're recommending will ever happen in the United States of America? Yes or no?
Maybe. It may happen.
Okay, what scenario would it happen? What scenario would it happen? Hanson, spell out the scenario it would happen. Spell out the scenario when it would happen, Hanson. Spell out the scenario when it would happen. Tell me what politician today would be on board with such a thing, Hanson.
If the people are fed up with it, they will vote for people who will terminate it. You just don't have the imagination.
So this is your fairy tale unicorn scenario. Okay, when we get unicorns, I get it. Yeah, we got it.
I think that, to an extent, Hanson is correct. But maybe there is a bit of idealism overly about Social Security and Medicare. And until you get politicians who can articulate the problem to the public at the very least, and even that is probably going to require some kind of upheaval in education, then it probably won't happen, and we'll just hit that, dead end one day, and then it'll be crisis mode, and everybody will be running around frantically trying to fix it. But if you want to avoid that, then yeah, it's probably going to take, just 20 years to even get the right kind of politicians who can express it, clearly to the public and make the issue even somewhat palatable. Because if you've been paying into it all your life, you're gonna expect it, and you can't just turn it off like a spigot overnight. That would lead to some kind of crisis.
Yeah, and those people who lost their money would have a legal financial claim.
Governmental, because the government has the money. That's the other issue. Like, they have a revenue source. They would have to pay it. Absent scenario of like, oh, you just say good luck to everyone. Thanks for playing. There's no legal world where that can actually play out.
Well, there is a legal world. Okay, that's what the Madoff funds were treated. And unless you apply the same principle that they have the same, you can apply the same argument.
Okay, we can apply it.
Madoff's clients.
Okay, great.
They also deserve that, right? They also deserve there's a contract, and then they should be let it off slowly. I mean,
let's apply it.
Consistent. You should
I'll be consistent.
And also,
I'll be okay.
Here's the thing. I mean, every fund should have that mechanism. I'm not saying that we shouldn't let people down a bit slowly. But we should be consistent. We should apply the same principle to all these cases.
So, Anson, let's be consistent. Are you saying that in the scenario of Bernie Madoff, if he was generating an extra $1 trillion a year, he wouldn't have to pay back everyone in the Ponzi scheme?
What $1 trillion a year?
If Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue,
it's also making some revenue. It's just because it's short, far short of the payoff.
But that's a disconnect. You want to be consistent. The consistency is this: is that if Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue, he would have to earmark back to the people in the Ponzi scheme. So the federal government, if you're going to cut it off, it would be responsible to reimburse those people because it would have revenue to do so. You can go with any court of law ever.
Assets were confiscated, right, and distributed to however many people they were. He was responsible, right? So it's the same principle should apply.
So you're saying all those people should get their Social Security? You're in agreement with that?
Well, within the bounds of the asset that can be confiscated.
Well, the U.S. has, I don't know, 40 trillion worth of assets or so. So there's a bunch of things. And then we have all the revenue. And then we have revenue coming in annually. We have a couple trillion of revenue coming in.
So let's say the Madoff's kids' asset, they're not seizable, right? So the whatever's seizable, that should be distributed.
Well, yeah, Hinton, but it sounds like you're agreeing with the perspective that oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah, what did I say? I said what should be treated like a Ponzi scheme should be treated just the same to the Social Security, right? You have to wind down, but then the treatment should be the same. What do you find objectionable?
Also deserve that. I didn't hear the middle and part of that. Sorry.
Oh, I said because both are Ponzi scheme, they should be treated the same. Just like how you would treat Madoff's Ponzi scheme, you should treat the same with regard to the Social Security. So, what do you find it objectionable?
Yeah, so the U.S. has assets that can be seized. So you want us to cut off Social Security, and then U.S. assets to be seized, liquidated, and to pay off everybody? Is that what you're proposing?
Within the bound that can be seized, just like Madoff's asset can be seized, but not his kids' assets, right? So that within the bound that should be seized and distributed.
like you shouldn't be able to seize future tax revenue. Okay, so I'm up for with that. But that still leaves all the current assets the government has at the time to be seized and liquidated for this purpose. So we're talking like federal buildings, land. I mean, like we'd have to just sell stuff off and pay people. That's what you would go.
Yeah, if within the bound of the seizure, yes.
Why am I going to sell off? Why am I going to sell off U.S. assets when I could just continue to pay out the fund?
Responsibility, because whoever sets up the Ponzi scheme, and that will be a warning for the future.
Yeah, you're missing,
right? So
it's not really a Ponzi scheme. What actually happened was in the 1990s, hold on a second, Hanson. What happened was in the early 2000s and the late 1990s, Congress borrowed out of the trust fund to the tune of about $4 trillion. Both the Republican-controlled Congress and the Democratic Congress borrowed $4 trillion out of the trust fund. Now, trust fund gives the impression that it's some sort of protected financial fund. It's not. It's just a column in the government ledger. The point kind of stands.
And Hanson,
finish the point.
Well, here's a tie-in.
State which your point is.
Well, here's a tie-in to Marshall. So Hanson, your proposal would cost about $80 trillion. Would you want this $80 trillion to all be paid out in 1 year, so the U.S. government is doing like a fire sale, or should it be paid out like over a certain amount of time? Like, how would you handle this $80 trillion expense that you just?
Well, that's a different question, right? You're talking about how we execute it, how we do this, and that's a different question. So long as we agree on the principle, these can be resolved.
Kids, I think my point overall was part of the reason there's not like the fund is a solvent isn't because it's a Ponzi scheme, it's because Congress took money out of the fund.
No, it is a Ponzi scheme.
Congress both parties
taking the money off of people who contributed. What's the difference?
I mean, I think the difference is one, you have to liquidate assets, and the other you don't.
So
I don't understand why you
you're just
liquidate
grabbing the
assets.
straws. You're just grabbing the straws. I mean, you said on the one hand you're saying that it is a Ponzi scheme, and then on the other hand you're asking me what should be what should we grab some line items, and you just like finding excuses.
Well, I think Marshall actually shared something interesting with you. You could look at this differently. So it's only a Ponzi scheme because of what Congress did. So what if there were a law that you can't pull any money out of Social Security for any other purpose, and that you have to take with that $4 trillion or $8 trillion you took out of it, you have to put back into it? That is not a Ponzi scheme. What's the issue?
It is still a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it's
even if you don't embezzle the fund, it is still a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme all the same, but it made it even worse when you steal it from the Ponzi scheme.
I mean, technically a Ponzi scheme is you pay out with later contributors' contributions.
Exactly, that's the definition.
And that's the definition. And the big problem with Social Security is the population and growth and so on are not as high as they were. And so we have less and less. This Ponzi scheme model works as long as you always have more contributors.
Just like Madoff. So long as one latecomers.
So how's it different than an annuity? How's it different?
Population, and as long as there's always more latecomers, then there will always be more people to pay out with. But this is a less and less valid assumption. We have falling population growth all over the world. And you're saying, how is it different from an annuity? I mean, there's many different kinds of annuities, and some of them are backed with investments and some are not, and there's all kinds of stuff to that. But Social Security is really just investing in the population of the United States, if you want to view it that way. And that's the kind of the fundamental problem, is that's not the kind of investment that it used to be.
So, help me out here. To create a Ponzi scheme
never run out of money, right? I mean, because like if Bernie Madoff never ran out of money and people just kept getting paid and everything,
Right.
we wouldn't know anything about him today. Yeah, so the answer is to keep it going.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. And I can understand Hanson's, view that it's a Ponzi scheme, And if it's going to become insolvent in 10 or 15 years, well, how do you prepare the American public to recognize that fact?
Well, it only becomes insolvent if we don't cut our annual deficit. If we could cut our annual deficit, then it won't be insolvent in 10 or 20.
Well, we have until 2034 where the system goes from 1-to-1 payee to 1-to-2 payee. And at that point, we're going to run into some serious trouble if we have it. And I'm a fan of doing both of these things. I think you have to. You have to raise the retirement age to 70 some odd, and you have to raise the FICA cap. Otherwise, the fund itself won't be solvent. Congress then needs to pass a law which says that it can't dip into the fund it can't dip into the Social Security fund whenever it wants to. Because that's how we got here in the first place.
I agree.
I think the best option is to wind it down, but gradually. So it will gradually pay less and less in your retirement. You'll gradually pay less and less. Future generation will pay less and less for it. Sure, some of us, like me, will pay a lot into it and get nothing or almost nothing. But, future generations will be less burdened, and that's what good policy is about.
Can I just interrupt real quick? This poll is interesting. We're now up to 12% of the respondents saying that white supremacy is the biggest threat to America. 12%. It's amazing.
But where are they? I only see one person down in the audience.
I wonder if this person will come up. His name is Chad. Richard C. Caldwell. Let's invite him up.
And I know there's plenty of people who would be willing to articulate why it's white supremacy. It's just, I don't know if they're just doing a drive-by and coming in and voting and leaving.
I'm going to throw an idea out there. I want you guys to tell me if you think I'm crazy. I would overhaul the entire taxation system. I would get rid of the income tax. I would get rid of the corporate tax. I would get rid of Medicare tax, Social Security tax. What I would replace Medicare and Social Security with is a mandatory spending match by employers. I would give employees the ability to save anywhere between 1 to 15% of their pay, and the employer would then be mandated to match 1 to 15% whatever the employee decides to do. You might think, well, that's crazy, but keep in mind we're also getting rid of the corporate tax. So instead of them spending money on this ridiculous tax, they would be investing in the employee's future. It would also give the employee the ability to pass down what they make to their heirs. I would give the employee the option to have a low risk, medium risk, or high risk plan. Right now, the government guarantees Social Security. I would institute where the low risk plan, they map it to T-bills. The medium risk, you could split it 50-50 between T-bills and the S&P, and the higher risk tier, you could map it 100% to the S&P. Then, in order to offset what you lose through the income tax and these other taxations, you would then institute a federal sales tax at 20%. I've ran the math, and basically, we would eliminate Medicare. We would eliminate Social Security completely as line items in the budget. We'd massively reduce the debt annually, and the budget would remain somewhere about $3.4 trillion per year.
So you're 80% of the way there. The two issues is what do you do with Uber drivers and what do you do with small businesses who can't afford to do that?
couldn't afford to do that.
They couldn't afford the match, right? So, like, you mentioned some match, and if you're a small business that does, I don't know, $3 million a year, you aren't currently obligated to provide health care, for instance, or things you're not. So, what about the mandate you're giving them? You're increasing their expenses significantly.
I don't know if you are. A lot of companies offer some sort of benefit, anyways, where they're doing a 401k match. So you get rid of the concept of a 401k, and you're kind of blending it into this. And so instead of the traditional cap of matching at 4%, you're eliminating all of their other taxes and fees. And if the employee chooses to go above 4%, up to a maximum of 15%, then the employer would match it. I would love to see a business model in which they wouldn't be able to afford.
What do you do with the Uber drivers and the shared whatchamacallit economy? Shared economy.
Yeah, I think if you're in the gig economy and you're a 1099, we'd have to figure out a carve out for that for 1099s. I put this together in the last 20 minutes, so I'll have to think about 1099s and how they would be.
Roger, I agree with all you said, but I'm surprised that you want the employer to take on the burden of for the retirement plan for the employee. Why not just let the employee do their own things and just let the employers concentrate on making money?
I think what we're accommodating here, I'm not saying it's a perfect plan. I'm proposing this as a thought experiment because it would offset the money that corporations are already paying in taxes and invest in their employees. Now, I can understand all of your criticism, and I would probably agree with it. I'm just offering this up as a thought experiment. It's definitely an improvement over the current system in my mind, because it makes everything becomes more voluntary with the exception of the mandate of the employee match, which, by the way, most companies choose to do an employee match anyways, and the companies are already mandated to pay 1.45% for their employees for Medicare. We're eliminating that. I think when you add it all up and you compare them side by side, you would see where I'm going with it. But I can understand your fundamental philosophical different pushback on it. That why would the government put any of the burden on the corporation? I'm with you on that. I'm throwing this out as a thought experiment.
Yeah, I mean the corporation wins because they're not paying a 21 corporate taxing. I wanted to say, I guess one question I have for you, Roger, is what's the transition plan like? Let's say in the steady state, this is going to work great, but in between, what do we do? And then the other thing I wanted to say is, like, to Anson's question, I think the reason you want to mandate contributions like that is simply to ensure that people have pensions, because people may make bad decisions. And in some cases, Big Daddy government does know better. And one of those cases seems to be worse reasons, pragmatic reasons. But to my question.
So the drawdown, and again, just a thought experiment, totally open for pushback on this. Year 1 through 5, the new workers into the system, Social Security and Medicare still pay full benefits to existing recipients. Government borrowing likely increases temporarily. Years 6 through 15, entitlement spending levels off, then gradually declines. More workers in the system equals fewer new obligations. Years 16 to 30, as current retirees pass, entitlement spending drops sharply. Budget pressure eases dramatically. National debt levels off, maybe even shrinks. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, okay, I see. So like the idea is to do it by cohort. Is new people enter the new system, old people are still in the old system, but new people don't go into the old system. It's not
correct. We have a legacy system that will slowly transition out through death.
I'm done with Social Security. I don't believe in it anymore. Maybe you still need to pay into it, otherwise that would be a problem.
Again, it needs a lot of work. I put 20 minutes of thought into this, but definitely needs some work.
I mean, the one thing to it, Rod, is like at some point this will have to happen because the U.S. population is declining, and so at some point a solution like this will the politicians will be forced to think of something like this.
Listen, federal workers are already taking buyouts. I mean, there's 150,000 employees sitting on their asses getting paid till the end of September. If federal workers can take buyouts, Social Security, citizens who have been taxed and paid into Social Security and are expecting benefits or already receiving benefits, they should be offered a buyout. And we wind down the entire agency, terminate every employee, and get rid of it. It's a Ponzi scheme, and it's unsustainable.
A Social Security buyout actually is an interesting idea. That is interesting.
Yeah, I would take very little money to just not have to pay the tax anymore.
It's an unfair system. If it was actually protected, and let's say all the money you put in was invested in some S&P 500 vehicle or some type of index, okay, well that makes sense, but it's not. It's just a fucking line item budget. It's a non-existent system. It's all tied into the overall debt system. So it's illegitimate to begin with, and we're lying to ourselves. This is a fraud and a deception.
Well, it's not illegitimate. It was passed by FDR. Wait, hold on. Well, it was passed by FDR, but here's the point that I think a lot of people miss when they think about Social Security. The Supreme Court's already said that this is not a guarantee. If the government at any point in time decides to not pay it, there's no recourse for the American people. Period. This is not a guarantee. The Supreme Court's already ruled on this.
So the average American contributes $400,000 over her lifetime, which the companies match. So if you offered buyouts of $250,000, I wonder what percentage of the public would take that. I bet you would be a significant portion.
Yeah, I mean, how much does that 400,000 matched by 400,000? So $800,000. How much ends up being paid out at the end of their lives? I guess you can say that's what it grows to. It probably doesn't grow to very much.
Can I run some ignorant ideas that I thought about Social Security when I was younger? Go for it. Yeah. When I was younger, I thought you weren't to put somebody into Social Security. They would put it into a place that they protected that it would gain interest. Those of us who didn't make it to the age, and when you get it, that money that didn't make it would go into
for lack of a better
But Marshall, that's not where dignity comes from. That's not where dignity comes from.
Please just let me finish. I'm not saying what FDR advertised to Congress. His advertisement was that those people deserved a pittance at their retirement program, which was never meant to be. It was only
It's not a retirement program.
Edmund, for the love of Christ, let me finish. It was not meant to be a retirement program. It was meant to be a program for quote dignity, as FDR said. And if we treated it like FDR treated Social Security,
It's a taxation program.
Dude, stop. For the love of God. Then we would not be paying out to so many people. And then if you want me not to get mad at you, please don't interrupt me. Here's me off, bro.
So can I just say, because I've been listening to you guys, someone mentioned the buyout. When you do the buyout for Social Security, it's an interesting plan. My question then goes to the other social programs that we have. Are you going to scale them down? Because what I would say is that we will see a significant portion. Obviously, I would do it. I would be like, yeah, give me my money and I'll invest it into things that I want. But what are you going to scale back, say, SNAP benefits? Or are you going to expand SNAP benefits to actually include those? What about the various HUD programs, the housing assistance programs, HEAP, the associated various utility configurations that are out there for social programs across all the states? Are you going to then reduce those? Because what I would see is a significant jump on reliance on those services, and what we will have is a very dynamic political spectrum that will broadly expand those, thus massively increasing taxation for all of these different programs, and they would actually raise taxes, saying, don't you want to keep people's heat on up in the north? They're dying.
No, hold on, Hanson. Again, I want to just get you guys clear on what the Supreme Court has already said about some of these programs. There's three really important points. Social Security and Medicare are tax-funded government programs. They're not personal contracts. Number two, you have no legal property right to the money you paid in. And number three, this is the most important part, Congress can legally change, reduce, or even eliminate benefits at any time for any group.
Yeah, that's all the reason for not having all of these, none of these.
Before we can agree on what gets cut, can't we agree that spending $2 trillion that we don't have annually and borrowing it has to stop, and then we distribute the cuts based on $2 trillion that we're no longer borrowing? Isn't that a good place to start from agreement?
Won't you get the fat from the top, the third-party management company that makes billions of dollars, right? Why don't we do that?
Well, Don, because what you just said was you were addressing billions of dollars, and what American Party indicated is that we have a deficit annually of $2 trillion. What he's saying is, why couldn't we restrict our spending to what we generate in terms of tax revenue? So if we're pulling in, say, like in 2024, $5 trillion, do you think it would have been a bad idea to say that spending should be no more than $5 trillion? I mean, we already have $37 trillion in debt. Moving forward, what would be a valid argument in support of adding additional debt? I think common sense would dictate that within your own budget, you would stick within your means. Why is it that we're allowed to, at a government level, spend $2 trillion more than what we take in? It makes no sense. And the only way that it makes sense is if the government is literally saying, we don't care because at the end of the day, we have no plan of repaying this debt. And maybe there's been talk about looking at past models of debt jubilee, and just erasing the debt and just saying, okay, hey, things have gotten out of control. We need to do a reset. We're just gonna ignore all this previous debt.
I'm not smart enough to calculate what the unintended consequences of doing such a thing would be, because we live at different times from hundreds of thousands of years ago when this was actually a common practice.
I would hate for the conversation to move too far beyond like the point Brad raised before we come back to it, I guess, because I think he raised a serious question, which is when we eliminate Social Security, maybe for reasons of public policy, not because we're obligated to, but just pragmatically, we may end up having to increase SNAP benefits. I'm not sure that's true, but I think it's a legitimate question. Like, if we removed some elements of the social safety net, well, what is going to prevent us from having to make it up through other elements of the social safety net? Maybe we just need a society, maybe there just needs to be our steely-eyed, glare and like hardness and tough love. Maybe that's what's going to prevent it. But no one is prepared to do that.
Jason, my point in bringing that up is because I'll also add the dose to the realism into the political fray that we have. So if the success is to say, hey, we're going to offer a buyout, but the Social Security program is definitely ending, so you get your buyout now, collect your money, move on, and then we'll focus on that. I think it's an interesting one. I think you'd have to work on it, but I think it's a good rabbit hole to go down, and it could be fruitful. But my concern is then on the political spending, because remember, we're not the only ones in charge. We're not the only ones that are focused on the debt, because there's massive amounts of other people that don't give a shit about the debt. That political spectrum will absolutely, in this day and age, will increase. Like, there will be a Democrat, there will be somebody in there that will just massively increase all of these other programs to an extent that we haven't seen. It will basically give them a doorway. And the argument against that, to say, hey, we're in debt, and then they will sit there and put people up like, hey, 100 people froze to death because they couldn't keep their heat on. That you're not going to win on that argument in a political arena. I don't see a winning scenario in that area, unless you're going to also cut those down and then start to figure out a way that you can incorporate more opportunities for people to take accountability and actually manage their finances going on.
Yeah, right. So if people, I understand what you're saying, because that scenario would say that you're negotiating and then you cut this and then increase that. The thing is, I would think that if people have come to the senses that these welfare programs are not sustainable, then they would do all the cuts all around. And if they had acceded to cutting the Social Security or just outright terminated, with the same mindset, they would have agreed to cut all other programs as well. I mean, this is the same. It would be built on the same principle, right? Cutting welfare, not just Social Security, as a bargaining chip.
Yeah, but SNAP isn't where we get most of our debt from. Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance. Disability insurance actually makes a hefty portion of insurance spending.
Listen, these are all wealth redistribution schemes and debt creation scams. Again, stop the borrowing, stop the spending. If we stop the spending at the federal level, the stock market crashes and we lose 50 trillion there or 100 trillion there. There's no easy way out of this. We have to stop the artificial economy and get back to a real economy. This is one huge debt scam. There will be no debt jubilee. There will just be an implosion, and everyone is going to get fucked, and that's the truth. I am complete.
Well, then you don't chop off the arm and let yourself bleed to death. Your argument is essentially, hey, we're probably going to bleed to death when we chop our arm off, but let's go ahead and chop that fucker off anyway.
Well, look at being realistic. So right now, we'll just think the world is not good. Right? Volunteer work, what is it, 20, 40 hours, whatever it is. That is receiving massive backlash from the population. That's just to add worker volunteer requirements. So if that is such swallow. If you cut Social Security, you better have a way to politically, in this environment, you better have a plan to alleviate what will actually occur. And like Jason, I think understands what I'm getting at. But just cutting the spending, you have to govern people. That's the equation you're not accounting for. This isn't a stock ledger. This isn't an Excel spreadsheet. You have to govern people. And if you add the people equation, you have to figure out how to get them convinced that Social Security is a default program. It's not really viable. It doesn't help promote us. It hurts us. You have to show that. Then when you cut it, you have to ensure that people are not going to crash and burn in massive ways, which will occur. So how do you prevent that?
Can I run a thought towards that? Universal income doesn't necessarily have to be quick example. A dump truck can come to my house every month instead of once a week. So all that energy that these big trucks are making, moving this to the landfill and stuff like that, what if universal income, I get paid for the stuff that I do. I compost everything. Nothing organic leaves my house. What if, and I'm talking about residential, granted, in residential areas, but I contend we could do it in the cities too, with a little bit more thought on the subject. But universal income, we all get paid a check. Because we all know that technological unemployment is happening. People are going to be losing their job, so there's going to be more and more of us wondering what to do with ourselves. And they're going to find themselves at home. At the very least, what you can do is stop organics from going to the landfill where they do no good. That's the biodiversity lost in our updated growing system. So if we could,
we're talking about getting rid of Social Security because it's too expensive. It's like $1.5 trillion a year. And you're talking about adding like an additional $5 trillion in spending. Like where are we going to get that money, man? It doesn't grow on trees. Where's it come from?
You're not getting rid of Social Security because people have paid in for decades, and that's not going to happen.
Should I go? Could I ask my question?
Please do.
Mark, I think you were going to say something. At least I thought you were going to say something.
No, I think Marty's going to jump in.
So, I think the last speaker really is emphasizing my point. When Social Security is like it should be like a piggy bank. You put a little, you work hard, and you put a little to the side for the future when you want to retire. But I feel like if you actually want to start cutting something, it should be food stamps, because the current system that we have, if you make $1 more than whatever limit that they give you, you lose your food stamps. So people start actually not taking that raise because they have so much to lose for that little dollar that they're gonna gain. And I feel like that's actually something that keeps everything down. Rather than giving something for free, you work and you can get that benefit of a food stamp type of program. But if we're gonna cut something that's spending and
Oh no, that was totally my fault. I was friending him. I'm so sorry.
Marty, you're coming back up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Kristen moved you. Kristen's a woman. Jen, you're going to work the tools.
This is why I was terrible at modding. I was friending.
No, you're fine. Look, your specialty is making sandwiches, not modding rooms. We get it.
Wow.
I thought it was crocheting.
Marty, I think the Education Assistance Program makes up 1.5% of the overall U.S. spending.
Sorry, Rick.
Let Marty finish his statement, Marshall, if you could, please.
So I don't know where you last heard me, but if a program that actually starts falling apart, it's like a sinking sandstorm. I think we should start focusing more on that, or making it better for people who are on it to not always have to depend on it for basic necessities like even housing. These are types of things I've even heard people, Democrat Congress people, politicians basically talking about it. And rather than going towards Social Security where it's just basically you put in when you're actually working for retirement, I feel like there's actually benefit there. So if we actually want to want to cut spending, we should cut it in a way to make sure food stamps not something that you're always gonna have to depend on, and it could be programs where that could end up making us save money, not have people go hungry.
Marty, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program in fiscal year 2023 was $115 billion, made up approximately 1.84% of the entire federal budget. Fiscal year 2024, SNAP was $100.3 billion. That represents 1.5% of overall U.S. spending. It's like getting rid of foreign aid. Don't get me wrong, I understand the concept of you start small and you work your way up. But if we're being real about the drivers of our debt and the drivers of our expense, SNAP is not among those drivers.
It's about the principle, Marshall.
Marshall, if I may, Tucker Carlson just had a guy on that says that banks make the money. They have no tangible, yet it just comes out of nothing. For some reason, they are able to make money. So why can't we just make a ton of money and feed everybody? How come we can't do that?
If you make a ton of money and feed everybody, like I'm not following.
These people believe that you can create an infinite amount of fiat and then it will have no repercussions. They're delusional and low IQ.
But let's try to explain to him why, okay? And Mark is correct that banks can make money. How do they make money? By issuing loans on existing money. And that's why banks have what is called a controller, which is some kind of government officer installed there to control what they're doing with the currency. And so they do have a currency making power. There's some obscure paper on this. I'll have to go see if I can.
So how come they can't do that with Social Security?
So the problem with making more money is that the value of money is backed by the value of the exchange of goods. Okay, and that you cannot increase the value of the exchange of goods by increasing the number of units of money in the world. So it doesn't solve the problem. You don't create more food by creating more money to buy it with. So the real question is, how do you get the food to the places where it needs to go, and how do you get the surplus of food that you need to give to unproductive people and so on? That's not a problem that's solved by making money. So by manufacturing money. So this is the basic misunderstanding of what you're talking about. You're saying, let's devalue everyone's money, basically, so that we can take this extra money we created and use it to get the food and whatever. Then you are basically taxing the whole economy in an extremely uniform way. And then you have to ask yourself, is this the right way? You still have to ask yourself, is this the right tax policy? That's an extremely regressive tax, by the way. And I mean, is that the right tax policy? And you don't get away from asking and answering that question just by saying, "Let's make more money." You're saying, "Okay, we're going to tax everyone at a uniform rate, and then give that to people who don't have food." Okay, that's a proposal, but that's not like a hand-wavy solution that does away with all these questions we're asking. So that's still taxing and then spending. That's what that amounts to.
I'm curious if we're going to talk about, so obviously the debt is number one here in this poll. I'm curious if anyone's interested in talking about what was the second voted poll of Islamic extremism, as in what is the biggest threat to America?
Do you all still believe that Islamic extremism is the number one, that's just a question, is the number one threat to America?
According to the polls, at least according to this room, it's number two.
The U.S. establishment recently did their annual threat assessment and budget assessment to Congress. Then when Islamic terrorism third, I believe, in the list of priorities. It's first China, then Russia, then either Iran or terrorism or both.
Sabina, do you think that there's a Muslim congressman or senator that ever voted to be a fiscal conservative and to be prudent with spending money? Or do you think Muslim senators and congresspeople have no problem borrowing and spending on behalf of the American people? What do you think, Sabina?
Spending money for the one is a Muslim or not.
I would have one question. Sorry, a super quick question. I just want clarification. So, Marshall, do you know what the criteria that the government bases these threats on?
They come under the National Defense Authorization Act, and it's a combination of like internal research and external research. Would you like me to? I'm in a pharmacy where I'm kind of able to do it. You want me to pull up the 2024 defense estimate for you? I don't mind.
I guess maybe I'm not wording my question correctly.
Marshall, just get your prescription and don't worry about the Defense Authorization Act. We want you healthy and happy, Marshall.
Just tell us. Could you just make sure you have enough for us? So I rewatched The Sopranos recently, and towards the end, there's Tony's Sopranos FBI buddies that were first, of course, watching him. One of his FBI guys got reassigned to Middle East affairs, and so he's not fucking Tony anymore, but as a favor, he says, we know that there's works that are being taken against you because they're bugging phones and such of the New York family or whatever. So is it that kind of level where our CIA agents are gathering intel and they're basing the level of threat on bugging Al Qaeda or whomever might be this threat?
Intelligence, signals intelligence, and financial intelligence all go into making up the Defense Authorization Act, as well as the National Defense Estimate. So it's National Defense Act.
Yeah, the NDAA is $1 trillion line item a year. $1 trillion a year.
People, it's just analysts estimated.
Yeah.
There's no signal intelligence that's going to tell you these guys are 10% threat. So, right.
Do you use signal intelligence to write that?
They use signal intelligence to produce their estimate, but they take a bunch of analysts and they say, analyst, give me an estimate. Analyst 2, give me an estimate. Analyst 3, give me an estimate.
Right, I get that, Jason. I get that. What numbers, what factors do they change from year to year? Is it the conflict in Israel?
If I could just
look at that, but there's not a number that says if there's a conflict in Israel, there is a 70% chance or something like that. There is not something like that. They just have estimates.
Yeah, I would argue that Islamic aggression in the Middle East would be a threat to America's allies, which would include Israel. But I'm not sure if it's a direct threat to America. But Mark Rubio was just recently talking about mass migration from South America, and I would assume probably that's more of a immediate threat to America.
We spend $2.7 billion a day on a security force to defend the United States of America. $2.7 billion a day for a police department?
Well, Marsha, I would assume that you would agree with that, right? Because there's a difference between, just real quick, if I could just get my question across, right? There's a difference between genuine immigration versus a migration, which is what Mark Rubio talks about, which is mass migration. And one of the few people I heard about that were talking about that was you, Marshall, and the need for a more secure border in the South. So you don't consider that out there?
So, I see the necessity for the border to be controlled, and I see the necessity for people to come legally, provided you're able to update our legal process in an efficient manner. I would see nothing wrong with large portions, large groups of people wanting to apply to come to the United States. And maybe I don't have, let's put it this way, 10,000 Hondurans tomorrow wanting to follow the immigration process to come to the United States. I'm not going to stand in their way.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, I'm not going to stand in the way of somebody who's doing the right thing legally.
Okay, because the reason I asked you is because before Clubhouse, I wasn't aware of the level that was coming from that region. So my thing is that unless America gets involved in fixing the issues that are not fixing, but collaborating with South America to ones that do, create a problem, unless they fix that, then it's going to continue to be a problem. So, and that would be in the Texas border with the Abbott as well as California. But I was just answering American question. I would say the Islamic aggression is more of a threat to American allies, which would include obviously Israel or other countries. But my thing is that I think there's a difference between legal immigration and mass migration.
Yeah, we heard that already. Sabina, stop repeating yourself. These are the top 25 U.S. federal agencies we should abolish to save America. Number 1, Federal Reserve. Number 2, Department of Education. Number 3, EPA.
Jump in because it's an interesting thing.
Wait a minute. Who the fuck moves people off the stage? What's going on here? Hold on. Listen, I can go back to solo modding. It's not a big deal, but dude, don't remove somebody just because you didn't like what they said.
Yeah, I'm just interested. It's a great poll. I like this feature. Islamic extremism, biggest threat to America. For those who picked that, just, kind of what does that mean exactly? What does that look like? Is it what Sabina's talking about with our allies? Is it in this country?
It's JB.
Maybe shells or something like that? Is it the worry it's going to change the cultural fabric? Just,
It's a great question, P. I mean, I was amazed that immigration is not even on here, but yet Islamic extremism is on here, but not immigration. Amazing.
So, can you answer?
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty, if you want to answer, because if I answer, people are going to say that, I don't know, I've got some sort of problem. Go ahead.
So, it wasn't that long ago, 9/11. Let's just act as if that doesn't exist. I think also people really also are glossing over the fact rockets hitting the American air bases is a direct attack to America. These are types of things that we don't discuss when we talk about what the radical extremists actually do. Do I think attack it in America? Yeah, if you listen to the FBI, Homeland Security, for the past not only 3 years, they're saying in America these are attacks that could easily happen, and they're monitoring, and it's gone wild. When extremists, they don't care if you're Jewish. Like the extremists that went into Midtown, shooting up the place that was previously marked by radical Islamic extremists in America. That building that he targeted was on that list, and we have to fully understand he shot the Muslim guy in the front, and it doesn't. These extremists in all over the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, UAE, all these countries actually mark them as extremists and considers them terrorists. These are types of things that they don't do it just because they are anti-Islam. It's not how it works. It's because these are the types of people that will kill each and anybody that they see. Isn't very possible. Is actually just not reading what the FBI or the Homeland Security openly says, especially in the last 3 to 4 years. So it is something that encourages possible. Like if it's everywhere. The levels that it's on, it's not even comparable to what we've seen in the past.
No, you're missing my entire point, which is because we're American, people want to use us and attack us. Being King of the Hill program.
Yeah, but you never heard Australia. Never heard Australia killing the president and trying to kill him.
Being King of the Hill imposes a great deal of benefit. It also imposes a great deal of cost.
Marshall, you know there's a reason for that, right? Why people want to attack America? I hope you know that.
Well, if we could, depends on which group wants to talk about America. They all have different reasons.
Sure, but I would say it's a bigger threat to the UK. Are you guys aware that America moved a bunch of nukes to the UK? But it's
Sabina, wake that up.
Do you know the U.S. has nuclear, biological, chemical stash depots all around the world, Sabina?
And yeah, I ultimately have to agree that Islamic extremism is a great threat to America. extremism is organized and it is present all over the world, and it's clearly a threat in other first world countries. To the degree that it's less present in the United States, that's in part because of very active intervention on the part of the FBI and other security agencies. And that's just realistic. That doesn't mean that, we can't take that too far, and I don't think that we should. But is it a serious threat? Yes. And are Guatemalans illegally entering this country to work in our gardens a similar threat? No. Is the porous border a problem? Yes, but in part it's a problem because terrorists come across it. So that's something we have to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we got to be balanced here. Border security is a big issue, but Islamic extremism is a super organized thing, and it's a huge threat to Muslim countries, to be totally frank. I mean, Sabina talked about our allies like Israel, but the harsh truth is that it's a big problem even for Saudi Arabia and a bunch of Islamic countries.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. The nature of my question was not any type of gotcha or leading question. I wanted to understand where people's minds are at and what they meant when they said that. And that's absolutely, true. I agree with that. So it's more of something that is imminent, and very dangerous. And like you said, our intelligence agencies are quite good. I think to Sabina's point, also geographically speaking, we have different types of immigration that floods in here. So I was wondering, kind of like maybe she alluded to, if we're comparing to other Western countries and their issues, where we would rank that on the list.
You know what's a bigger security threat than Muslims? $37 trillion in debt and $1 trillion in annual interest payments. A $2 trillion Medicare Federal Reserve. No, Jason, please stop. I'm going to say this list. Number 2, Department of Education. Number 3, EPA. 4, IRS. 5, Department of Energy. 6, HUD. 7, HHS. 8, USDA. 9, Department of Labor. 10, SEC. 11, FTC.
Hold on. And you're going to continue. I just want to say this. People saying that they're leaving because they don't want to hear a list, people have to listen to other people's bullshit. I mean, so what you're really saying when you don't want to listen to that, which is fine, you can go ahead and move yourself, you can remove yourself from the read, do whatever you want. But when you feel the need to say that, oh, I'm out, what you're saying is bullshit, is that you think that your ideas, your thoughts, your words are supremely important and nobody else's aren't. I mean, honestly, and then the mob catches it. One person says it, another person repeats it, and then another person, then another. I heard one person make a comment, I heard 3 people add on. You guys are such fucking followers. American Party, please continue.
Okay. SEC, FTC, these are the agencies we have to get rid of to cut the debt, stop borrowing, stop spending, and save America. FDA, CFPB, OSHA, NLRB, SSA, CMS, FBI, CIA, NSA, Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, SBA, and Exim Bank. The name of this query was, based on Mises Institute, Austrian economics, emphasizing free markets, sound money, and minimal government, here's my ranked top 25 U.S. federal agencies to abolish, prioritized by economic distortion and intervention. That was a question to Grok and Representative Thomas Massey and the Mises Institute. Thank you. I am complete.
Okay, so you want to chop off your arm to save the patient.
Hold on. For those of you that think that this is unrealistic, I just want you to look. Everyone that thinks that this is crazy, go and look at what Javier Milei has done in Argentina, and go look at the results of it. I get that in the United States of America, with our checks and balances and whatnot, it's a lot more difficult to do it, and it's a slower process. But there's no questioning that when you get rid of these agencies, the government actually works better. Go look at what's happening in Argentina. I know it's hard because some of you don't even know what's going on in our country, but if you go look at what's happening in Argentina since Javier Milei was elected, it's fucking amazing.
If I make specific, look at what happened with transportation, what it is, several programs. People like blocking how we all number one, you have to be able to sell it, and number two, you have to be able to retain power to pass the legislation. Part of the problem with Edmund's analogy is that while he is right, you need to get rid of those programs to balance out the spending. If you just chop the arm off, you're gonna lose power, and you're not gonna be able to make the corrections you want to make.
Again, but Marshall, so what you're saying, let me translate what you're saying. You're saying, I can't get elected or reelected unless I go with the status quo. The status quo has us $37 trillion in debt, and it's climbing $2 trillion minimum per year. And so what you're saying is that, hey, this is just not the way it works here. We like the big spending, and you're unelectable. I'm saying that somebody needs to go and be the advocate to say that this is fucking a problem. Because here's the thing. Maybe today you can't get elected or reelected for telling the truth. But tomorrow you may be able to. Because maybe it hasn't hurt you enough, Marshall. Maybe it hasn't hurt others. But I will say this. There is going to come a time in this country where people are going to look back and say, why didn't we listen to Ron Paul when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to his son, Rand, when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to Chip Roy? Why didn't we listen to Thomas Massey? There's going to come a time when people are going to say, why are we now fixing the problem and talking about the problem? And then there's going to be people like myself that are going to go, well, guys, we've been talking about this for quite some time. You didn't want to listen. And in fact, when it was brought up, we were saying, oh, well, you'll be unelectable with those policies. I say that we need to address this. We need to.
So that really wasn't my overall point. Yes, you are unelectable. But again, the fundamental problem with Edwin's prescription is if you did that tomorrow, you would have any number of problems and any number of federal courts that would require us to bring people back to work, as has happened. I'm not opposed to the cutting of government, Roger. I'm opposed to chopping off the arm while not making that you're going to bleed out because you sliced your main vein. If we're going to do it, let's do it in a way that is...
Marshall, what do you think we're doing now? We've already sliced the vein at $37 trillion.
Why not slice it? Our president put forward this $7 trillion budget.
Mojo, quick thought. I mean, we have the ability to change our government. We're part of a country.
You and I have argued before, and I don't agree with you in any way, shape, or form. Taking Congress and making it all digital, bad idea.
Marshall, why don't you try to listen to people? You're kind of smug, Marshall.
Because he has made this argument to me.
And I have. Marshall's right about that. You don't agree with it. I get that. You don't agree with that idea. But I contend that it's a valid one still. That we have the technology now. Marshall, we have the technology now. We don't need to send people to Washington to speak for us anymore. We can set up a system of government where we, the people, are finally in control, like our founding fathers wanted it to be. Initially, we have the technology now. And so,
you want all of our stuff to be done by government?
With all these congressmen, we don't have to pay anymore. And it's all about a room like this where we can talk about it and how can we set something up like that? You gotta think outside the box.
You want the United States to be led by referendum?
I want the United States to be run by we the people.
Referendum means that you vote on everything. So you're saying we should have a United States in which all 220 million eligible voters should vote on every single thing the government does.
Okay, I'm just going to pass over that ridiculous statement. Rand Paul just wrote on X, the Fed has been cloaked in secrecy for years. But my Federal Reserve Transparency Act would mandate a full audit of this powerful organization.
He was even in the talking to me.
Can I just pause you guys for a second and just say that I don't think this poll feature works very well because I'm counting up the math here, and 30 plus 12 is 42. Plus 40 is 82. It just changed. God damn it. I was counting you guys for anyways, it was adding up to 102%. Just wanted to say.
Breaking news. The Federal Reserve Transparency Act has been put forth in the Senate by Rand Paul.
And we're literally in the middle of talking. So the reason I asked if you wanted everything to be referendum is because one of the cardinal things our founders warned
was doing was having mob rule. Mob rule is people vote on everything, and you go with the wisdom of the crowd. That's a bad
Marshall, we have a borrowing and a spending problem.
Allowing me to speak, Marshall. I hear what you're saying, and I get that. I get what you're saying, but there's a way we, the people, can figure out a system where martial rule isn't even a problem. You know, when I say martial law, government, and we have to sit down and talk about it. The beauty about America is we have a right to change it. It's not only a right, it's a duty. And when you talk about martial rule, I get what you're saying. You might be right, but what if we set up a little different? And that takes some time to talk about.
It's not martial rule, it's not martial law, it's called mob rule, and it's what happens when you go with a pure democracy. It is the evil of a pure democracy. Mobs in America have been responsible for some of the most heinous mass murders in our country's history. I'm
not talking about mob rule.
That is what happened.
You were talking about but I said into mob rule. And that's
sounds like Democrats to me. Are the Democrats a mob?
Direct democracy is literally mob rule. Every founder argues that. Every person from the Enlightenment argues that. Every Roman argues that.
Gentlemen, there's other people in the room. Maybe we can open up the conversation. Does anybody else have any ideas to save America?
Artificial general intelligence. And everybody's predicting, what the prosperity is going to bring. So that would change this whole situation, right? Transhumanism is my move. No, I don't mean changing our bodies. I'm just saying that it will affect the economy. But they're talking about having everybody losing their jobs but getting basic income or something. I mean, all that stuff, if it happens, is going to affect this whole discussion.
Listen, robots building robots, AI and robots is a utopian hypnosis nonsense. We have a borrowing and we have a spending problem in America. We're spending $20 billion a day. Do you think that's enough? $2.7 billion to fund the military daily? We have a borrowing and a spending problem, not a robotic AI problem.
It's not robots. Don't you know how they predict that the whole economy is going to be changed from this? People will be losing their jobs. White collar people will be losing their jobs. The whole economy is going to shift.
Well, if we do UBI, we just add to the debt. We go to 40 trillion, then we go to 50 trillion, then we go to 60 trillion, 70 trillion, 80 trillion, 90 trillion, and then $100 trillion in debt. Where will we be then?
Yeah, well, the whole economy is going to have to adapt to that. I don't know how you can even predict without adding that in as a factor. I think it's an important one, and I think universal income, not as a handout, again, I must say it, it's not a handout. It's a payment that we all should get because we're stopping a lot of the nasty stuff that happens with the environment. If we all understand, and someone encouraged, don't get me wrong, if everybody understands the art of making soil, the art of turning organic waste into soil on an individual level, without having machinery do it, people know how to do it, especially, again, as I said, in residential areas. We definitely could do it in the cities, no doubt. It's a little harder. That's another conversation. But here in the residential areas, if we could stop this heavy weight from going to the landfill, people make a lot of money moving that weight to the landfills. Imagine if that money came to we the people, to the system. What if I got paid universally? Income.
What if we could cut your income tax by 80%? What if we could cut your property taxes by 80%?
Universal basic income is a denial of fiscal reality. You fiscally can't support 350 million Americans with money. No, like, if you erase every amount of money the federal government spent, you took all the $6.7 trillion we just spent, it still wouldn't be enough money to make up a universal basic income.
Actually, we got rid of all these congressmen that we don't need anymore because we the people.
You're missing the point. Congress is always out of the
So
this is a circular argument.
No, it's not necessarily circular, guys. It's the thought. First of all, the title of the room is Ideas Save America. I contend that with today's technology that's getting ready to happen, even white collar, somebody mentioned it, doctors and lawyers, they're going to lose their jobs because the computer, obviously, is a lot smarter and faster. We all have been talking to AI right now, and the answers they give are pretty amazing.
Yes,
on so many
I
levels.
agree, Mark, but this is the most boomer take ever. How is it going to generate money?
The money becomes, first of all, the way it generates money is
You put it into fermented poop in your backyard.
That's not it, guys. I can't believe you make fun of that, but hopefully this room is recorded, and one day AI will look into it and say, "Wow, Mark, you really started something here."
Yes,
But you guys,
Why don't we just do a simple math equation instead of talking about composting? Because what we're doing when we talk about composting is talking about what the Democrats and the Republicans and the U.S. government has done to your dollar, to your well-being, and to your future. Do you realize that $50 trillion in debt and over $2 trillion in annual interest expenses, that's when we go into a forensic accountants and we need mathematicians in here running financial calculation simulations on X, on Grok, on ChatGPT, and we need mathematicians, not composters, Mark.
we need a whole, oh my God, American, we need composters for sure. But that aside, there's money to be made in bringing biodiversity lost in this outbreak, growing practice that we're all part of, and we're getting pissed off about because all pesticides, herbicides. That's not the story. I'm saying that for we the people, the average person who loses their job because they can't drive the truck or Uber anymore, the doctor who can't, that doctor that's not specialized in certain things, will lose their jobs, that high-paying job. They're going to find another one. What do these people do all day except contemplate their own existence and their purpose in the world? And what will that be? It'll take, how do I take care of everybody? How do I take care of the planet?
You told me about the
Let's talk for America. Dogs composting like it's not something.
I do have a question for you in regards to the environment, Mark, that you need to address
It's
here.
pretty wild how people are dogging what he's saying as if he's saying something that's just one of those jokes.
No, but Mark, your namesake, Mark Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg is currently contemplating spending hundreds of billions of dollars building data centers the size of Manhattan. How do you think they are going to power that, and what impact will that have on the environment, do you think?
I think we're getting closer to many ways to create energy out of nothing. When I say nothing, the sun, solar, thermal geo, there's so many ways we could. We don't go that far because there's no money to be made.
Hold on. The lack of knowledge, the lack of creativity. I feel like we deserve the problem that we have. When I look now at $37 trillion and I hear what's happening in this room, the things that people blame, the reluctance that people have to even solving the problem, I think we deserve this. I actually think that the government and their stupidity and their corruption is not a them problem. I think they're a reflection of what the American people are.
This is what George Carlin said.
No, Joe, don't talk about yourself.
He said, did you ever think maybe it's not the politicians that suck? Maybe it's you that sucks. You, the people, the citizens of America. Why do you think we got a problem in Congress and the Senate? Maybe it's we, the people, that suck. Maybe it's you that suck.
America, chill out, bro. You know what I recognize about Americans, bro? It's like everybody loves just pointing the finger, but nobody solves no fucking problems. All you guys do is sit on this app.
Great.
Sit.
Hold on. To solve the problem. Hold on.
faggot retard. Go ahead and offer a solution. Go ahead and offer a solution. I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. After all that shit talking, I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. I bet you this faggot retard doesn't offer a solution. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're like the motherfuckers.
Where's your solution? Where's your solution?
Like the motherfuckers in WWE.
Where's your solution? I'm gonna bring this retard back up. He says that the problem with Americans is that they don't talk about solutions. And then he goes on this fucking faggoty retarded rant. I'm gonna bring his retard ass back up, and I guarantee tell me your solution. If you don't get to your solution, I'm just gonna fucking love you with this faggot.
Stop sucking your own dick, dude. Stop being gay and sucking your own dick. Try to stroke your own ego because you're running a room where you get attention.
Correct. So don't bring him back up. Nobody invite him back up. If you guys invite him back up, I'm on all of you. I will invite him back up, and he will have one chance to get to the solution. He wanted to say that nobody talks about solutions, so this is a guy that has solutions. I'm going to bring him up, and if he doesn't mention solutions in the first fucking 30 seconds of what he has to say, I'll just move his faggot retarded ass out of the room. He's obviously not interested in offering a solution. We'll bring him up and we'll see.
Mojo, if I may, I think it's a great solution. And nobody wants to touch upon it.
I don't know if it was so great, but we can touch upon it.
Here's the deal before
I'm going to bring him up. Hold on, respectfully.
Wait, Mojo, before you bring up, can you ask him the question, if he was president of America, what he would do for we the people?
Yeah, that's the question that's on the table. I'm going to bring him up, and I'll bet you what comes out of his mouth is a personal attack on me rather than a solution, which is what he said he was here to provide.
You guys done painting pictures? The way you have to paint pictures just to get information out of people is fucking sad. Like, seriously. You literally painted, dogged the shit out of me, and think I'm not going to say anything about all the bullshit your ass just said. Nobody can come up with a solution because of dumbasses like you, bro.
Okay, what is your idea? Give us your top 3 best ideas, Marv. It's pretty simple.
I'm going to go ahead and
I'm just asking you a question, sir. What would you do for America? What's your ideas, Marv?
Because I'm not giving you my fucking ideas just for you guys to still play stupid. You guys sit on the stage just the same way Mark said a bunch of practical, logical stuff, and you're literally trying to just troll everything. This is how I know it.
Who keeps modding him?
That's why I'm like, he's not even a member of the House.
I kept modding him. I like what he was saying.
But he's not a member of the House.
Mark, he wasn't saying anything.
It was just word salad. That's what it was.
So, do you think, I really like that quote from that movie with Cool Hand Luke where he's like, what I think we have here is a failure to communicate. So what I'm trying to say is, I think in America, we may have a failure to communicate. And that could be because...
Everyone hold on.
Do not release. Do not release.
It's going to be okay. We're going to make some improvements. We're going to make sure that we don't make the mistakes of the past. Some of you get the moderator badge and think that you want to rewrite the rules. And this is no insult to anybody that I've moved. But it is a reflection of the problems that you guys are causing by moving people. So I will bring people back up, but I will not be modding you guys. In fact, I'm no longer going to mod anybody just because people misbehave. He decided to mod the guy that came in to tell the room that you don't want to talk about a solution. Okay, share your solution, and then he doesn't share a solution, and then you guys want to mod him. It's fucking weird. Raise your hand if you want to come back up. I'll be inviting my favorites back up.
Let's see. Up here. Just give me a moment. That was crazy. I don't know why Mark thought he should. I like what the guy was saying, and all the guy was doing was making personal attacks and didn't offer a solution. And when given an opportunity to, to call out directly, hey, what's your solution? He had nothing to say. He literally had nothing to say. So, anyways, we are now back to a world where Mojo solo mods. The downside of that is, like, if I have to, like, eat or walk the dog or take a shit or whatever I might have to do in my life, I might not be here to properly mod, and so sometimes there can be chaos because of a lack of mod.
Good God, can you just stop? Just stop.
Well, what's your solution?
Yeah, that's my point.
What's your solution?
Shut the fuck up. Never repeat yourself like a
What's your solution?
I will tell you, if you stop repeating yourself like a monster, it's like literally, he was ready to say that when I got on the stage and said one sentence. Oh, what's your solution? Let me do it real quick. What's your solution? All this faggot, all you know what he's going to say. He doesn't like, bro, how the fuck did I get to a solution? I thought I came and introduced and say one sentence before you start fucking.
You said 30, and you're still not saying a solution.
Yeah, you know why? Because we're not, what is the point of me saying anything when you faggots?
Okay, then why did you come up?
Because I'm hoping to break through the trollism so you guys can get real, but it's like, why is it
just see the fucking point, dude. No shit, just see the fucking point.
Oh, but she's like, yeah. So, even though Mark's gone and you guys want to troll, and I probably won't get anywhere with this, I would just go ahead and say, bro, shut the fuck up. No one gives a fuck. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I gotta be sure, but y'all are fucking like, I'm gonna tell myself, shut the fuck up. See, that's fucking points on here. We gotta go on. Shut the fuck up. I'm not arguing. I'm tough. You know, I'm tougher than you. Alright, chill out. At the end of the day, my whole fucking point is, I agree. You look like a metrosexual. At least they know what I look like, pussy. Shut up.
I know what you look like, I know, but
you got a late 90s R&B album. And you look like a fucking faggot who beats off in his room. And probably lets his dog beat his balls with peanut butter. Shut the fuck up.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Just
I have no clue what you're talking about.
You guys in the fucking room. Don't mean to yield to me. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, we're gonna let one mic on Mark.
Yeah.
Mark.
Alright, bro. Look, at the end of the day,
hold on. Listen, if I move you down again, we won't be able to bring you back up. I think that's what you're hoping for because you don't have nothing to say.
Right, yeah, I have nothing to say. There's a condescending attitude.
Awesome. Okay, got it. So that was your last chance. People do this on this is like the same thing as suicide by cop. People like come up on the stage and filibuster themselves, hoping to get removed because they actually have nothing to say. He did that to himself purposely. He was given multiple opportunities to speak and chose not to. He is a faggot. He is a
Dumb motherfucker, you look like Francis and Gone. You want opioids and you're trying to talk to him.
I hate bullets. I hate them. I attack them. But yeah, I hate that stuff. But yeah, you should have got on topic after you let himself explain himself. He didn't explain himself. You should have just went on topic. Because I gave him enough time on that. Yeah, I do see people. I know, and there's also some. I feel like solutions. So ideas to save America. One of the biggest things would be the microaggressions towards humans. I think America has this mindset of like, I don't hate that group of people only. I hate everybody. And so, and this comes from America becoming a non-slave type of world where they're just like, okay, no, we don't want them to be slaves anymore. We don't want no subhumans. We don't want that. We want them all to be equal. And now the people who actually think subhuman, they think, whether, they think racism or whatever, they're prejudice, all those words that come with that, those people are still left behind in the woods wondering, oh, dang, what am I going to do with my racism that I was taught? And now that's fading out. So now, okay, forget it, I'll go in public, and I'll just say that I hate everybody. So I pay attention to how some white people pay attention, how some white people treat black people, and I be like, okay, they're just a cool person, okay, whatever, that's cool, all right, that's just what's up. They have an issue somewhere else. Then you got people that just like they're so funny, it's like they got like a thing for black men, so they gotta keep them down to some place which those are the people in the woods. So anyway, that's my. So I feel like being aware of that type of stuff, these microaggressions, I think that kind of helps. So you can know. I was an anti-bullier since I was little, and I think anti-bullies, we need to be able to be aware of that, and also just kind of help each other out. Just like, because here's the thing. That's the last thing I'm saying. I think obviously in every room, people will. If you treat a person bad, no matter who it is, they're gonna act crazy. But if you treat them right, like no matter what they are, they'll try to treat you right unless they're trolling like as a hobby, and then you can shut them down by getting on their level. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to what you said is a focus on microaggressions as a problem ignores the progress that mentioning microaggressions obviously points out. If we've gone past the macro problems and we're down to measuring microaggressions, I think that we've already made some significant progress. I actually think anyone that is focused on a microaggression is purposely missing the bigger point. There are challenges and big things that we have to figure out. The threats to America, you guys are voting on. It's funny to see out of 52 votes, 39% said that debt is the biggest threat. 29% say that it's Islamic extremism. 22% say white supremacy. Although the people that say white supremacy, for whatever reason, they vote and then they leave the room. And then communism at 12%. I don't know if this is the exact order that would reflect a larger sample size, but I am happy with the idea that the debt is recognized as the number one threat to America. What is Marv saying? Marv is saying, no respect from the jump and wonders why no solutions can be talked about. He's the guy that I asked multiple times, what's your solution? And he decided to not do it. Still gay, staring at another man's profile pic. I don't know what that means. White people love acting like they never cause problems. I think a lot of people cause problems. I mean, Marv caused a problem on the stage and doesn't want to own up to it. No accountability. Let's see. Joss is saying microaggressions don't keep me from getting the bag. Gilda says put your solution in the chat, Marv. Elizabeth says Islamic extremism. Check. Okay. All right. On that note, Elizabeth, I don't think it's a religion. I think it's a cult. Matter of fact, I think it's a pedophile death cult. The Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile, married a 6-year-old girl, fucked her when she was 9. But some of you guys think there's no problem with that. Baseball card curmudgeon says need to act black fatigue to the poll. I only have 4 choices. I would have added more. Marv says all lives matter in quotation marks, and he's laughing. I don't even know who he's fucking speaking to. Dr. Adams says noisy white women cause the most problems. They're progressive. That's probably true. Marv says everyone causes problems. Ducky once again. Some problems bigger than others. Elizabeth says legacy of conquest. Yep. And then Cowboy Honest says, hello, I'm from Africa. I need an honest woman from Western countries. Wow, that might be the most interesting thing I've seen in chat all day. Cowboy, please come to the stage. Young Zealous says, our presidents have, I think he meant to say pedophilia. I don't know what he's referring to there. But George says, dysgenics. Marv says, America based off slavery and racism, but yet white folks cause no problems that need fixed over other minority problems. Hurts your feelings too much to open that can of worms. Actually, no. I think the problem is that some people will ignore that the origins of this country, we did some diabolical shit, and that should be called out. I think you're right for pointing that out, but I think also people like yourself that don't recognize the progress that this country's made, specifically when it comes to race relations, if you don't recognize the progress, then you're a part of the current problem. And we did a room on our race relations relations better in 2025 than they were in 1960. And you had some really ignorant people that said, no, they've never improved. And then I would ask, well, what about if we compared 1860 to 2025? And they would say, no, it's always been bad. And so if you can't acknowledge that there's been improvement in race relations, then you are literally the biggest part of the current problem in race relations.
They're overskeptical, I guess. Towards the things they don't recognize. But if you make the vice versa, like towards some of the Americans or white Americans, or whatever, towards Arabian countries or different other countries, they're overskeptical towards those countries, and they're more they favor themselves. So it's like a yin and yang, like a alternate universe type of situation thing. Because like honestly, but I like what you said, Mojo, because actually we do need to take notes. I said this to on my Facebook. I said, yo, pay attention here. Neighbors are not blowing each other up. They're not assassinating each other. They're not offing each other. This is not even happening in the White States. So like we should be celebrating over the things that we've accomplished, Mojo. And so a lot of people, they don't do that. We should do that and go to that list, yeah, so for sure.
I think with the risk of becoming too meta, Mojo, I think whenever you're having a discussion, you have to kind of leave your ego at the door, or you won't be able to have a productive discussion, regardless of your background, what you work in, whatever. Like you have to kind of take that aside and then you stick to the issue, right? So we waited for like at least 10 minutes for Marv to give us an explanation or a solution to the current issue with the deficit, right? And all he wanted to talk about was, my this and my that, fuck you, and gets boring really quick, okay? So to provide a solution, actually, I think that's the kind of interesting. I think we should end the Fed, and I say that as a non-citizen, but I'm also affected by the policies of, the Fed. So ending the Fed would be the utmost priority. The Federal Reserve, they need to stop what they're doing, because I'm actually even more black-pilled than most people in here. I think we've passed the monetary event horizon. So what's going to happen is they're just going to keep printing and then hope to God that all the economies crash before the American one. That's what they're doing. They can't do anything else. It's not like, even if Trump tomorrow slashed everything, it would still be too late, because the interest payments alone are $1 trillion every 100 days, right? So they have to do something radical. Likely it would require some sort of restructuring where we either use gold again, and then people will say, well, gold is inefficient. Well, okay, maybe we have to do something, because this paper system that we have now is not sustainable, right? So tangible assets. So maybe we can tie it to land or commodities or like productive real estate or something, But there needs to be a strategic shift from paper promises to real world collateral. That's what needs to happen.
Okay, hold on. I want to read the latest from the midwit in the chat. He said, capitalism and Trump and America got the whole world blind to who really is the problem, due to everyone speaking English and our U.S. military threat. So, first of all, Marv, Trump's not a capitalist. Trump actually supports tariffs. Trump actually is an economic interventionist. He's the opposite of capitalism. And so, Marv, if I were able to bring you up on the stage, I would. It's clear that you don't understand Trump's policies, which I don't support, by the way. But more importantly, you don't understand what capitalism is. You wouldn't be able to define it. And now I understand, with your lack of intellect, why you chose not to engage on stage when somebody asked you repeatedly what problem were you looking to solve. So you can continue doing your shit, but I think I'm going to shut this room down. I'm going to open a new one. Hold on. Marv, you're welcome to join the house, unless unless you have an aversion to being in the muff. Some people do. We call those faggots. So if you don't like to be in the muff, you don't have to join. But I'm going to end this room. I'm going to restart a new room. Those who see you guys here in a minute. And Marv, you're welcome to join. I will pull you up on the stage. Matter of fact, I'm going to title the room so everybody can search for it. I'm going to title it Marv versus Mojo. And just come on in and we'll have some fun.
Marv versus Mojo.
I will be bringing people up here in a second.
Yeah, that was kind of funny how, I mean, if the room title is Ideas to Improve America and everything is always about microaggressions, racial identity politics, gender, race, or climate change, I don't know, it's pretty elementary. I mean, use Grok to run some forward calculations and just look at, at what point. See, the things, how does the Federal Reserve, how are they going to even go along with it? If Chairman Powell is balking about what they're wasting the money on, but he says, it's stable enough, but it's unsustainable. They know. So it's like, again, I think it does go back to status quo. But anyways, this is what I believe is an important issue as somebody who's running, to communicate with people. But I need to do more work outside of Clown House for the campaign. But I thank you for what you're doing. And the comedy that you are bringing, the controlled chaos and the controlled comedy is what I appreciate, because the sound wall, as you call it, nobody likes banging their head against the sound wall. So I thank you for, doing what you're doing.
You're welcome. If anybody knows Marv, please ping him in. I want to talk to Marv.
I want to make it clear, I don't associate with him. He's not on my side. He don't represent my beliefs against capitalism.
Hey, I have to own Astro. You have to own Marv.
Listen. You can call me and my reasonings for not liking capitalism retarded, stupid, faggot, whatever you want to call it. Just don't associate me with Marv's positions. And you know what, Brad? I'll do you a favor. If you don't associate me with Marv's positions, I won't associate you with Astro's positions. How does that feel?
Oh yeah, we got bipartisan agreement there.
Perfect.
So Brad, are you a Yankee or a Confederate?
I'm a Yankee. I would have fought for the North, and I would have gladly took those Confederate gray little fucking twats, and I would have dragged them out, and I would have ass-ripped them with a bayonet.
Damn!
That's the same. Yeah, we would have been over straight up.
You would have fought for the North, Brad?
Hell yeah, I'm a Northman.
Oh, okay.
That's a healthy laugh you have there, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know. I just give them all on the line. It's crazy.
That kind of surprised me. I'm proud of you, Brad.
Fucking slavery is one of the most horrific things that has existed in history, and the idea that somehow everyone should be forced to bend the knee to somebody because they think they're superior in any class. And so I think people should, those little Confederate values.
You just said in any class?
For any class, yeah. Like if you're,
Yeah. So like for example, should I have to bend the knee to my boss at work? Should I not be able to read the rewards of my own labor?
Yeah. in a practicality sense, yeah. You should be able to take a paycheck, but if you sat there and said my services are worth X and you made a contract with that employer who said I will pay you X, then you need to live up to your end of the bargain unless you want.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that too. I completely agree with that too. And if you want to change that contract, go ahead and get some other people and start bargaining collectively.
Yeah, that's one part. But that's basically what happened with the Americans like that. But at the end of the day, people are doing good. But I was thinking, it's not the same topic as what it used to be. But there's a topic or whatever. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If the world, God, there's so much to say about this, but I'm gonna keep it short. If people just
It's okay to take a deep breath and think about what you're gonna say and think words.
It's okay. I got it. I was there. I just canceled it out. But I was like, if people just do what's right, people do what's right. Not just right, but like virtue. Like we got virtue. If people would take a virtuous type of mindset, not just only morally, because morals are subjective. But if you do a virtuous moral change, then the world will be better. If we just do that first. But
enlightenment
America, not exactly America.
To know
Like the Confederates,
there's nowhere to go.
They are dragging us
Just
along.
the understanding that this is all.
That
This is perfect.
I think the old brother.
That this is it.
The old brother of the Confederate.
Enlightenment is not an achievement.
Still here. And I think
It is an understanding that there is nothing to achieve, nowhere to go. You are already there. You've never been away. You cannot be away from there.
Because I think that
There's
old
never
brother,
been missed.
that
Maybe you've forgotten. That's all.
he doesn't
Maybe
want
you've fallen asleep.
anybody.
That is
So
all.
like we can have unity.
In the process of learning out these confusions, we discover enlightenment.
I'm assassinate you.
If the process
And
were
I
otherwise,
so
the awakening of mind and product
why you guys are doing
is in fact the solution.
so bad.
Anything which is good must sooner or later die.
God gave them a
Enlightenment
chance.
were created in such a way that would always be a possibility of ego reasserting itself, causing a return to the confused state. Enlightenment is permanent, because we have not produced it, we have merely discovered it. All the Buddhas of all the ages have been telling you a very simple fact.
I'd rather talk about the Yankees than the Renaissance.
Don't try to become. Within these two words, be and becoming, your whole life is contained. Being is enlightenment. Becoming is ignorance. Enlightenment appears to come in stages, but in truth, it happens all at once when it happens. Awakening happens suddenly, like when you turn on a light bulb in darkness. Darkness immediately disappears when you turn on your own light. Ignorance disappears. You are hope. Happens when you don't want it to happen. As long as you want it to happen, there is somebody who wants it to happen. But somebody has to disappear. The person that wants it to happen is keeping it back. That is the personal I. Silence is the best way to wait. You know, I just want to say, as an American, having worked with African Americans, Black people in America, I've had good experiences and bad experiences. But even with the bad experiences, in retrospect and self-analysis, it was a me problem who didn't know how to deal with conflict. And those women, those African American women, those beautiful women, those relationships, it was definitely a lack of maturity and maybe even lack of wisdom. I think that was probably the biggest thing, is because I think after enough time, now this may sound ridiculous, but I think this American experience has to be based on enlightenment type of principles and philosophy, because there is no other way to explain or rationalize some DEI encounters that I've had in my professional career. But nonetheless, through great psychology and great wisdom and great philosophy, in retrospect, I see it was a lack of wisdom on my part and why I got angry over those exchanges of communication. It was a me problem.
Complete beef with black women on the job. Is that the gist of it, sir?
I'm just saying, as a fresh lieutenant in the Army, coming out of a military academy and having gone through infantry training, and meeting a black female major in the Army intelligence, business unit of the Army, as you would call it, I was. It was like watching Oprah in a military uniform, but a meaner and nastier Oprah. So it wasn't a pleasant. It was an eye-opening experience into my lack of esoteric wisdom.
So the experience helped you build a little character, some self-reflection. Is that it? That's probably good.
No, the only way I can rationalize that experience is based on esoteric philosophy, because any government or any organization that allows people to obtain ranks of power, prestige, and authority based solely on gender or race display, as opposed to intelligence or earning it, or even purposeful function of the organization. The military is a fucking police force that is used to kill our enemies and protect our country. And to spend $100 billion on it, because what I've realized after working in the federal government and in the Army for many, many years, the whole thing is one giant jobs program. No one ever loses their job, even if they don't show up. So it is a giant bureaucracy, and it is a parasite on the American people and their well-being. The people are the host. The government is the parasite. I am complete.
Well, actually, I kind of agree with that a little bit. My wife said that. She said that she worked with there was a gay guy who just wasn't doing anything right there. He was just lollygagging around. And I was like, man, it's crazy you just said that. She told me that story. And I was like, oh, yeah. But she said, yeah, it was annoying. And then there was people who stole stuff. And they was like, okay, don't report it, whatever, because something about insurance. I don't know. There's some different stuff. I was like, huh. So I kind of get what you're saying.
When you get a federal job and you realize that it's like having Social Security for the rest of your life, you're never going to leave it. But the fact of the matter is, if America isn't run like a business, then we are not capitalists. We're not a republic. We are a communist state. And I don't care if you think the Federal Reserve is separate or there's a secret union. We have become the Soviet Union. And we are this kind of, on my wall, I have rubles. I have a $100 ruble note and a $50 note. It's this same economic system. It's fiat. So
it's not the same system. It's actually it's the World War II Italian system. The infusion of the corporations with the government is exactly what Benito Mussolini had advocated for. He called it corporatism. The critics of of capitalism call it crony capitalism. What we should refer to it is economic fascism. I don't think it's capitalism. I don't think it's communism. It's economic fascism. It's broken though, for sure.
Well, when I say communism, I mean a jobs program. But anyways, you're absolutely right. I don't think anything's going to change, and I don't even find that disheartening, because I think that it's a giant, it's a global Ponzi scheme. It's because you could look at the debt of Japan and China, etc. Every country is doing central bank planning and fiat currency, so the system is already in a great state of equilibrium, and forex and the currency markets. I mean, that has to all reflect this like perfect parity. I mean, you could look at the dinar in countries that have fallen and look at their currency. But anyways, the whole point is, this is the Mojo Show, and where is Marv?
Yeah, I think it's clear. Let the record show that Marv, who identifies as an anti-capitalist, I shut down that room to be able to open a room that would be more inclusive, bring him to the stage so he could articulate his views.
he decided not to show up. I wonder why.
It's probably smart of him too, because there's secret societies, and what's crazy? Okay, so in America, I think things.
I don't think it's a secret societies.
Okay, this is what I think. Like, if you consume the information of deepest thoughts, you stay protected. If you give all your thoughts away, people can target you. Not people. But I feel like there's intelligence behind a lot of things that we don't even know there's in secret societies. And so when they get a toll of information, whatever, the analytics of how people think, then they come up with plans behind the closed doors. I feel like a lot of us who have good thoughts, we let it out, and it's good to let it out to be understood. Things need to change, but there's people right now that are either Freemasons, Illuminati, or some kind of psychology differently. Many type of things.
Yeah,
so like,
yeah.
Yeah.
What type of medication do you have?
There's none, but that's probably what you're on.
Young, Young, I live next door to a very large Masonic hall here in Chicago. Do you know what they do in Masonic halls or churches or any religious organization? Do you know what they primarily do?
Wow. So there's two things. There's different degrees, and then what they do on the front of anything.
No, just give me one word, a summarized word about what these organizations do. Thank you.
They form together. They come together.
Oh, it's education, dude. They're in the education publishing business, the communication business. It's information. What's the problem with it?
So you see what I'm saying? So look, so if you study, you need to study this. You used to be Freemason or whatever. And I think this is. Hold on. Come on, I want to look. Where you Mason?
Let's pretend that this stage is a bowling alley, and let's just pretend that you've rolled a bunch of gutter balls, and now as a friend, I'm lifting up the bump. Hold on, listen. I'm lifting up the bumpers. You're gonna knock down some pins.
If I still with them, that's why you acting this way.
Well, yeah, I have no problem. No, hold on. I have no problem with the Masons, but it sounds to me like you're someone that doesn't understand what Masons are.
I haven't explained it yet, so I don't think that's what you're saying.
Okay. So walk me through. Okay, what are the two things that you do not discuss in a Masonic hall?
I wanted to stay on the topic of this from a bowl.
I was just asking what those two things are. Well, you're an expert on this subject, so I want to
answer your question towards what he said.
Well, I'm illustrating that you don't know what happens in a Masonic hall.
That's part of your bias, because you're trying to protect it. That's okay.
But you don't know what happens in there. Tell me the two things you can't talk about.
Yeah, it's the thing that I could talk about, right?
What are the two things you don't talk about in a Masonic hall?
If I was to talk to the Mormons, I could talk to them about certain things. And now I don't have to know every secret.
And now we're talking about Mormons.
No, I'm saying because some of them are Freemasons, right? And you can be many things.
You can be any religion.
Yeah,
you just.
Hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hold on. What are the requirements to being a Mason?
Brother, I'm not getting into all of that right now. That was my point.
I don't think you know.
But you're cutting me off because you're triggered by it.
No, I'm asking you to. I'm qualifying your expertise on the topic.
Exactly. I probably do remember. I wouldn't remember for what that impression. But you're the moderator right now, so you don't have that pressure. You only have heat towards being the leader right now. That's all I'm saying. Right now, I'm trying to pinpoint on what I know. What I do know is what I'm mentioning. And so that's the same place.
Got it. Okay. So for the record, you don't know the requirements to being a Mason, and you don't know the two things that you don't discuss when you're in a Masonic hall, but you're an expert on Masonry.
Are you talking about religion that you don't discuss, bro?
No, it's one of the things.
Oh, dang, I have to be right. That came to me because of the lack of pressure. So that's what I'm saying to you. The human brain works different. If you make it safe, they'll be able to give it.
I agree. Your human brain is working much different than mine. Go ahead.
But no, I appreciate it, right? There's many degrees. So if there's if you're a higher degree, you would know the deeper things.
How do you obtain the different degrees?
Brother, I'm not going through a questionnaire about it. I know it sounds good. Sounds like it's essential.
sounds like you've read like a Facebook post about this. Ordo Chao is translates to order out of chaos. It's interesting how like you have like these basically like these headlines, but you know nothing about it. Do you know how to obtain first-degree masonry?
I claim no knowledge.
Got it. Okay, but you know that there's
some weird stuff that happened. It's some weird stuff that happened. So I had dreams about entering the Masonic place. The doors were open, and it was like I walked in. So, anyways, after that dream, I'm fast forward after the dream, satanic stuff, and I saw the presidents and stuff. But when I got out of the dream, a couple days later, when I was living with my roommate, I walked down the street, went walking for a jog or whatever, and then I went to this elf place. I'm probably giving too much information, but I walked down there, and I went. This was important. I'm stopping.
Are you talking about your fattest? Are you talking about your fattest?
Okay, so look, then I walked in. So this one is short. It's very short. I walked in. I knocked on the door. So like I was like, okay, yeah, I would like to learn a little bit about the elves, whatever. And then then they said, I can't remember what it was. They said something like, come in. And they said normally we don't let people in, but I'll let you in. And the door was open. And so the dude said, what is he doing in here? I mean, like, not to be a.
Are you on SNAP benefits?
What are you doing in here? That's what he was like basically saying. Because you don't supposed to come in, it's like a member and stuff. And so
you on cash assistance?
God's leading me into certain things. It's like deeper things, just like the Apostle John saw things about the countries.
Young, when was the last time you read a book?
Just recently, I read the Bible a lot, but also I was reading Romans. It wasn't a specific book.
Yeah, let's talk about the Bible. And we finally found something we both know about. So, can you give me an interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
What is it? What is the verse, brother?
It's when the prophet Elisha was being mocked by the kids, and Elisha prayed to God to do something, and bears came out of the woods and mauled 47 children.
Yeah. So are you like an agnostic atheist or whatever? What are you?
No, I believe in God. I'm a theist. My question is, what are we supposed to learn from that? Are we supposed to say that if children are mocking other children, that violence is the answer?
I would say there's times where God is close, there's times where they're paying attention like a lot, and then there's times where there's anointing on a person, and then things happen, and then there's times where it's like the opposite.
So you weren't familiar with 2 Kings chapter 2?
Yeah, I was familiar with it. Yeah,
you are familiar.
I was diagnosed in your beliefs. That's why I was like saying agnostic. I was what you do, but deism is. That's why when you came in to like to ask questions, I knew that you were part of something.
Part of something, huh? Actually, I dedicated to being not part of something.
But deism is like attached to the president's back then. I think it's deism. So for me,
do you know what deism is?
Yeah, it's like God doesn't have any involvement, but he's creating them.
Yeah, it's so the only thing that I reject is the truth claims and the origin stories that some of you people subscribe to. But I believe that there's a God.
And somebody just mentioned this at a church that I went to, and he said something like, "Did you know George? I think it's Jefferson who he took out the miraculous things in the Bible."
George Jefferson was the star of was the lead character in the TV show The Jeffersons with the theme song "Moving On Up." That's George Jefferson.
Okay, I must have it wrong. What was it, Jefferson? I mean, what was his name? What was his next name?
I think you're thinking of Thomas Jefferson. But I can see how you get those things confused.
Thank you, Mojo. That was funny as hell. Thank you, bro. That's just terrible. I was sweating right now. 30 calories burned. Thank you, Mojo. But no, Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson, he took out the miraculous Bible verses in there because he's like a deist, but he also
let's put the bumpers back up.
Well, you have intelligence. You're denying it, even though that could make sense. You just
I want to put the bumpers back up and focus the conversation. So let's get into a scripture that I want to get your opinion on. Leviticus 18:22. What do you think?
Okay, let's see, 30, I guess. Okay, let's see. It's not good. It's weird. Let me see, Leviticus
18:22.
18:22.
And depending on what version you're reading, it's if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, that's detestable, saith the Lord.
Yeah, I got every version. Let me look at it. Let me see. I'm gonna look at the actual Hebrew here. Then we can actually see what's there now. What I got there, Alexandra, Magatos. Alright. Let me see.
Fuck was that? Were you ordering something?
This is my Latin spell. I'm joking. That's true. Let's joke. I'm Christian. And with a male, not you shall lie. Obviously, don't read that. Obviously. But as with a woman, is an abomination.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I think.
So you don't like faggots?
Yeah, well, I don't hate them, but yeah, I don't hate them. But I agree with the laying down with the woman, laying down with the man, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Look, to each their own. All right, I want to pass the mic around. This has been fun. You feel free to tap back in. You got a contagious laugh. I think you've won over most of the people in this room with your spirit. There's definitely a kindness about you. Yeah, you're welcome in the muff anytime. Matter of fact, the only people that don't enjoy being in the muff are the people that were referred to in Leviticus 18:22. But that's a whole other story. So, yeah. Brad, Serendipity, Nye, Don Lopez, my favorite person ever. What do you guys want to talk about?
I know, right? Thank you.
Marv was a no-show, so I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves.
I want to discuss. I want to find out, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find the name of that fucking third-party management company for DCFS that the LA Times informed on everyone about back when Gabriel Fernandez was murdered. Or kid, but yes. And people don't know about it. That we're wasting all that money on a company like that. People knew about it, they'd be like, get out.
Is that the boy that there was a Netflix documentary made about him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't watch that. It's just I've heard about it, and it sounds horrible.
It was boring.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch that. Everyone felt that child parents, the system. Yeah.
Right, even the welfare system, the DCFS, yeah.
But yeah, defending, they'd rather they're more worried about that than actually defending like our laws and values and kind of, they stay silent and supporting it, and yeah, it's really putting the country's future at like serious doubt. It's quite concerning.
Well, it's because the average British citizen does not have any values.
Have you ever opened up a pizza restaurant or created a website to sell a book or maybe listed something on eBay, Young? Have you ever worked a job where you had a boss that had investors or a management team that?
You ever watch Gladiator movies?
Yeah.
You see the grown man naked? Young, that was a great example of capitalism, by the way. Just, yeah, I've heard it. I was down below. Somebody invited me up.
Mark, let me ask you a question, Mark.
The epitome of capitalism is what Young just talked about.
Mark, if everybody in America had a compost heap in their backyard, how much do you think we could knock off the federal national debt in 10 years? Be honest.
Oh my God, that's a room in itself, my friend. But guess what? If everybody knew the value of organics, the farming, it would change so much on so many levels. So when you make fun of me on these different venues that we're talking on, you have no clue the value of organics.
Farmers don't know the value of organics.
I'm saying we the people, individually,
no,
have no clue how important it
in
is.
a suburb or a city environment. The biggest decision of your consumption or products is whether you're going to have which Uber driver you're going to have deliver your food. That's a different topic. But if you're talking about the actual farmers or the people who work in agriculture and those that live off of the land, they actually know. They know a lot more. But you're probably not allowed to talk to you don't. You get fed by people who live off the land, who live, sweat, die, bleed by the land, who raise their children without so much as a huge offering and ridiculous support. You critique them, you pass laws, and then you sit there and cry when your gold wrap there is out there.
Basically, you can be so rude, you have no clue who I am, what I'm talking about. But yet you can just throw me under the bus.
Please enlighten me. Prove me wrong.
No, I'm saying I contend that we the people could easily stop, first of all, the waste. It's all about this
Presidential candidate.
Undoing the value of organics. And any urban farmer in general, realizes that's your power.
Also, what I think is weird is like, is it just
You told me that question. You haven't done anything. All you said is that we could save money by doing organics. Like some other bill would have.
I understand we're going to save the world with organics. And how to apply. Teaching people how to use organics in the school. I mean, all this stuff.
You think farmers don't know that already? You don't think that if I take a banana peel and put it in the ground,
farmers know how to do it. But the regular person doesn't. They don't realize how simple it can be.
Well, thank you for elaborating my point. You proved my point. You in an urban environment or suburb order pizza on Friday night.
Go get a Mars bar.
What the fuck is a Mars bar?
Running America, we have.
What the fuck is a Mars bar? I don't even understand. So you're all over.
Mars bar is a candy tree.
Wait, gentlemen, let me interrupt your candy bar conversation. Mark, do you think at $37 trillion over the next 10 years, let's say we get to $50 trillion, do you think, paying $2 trillion on the interest is too much? I mean, what would you do to manage the budget, Mark, and the money supply?
In the system, you are going to be the last person people go to change it all. You, America, have no clue. American.
No, I'm asking you, what's your solution to the budget crisis, to the borrowing and spending crisis? What would you do if you were president of America and you had absolute control and you were Mussolini? What would you do, Mark, as a fascist or a communist or a socialist? What would you do? Or a capitalist? You tell us, Mark, what would you do if you had snap your fingers? What would you do?
Yeah, first of all, I would live by example. I would take all the interest we have in war. I'd bring us all back and apologize for the nasty stuff we've done on so many levels. I'd bring us all back. I'd put all that budget into figuring out how we the people can set up a system of government that is sustainable rather than putting these politicians, these people who have, these Congress people who have
Wait, how is it sustainable? As 2 years?
No, I would
Your blanket apology, you're just going to stand there over the podium and go, you know what, bro? Sorry. You know,
yeah, like we're well, listen.
we didn't mean to. We didn't want to show you that how
cool would it be?
voice
You
like
call me
that.
Mussolini. You call me Mussolini. How cool would it be? Listen, I apologize for all the stuff we did. Now we're going to come back and try to figure out the founding fathers, Thomas Paine especially, of course, the key founding father, because nobody's read the founding father. Of course. Actually, hold on. The fuck are you doing? You just said something. You said nobody's read Thomas Paine. I literally had a Thomas Paine book club on this app, and we went through Age of Reason, we went through Common Sense. I mean, like, what are you even talking about? You didn't invite me? Wait. You might not have been on the app at the time. This was back in 2022. Well, next time you do it, you need to have me on the app with you. Yeah,
Why are you the authority on all Thomas Paine? No one else.
I'm this person that is resurrecting him to the founding father, the founding.
You know, Mark, I asked you about the debt and what you would do to address the debt, but let me ask a different question. Does anybody here have any revenue ideas or business ideas that America could get involved in to generate more income and more revenue?
Everything American. You ever hear of the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist Movement? Free World Charter, American? I know you haven't because you're so trapped in this nasty system that's destined to fail. It's destined to fail. Hold on. It sounds like both of you reject the current system, but you just have different ideas of what that would look like. Why be so adversarial with each other? Why don't you guys just have a calm, collected conversation about it? I'm happy to that.
Yeah.
But American was in the last room that I was in. Yeah, no, he could be a little trollish, but the question he asked I thought was a fair one. You know, if you were king for a day and you could make these changes, like what would you do that would reduce spending? What would you do that would reduce spending, that would reduce the debt, and it would make Americans more prosperous? Like, what are your ideas? Yeah, thank you. First of all, we're getting ready to get into some where AI is going to be taking many of the jobs, right? So we have to know that that's a fact. Not just blue-collar workers, white-collar workers. Job will be gone. These people are going to wonder what to do next. In a job where no matter how you figure it out, AI is going to do it better than you. And a corporate entity is going to always hire AI. Always. Because you know why? They do it far better.
That doesn't answer any of the
Let them do
fucking
it
questions.
all. But how do we make money if money is the standard? How do we make money again? Maybe money doesn't need to be the standard. Could you imagine that? What if we could all figure out the equal standard of living, where everybody has food, shelter, and clothing? What if we could figure that out? What if you didn't need as much? What if all people need, the youth I think are getting this anyway, is just information, where you can get the information and be able to walk the planet peacefully. So on planet Earth.
Schools that aren't, you haven't even answered the basic question, but we already have that system. It's called schools, high school, college, elementary school. You have pre-K, you have tutors, you have other institutes.
Brad, if everybody understood that information is at the click of the button, all these executive type school board people, we don't need to pay them anymore. They're gone. Bye-bye. You know why? Because I can get information at the click of a button. I don't need any of this bureaucracy bullshit.
That's actually deep, what you're saying, because like
Young, let me ask you a question. And Mark, I too, what is the difference between subjective and objective? Can anyone tell me maybe what the difference is between objective and subjective, or subjective, objective? Anyone?
Is based on opinions and feelings.
Okay, no, so he asked for his opinion. It should be offended unless you think that your opinion doesn't matter, right? And I think that's not the case. And I think we should learn the unity. How do you deal with diversity? Because in America, we haven't dealt with diversity as good as in the past or whatever, but we have today in a sense, right? But sometimes, so this is what I'm saying. School of thoughts. Okay, how do we deal with somebody that has the opposite opinion as me? If you look at those private societies, right? Like what I was mentioning earlier.
The private society. Young, what's the difference between objective and subjective?
I'm not attacking any wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on. See, look, it's always the one perspective.
Hold on. What question are you asking, American? Are you asking just the definition of subjective or objective?
I'm asking what's.
Well, hold on. Are we referring to objective reality? Are we talking about objective morality? Like, what are we trying to get at?
I'm trying to get at that the objective is more important than the subjective. Stuff in the real world, like my refrigerator full of stuff, my house full of stuff, my car full of stuff. Stuff, the object is better than the subject. So all I'm trying to point out is that, we are once again deflected and we are not focused on the problem, which is the debt.
Hold on. Young, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. Mark, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. Mark, I'll call on you. Mark and Young, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. I promise. Okay. Is there anyone on this stage that believes that reality is subjective? I'm just curious if you think that reality is subjective or objective.
I think that the publishing industry is subjective. I mean, you can't have one without the other. Without subjective, it's so boring. There's no content. So I'm just saying.
This is true, but here's the thing. I think when people talk about this subjective reality, I don't think they're really even thinking about what these things mean. I mean, to be objectively real, it means that it exists without observation. And so if somebody believes that reality is subjective, then that would mean that if they're not looking at a tree, that the tree isn't there.
Yeah, I don't believe that definition is right, what you said.
So you believe it's objective or subjective?
Reality is subjective when someone else is involved. When it's one person, if it's the author of everything, then it is objective. You have the objective, which is like, what is the goal? What is your plan for everything of what you created? You have dominion over it, and it's objective from the beginning. When you involve another person, then it becomes subjective. Stuff like that.
So wait, if the Federal Reserve is the Federal Reserve a subjective organization or an objective organization? So if you believe in infinite linear growth of debt, you're a subjectivist, correct?
Yeah, I would still say, you're still part of the bigger. You're not, even though you believe in infinite, doesn't mean that you are the infinite. So therefore, you still believe in infinite resources and all stuff like that. Doesn't mean you're the infinite, which could make you the object.
Okay, I got one more final question for you. Let me ask it. What's 100 times 1,000, Young? What's 100 times 1,000? Go ahead. What's the answer?
I don't even know, even though I'm not even gonna give too much thought because I wasn't good at math. But I would know it, like if I actually challenge myself to do it. But I'm not even
Actually, the answer is in the question itself.
Okay, so Mark, let me ask you, Mark, what is 100 times 1,000? Go ahead, Mark. 100 times 1,000.
I wanted to say a million.
100,000.
That's what I wanted to say initially. But yeah, education system, right? Because one of the thoughts that I would already knew that, right? But some of the subjective education system. Why do we make room for Dwight Young? He's not had a chance. He's not had a chance to speak yet. Let's hear from him.
Thanks. Yeah, I think one solution I would propose, assuming that we're keeping kind of the main system in place and trying to reform it. I think reducing medical costs is probably like, in my mind, and I'm no expert, but it just seems pretty obvious to me that that's like one of the most obvious things we can do, because we spend it's something like 3 times more in medical administrative costs than any other country. We spend more on medical costs in general than any other country, despite not actually having the best health outcomes. So I think reducing that, like if we were to actually attack that, it would do multiple things. One, because we spend so much on Medicare and Medicaid, this would help to reduce the amount of spending, which can kind of get us going in the other direction. Because right now we're spending more and more, and the debt is growing as opposed to shrinking. So I think a couple things happen. One, you literally reduce the amount of money that you're spending out. Get rid of some of these fucking administrative costs. Get rid of some of these fucking outrageous prices. And I'm aware that there's some nuance to that. By focusing on that, like in reducing the cost also.
Yes.
I thought they had some other.
No.
Yeah.
You never know with Norwegians. That's the thing.
Yeah, one thing about Norwegian, we don't know what's.
Actually having, nutritional standards for a country that aren't a joke. And this is one thing, like, I don't agree with RFK on a lot of shit, but I can see one good thing coming out of it, which is if we actually focus on health and we actually focus on reducing medical costs.
So, Dwight, here's the thing, right? The cost thing is one thing, but something you said is just patently false when you were talking about the healthcare system having bad outcomes. We actually have really good care in this country, really good care. And the other piece of this that people leave out of health outcomes is that a large amount of the outcomes around health are hereditary. The pieces that are not based on heredity are based on lifestyle choices. When you start factoring in the things, so you have things that are out of your control, which is, like, your predisposition to certain things. And then when you factor in the things that were in your control, like the lifestyle choices, do you eat healthy? Do you exercise? Do you get enough sleep? Do you get enough water? All those kind of things. Those have a much bigger impact on your overall health than whatever healthcare system you might be in. That being said, where health outcomes do come into play when it comes to the system that you have in play is if you do have something where you need some preventative care, or you need to solve a problem, let's say you need a surgery or something of that nature, you want to be able to have access. You need to be able to afford the care, and then you want the quality of the care to be really, really good. And when you think about those 3 legs, access, quality of care, and cost of care, you can't have all 3 optimized. The best you can do is 2.
Mark,
you're not going to interrupt me, Mark. That's not going to happen. If you're going to have high quality care, and you want to give access to everyone, it's not going to be low cost. If you want access for everyone and you want it to be low cost, it's not going to be high quality. These are trade-offs. We make trade-offs with pretty much everything we do in life. And when it comes comes to medicine, it's no different. And so anyone that's promising you a system that is low cost, high quality, and access to everybody, they're plain and simply lying.
John, Mark, let me, before you, if you don't mind, because we were kind of back and forth. No, I 100% agree, and I think that's why I was saying, like, I think the RFK thing, RFK Jr. thing, even though I think he's like a fucking idiot, I think like that could work out because yeah, I agree. Like our lifestyles are a huge factor, and I think that is probably more tied to our health outcomes than we probably give credit for. I mean, the fact that we have so many people obese and have all of these conditions that put this burden on our healthcare system, and then on top of that, you know, we have all these other exacerbating factors like administrative costs and that sort of thing. My only thing that I would say, I get you, and that may be right. You know, you got to choose instead of this burden on our healthcare system. And then on top of that, you know, we have all those other countries that we can look to take ideas from. We don't necessarily have to emulate them. It's not that, you know, other countries are necessarily perfect, but we can definitely do it better. Like, I think most people would agree we can do this much better than how we're doing it. We can be much more efficient. And with that being the largest, if I remember, I think that's like our largest governmental expense, fucking Medicare.
Mark, jump in. Yeah, if I may, real quick. With today's technology, I go to the doctor. I go and he seems to leave the room all the time. I always think he goes, like I tell him my problem is, I think he goes and he leaves the room and then I think he goes to the internet and punches in what I said to him, which I can do myself. And I think all of us can do that with today's technology. We can punch in our symptoms and make. The only thing we can't do is prescribe. As if we can't prescribe certain drugs for ourselves. But if we could, that would be kind of cool, I think, in my personal opinion. But we don't need, with AI, we don't need any of that baggage either. If all of us are in tune to our own self. Like, whatever I feel, I have pain, fractured, like a broken arm or something like that, that's different. I gotta go to a doctor. Somebody's gonna fix my arm. But when it comes to being sick or something, I punch this my ailment, I gotta go to a machine, right? That more and more of these machines they're coming to us. To where anybody can run them. Right?
Well, Mark, I hate to interrupt, but do you realize if we could cut borrowing and cut spending, the medical industrial complex, the health insurance companies would have to adapt to the new financial reality that they're not going to get as much in billables as they've been getting because the budget's been cut. Would you be okay with that, Mark?
Yes, most certainly.
So out of $2 trillion a year, what do you think is a fair cut? 20%, 30%, 10%, 50%?
I don't know what it is, but I know technology is happening. And the more we, as individuals, understand this, because nobody cares about our individual status than we, the people, who care about ourselves, right? So we're going. I'm going to Google on, and it's getting better, by the way. Meta is getting better. And they will send you down a path that you can discern way more than a doctor. That it's got a few thoughts in their head that might be good for you. I contend that the shit's going to hit the fan, and those people will lose their jobs as well. And that's a big deal.
Mark, let me ask you, I'm sure you've heard this, Bill Gates has stated that in about 10 years, maybe less, maybe a little bit more, the AIs will replace the doctors, the teachers. You won't even have to leave your house to get a diagnosis, get treatment. Well, you'll leave your house to get treatment. It'll be the robots operating on you if you need surgery. So what's your take on that? Do you think that there is some that we have something to be worried about, or is this a hopeful future in terms of medical advancements that in 10 years' time, maybe 20 years, maybe longer, maybe less, doctors will be obsolete? I mean, it's kind of frightening when you think about the young folks who might want to go to medical school and then they not have a job when they come out of college, right? So what's your opinion? Do you think the AIs are going to be
be our future doctors, nurses, and surgeons.
I think it's amazing. And I think, especially through COVID, which the AI has helped me immensely. Not just COVID, real people working with AI. I think of Clubhouse. I think of reasons why I never got the vax. I'm so grateful that I never got the vaccination for COVID. This nasty freaking crap that was. I'm grateful for it, my friend.
Mark, I gotta jump in here. Mark, do you think the government should immediately fund medical AI technology? Do you think the government should continue funding and spend as much money to figure out medical AI? What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, if the machine can do it better than us, I want the machine to do it better than us. It frees us up, on so many levels, where we the people can do other things. Imagine, I always get, I go to a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, you got somebody, and I did the jobs. Back in the day, I'm an older person. I did all the stupid jobs that really slowed me down in life, I think. With the AI, it's going to change so much stuff, in my opinion, better if we don't blow ourselves up in the process. If we don't, all these political nasties that think they run everything, they do run everything. It's not that they think, they do run everything. But when we the people grasp the concept of AI, they're part of it too. All these political people want the same thing we want. By the way, everybody wants the same thing. We want.
No, that's not true. No, we do not all want the same thing.
Yeah, I think we do.
I think we don't.
Well, what don't you want that a rich man doesn't want?
I will tell you. I will tell you that I hear a lot of people say that they want equality and equity, and I don't give two shits about either of those two things.
Why would you say that, Mojo?
Because I don't care about those two things. I think they're irrelevant. No, I don't think that we are equal. Is my point.
You said you didn't care about it.
Yeah, I don't care about it. I don't care about it. I think that the pursuit of equality is. Yeah, well, it's a statement that you disagree with. You're proving my point. Thank you.
Mark, there's a Native American expression that says, if you can say it, it is not true. And, everybody doesn't want the same thing. A lot of people really don't like America. A lot of people want to see this country's legacy destroyed because they have bad political positions and maybe they're immoral or unethical. So that's all or nothing thinking, Mark. That's all or nothing thinking. That's called a cognitive distortion.
Well, and hold on. I want to hold on, Mark. You're going to have to get better at the listening part of these conversations. So, Mark, do you hear my voice? Thank you. Jesus Christ. So you said that all people want the same thing. There's a death cult, a pedophile death cult, that wants to be able to fuck children. I don't want that. I don't think we all want the same thing.
Well, that's a stupid analogy, but whatever.
It's a cognitive
Wait, hold on. If it's a stupid analogy, then you tell me, are you with them? Do you want to fuck children? Or maybe you want something different.
You've turned the conversation into a rude conversation.
No, I'm proving the point. I'm proving the point.
You should already know the question. The answer to the question you asked.
So I'm proving the point that you want different things than I want, and you made the statement that all people want the same thing, and I think that that's categorically false.
And when I said that, I meant food, shelter, and clothing. Everybody wants a healthy way to live through life.
What about newness? What about newness? What about newness?
You gotta go. What about newness?
Okay, newness choose to not wear clothes, and homeless people choose, in many cases, they're choosing to not have a shelter.
This idea of everybody wanting this.
Wait, hold on. And furthermore, all three of those things you said food, shelter, and clothing. People can choose to be on a hunger strike. Shout out to the people in Ireland. You can
not have clothing. Shout out to the news. So I think you're wrong. Mojo, you're a classic.
Wait, could I have one more thing?
Life is so damn hard.
Mark.
We have people like
Wait, stop.
Wait,
Like,
can I?
it's hard. Hold on. Like, I've been listening. Sorry, Lord. You know what? Go ahead. That was rude. Go ahead, Lord. I apologize.
No, Brad, go ahead. When you're done, I'll go next.
Mark, life is hard. I don't understand this concept where you don't have to put in energy, you don't have to put in work, you don't have to put in creativity, you don't have to have critical thinking or rationale. Life is hard. This is why, if it wasn't hard, everybody would be fucking alive carrying on like bumbling idiots. People wouldn't fall off a fucking mountain, wouldn't die from starvation or die from cold or die from disease. Life is a fucking hard thing. It ain't been hard. And people like you want to espouse that life shouldn't be some utopia. It should be easy. And nobody should have to go without food, shelter, or clothing. In the United States, nobody is going without that. If they want it. If they choose to go out of the street because they want to feed a crack addiction, or if they go on the street because they just don't want to partake in society, or they disappear into the wilderness because they think they're the fucking guru of the moment, that's on that. That's a choice. It's personal accountability. What you want to remove is accountability and nobody having any purpose in it. And I find that so weird from people on the left who think like you, that everybody shouldn't have a purpose. Your purpose is to live, thrive, beat the world, survive it, raise your children, and then you die. That's the only thing you're supposed to achieve in life. Everything else is
make it a better world for many people.
No, I don't give a stop talking when other people are talking. I don't care about the rest of the world. I don't
care about yourself. I get that.
No, I don't care about the if you actually told me you gave a shit about somebody in Dubai, some kid living in slumdog fucking shit clothes, no you don't. Because you know why?
Of course I do.
You're not over there digging over and washing all this shit. I don't give a fuck what you got in your profile. I don't care what charity you have. It probably is a fucking bullshit. So again,
go get a Mars bar.
Jesus Christ, you probably started. Yeah.
So, you're weeding your stuff out too often. So, talk about no idiots. If you talk that way, you're weeding your stuff out too, morally.
But hey, like, who told you on the day you were born? What doctor slapped you on the ass?
Right,
Jesus Christ, dude.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen, this is hold on. There's not going to be a couple of rules here. We're going to keep the shares short, maybe 1, maybe 2 points at the maximum, and absolutely 0 interruptions. You know the 0 tolerance we should have for illegal immigration? I'm going to have a 0 tolerance when it comes to people interrupting. All right, Brad, I'm sorry for interrupting. I did interrupt you, sorry.
No, go on. I'll give it to Lord after this, but the answers for everything you can solve it. You said AI take over and cure everything. It'll do all the jobs. You won't need a purpose for that. You said, hey, everybody will just have to get food, clothing, and shelter, and we can just go back to organics. You said a lot of dumb shit, so you got all the answers. I suggest you put those answers to the test. Put it on the world stage. Run for a political office and see if you can convince other people. But I'm willing to bet that you can do it. And I'm willing to bet that if we actually went deep dive into your at least one policy position or one idea and actually went further, it would fall apart really fast. Really fast.
I beg to differ. I think if you looked at the work that I've been doing, growing vertically, using soil, composting everything, and getting everybody psyched about life, nature, and the universe, I think you're wrong, Brad. I think we, the people, could easily change the world yesterday if we weren't a part of this nasty economical system that you seem to embrace. You like it, but we can't change it. According to your mindset, we can't change it because that's the way it is. It is what it is. And so that's a bummer. But whatever, that's your mentality. But guess what? As an older person who's been on this planet a long time, who's constantly thinking about how I can change the world collectively, not just America, globally, and go to to help the collective whole and everything. Granted, I don't have any freaking sponsors or anything like that, but guess what? I'm still working at it. And guess what? It brings joy to my life to know that I can make a change, and hopefully, I might, if there's something more to this very real life that's over, that I'm a part of, maybe I can make it to the next realm. If there's such a
Mark, do you think that the now is all important? I know he's still talking. I'm asking him a question. Is the now all important, Mark?
You just said no interruptions. Guys, listen. There's two parts to this rule. You gotta keep your share short, make 1 point, maybe 2 at the most. That way, people don't feel the temptation to interrupt. And there will be no interrupting. So please, guys, we can make this happen. All we have to do, if we do the first rule, the second rule will usually sort itself out.
All right, look, let me just say this one thing with Mark. How are we going to get to, let's say, how we're going to have homes and food and all that, right? And obviously we're going to pay for that in the future. So really, it's not going to happen here, but probably on a different planet, for sure. For sure, your ideology would for sure happen on a different planet, but not here. Same thing with mine. It's not going to happen here. It'll happen on another planet. I'm done.
Yeah. You do know there's many people talking about this Venus Project, Peter Joseph, Jacques Fresco, Roxanne Meadows, with the Venus Project, the Zeitgeist Movement. We've been talking about this for a long time, hoping for people to embrace it. But of course, nobody's necessarily embracing it right now. But they're valid claims that we make. And on the possibilities, we're giving examples of how we could change everything.
No, but Mark, that's the thing. We don't want to be paying for people's housing. We don't want to be, everything comes at a price and all that. We're not going to do all that in this society or on this planet. So, I mean, if you want your ideas to flourish, it might just happen on a different planet.
Or maybe a different grade. Who knows how that would be. I hear what you're saying. Because it hasn't, from my experience, from whatever I've been studying with the planet, nobody's really, maybe there are people doing it, I don't know. But we're still trapped in this capitalistic mentality where you have to...
What's wrong with capitalism, Mark?
Well, you have to make something to justify your existence. You have to make, even how stupid is it? I'll tell you what's wrong with capitalism, Mojo. Go this time at Walmart at Halloween time and all this stupid stuff. People, you look at all those toys that people made, those boxes, how it got to you, the machinery and all the complexity to bring these boxes to us. The kid opens it up and they throw it out the next day and it goes to the landfill. Capitalism is a nasty concept on so many levels. If you understand,
I don't think you know what the concept is.
Why not?
Well, because you work
stupid stuff no matter how funny they are.
Hold on. Here's what you're wrong about. All that capitalism is that the means of production is owned privately. You can own the means of production publicly or by the state and still have stupid shit. The reason why you're less likely to have the stupid shit is because things are so fucking inefficient that you have shortages of the things that you need. And then so you don't have the resources to make the stupid shit. But the bigger problem that you create when you go away from capitalism is the important shit that you do need, you're gonna have fucking shortages of.
Mojo, every corporation is working against each other because they're trying to get their competitive edge. All these courts, I'm looking at all these courts I have right here. Whether they're whatever, we only need one cord to electrify any device. But yet I have a freaking billion that are being thrown away. You know what it takes to make a cord of wire, the copper? That's capitalism. It's a nasty system that we have the engineering.
How is that capitalism?
I'm changing it.
Wait, because everybody's going to get wire out of copper. Is that
socialist country, there would be no copper wire?
No.
Then make it make sense, please.
I would say that maybe, I don't know, do they have one? I've never been in this associate, I've never been.
Have you ever wired an electrical outlet?
Yes.
Of course. Then how do you do that without the cheapest material and conductor, which is
No,
fucking
but I was talking about cords. I was talking about all the different cords we have to deal with. But we all know that one cord can do the same thing. One cord, but of course they make different cords so they can keep their devices, whether it's Android or Apple, to
You
make
mean
it
charging cords? Yeah, what he's talking about is like when Apple fucking decides, okay, hey, we've got the consumer base, and we'll make sure that the new cords are not backward compatible to the old phones or the old laptops, and then basically what they're doing is they're creating a sense where you have to adapt and buy the new products. They're creating a way to influence your buying decisions. That being said, you don't have to buy Apple products. There's other products that you can buy.
What I'm saying is,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but what you're doing, and the weird mistake that you're making, is you're blaming capitalism for a business decision that's geared towards trying to increase profits. And I think that you think that the pursuit of profits is what capitalism is. And I have news for you: 9 out of 10 businesses fail. And so in a capitalist society, the vast majority of companies do not turn profits. In fact, they turn losses. And profits are much better than losses, because you're not going to sustain yourself much if you continue to have losses, unless you can find somebody to continue to fund you the way that we do today with corporations that will go ahead. The government will fund these corporations through subsidies and bailouts and things of that nature. So it doesn't matter if you have a successful business plan. Perhaps that's what you would prefer, is that you can have a failed business and then the taxpayers would just pay for it.
But Mojo, I went on his website, the Venus Project, and I looked at their financials. Their last statement was 2022. And they received about $200,000 in grants, and they got $400 in revenue. And then they're sponsored by a company called Accept, or whatever it is. And this company wants you. This is their sustainability growth model. They want you to basically buy. Let me emphasize this. Buy new materials in order to build a sustainable house. So they want you to purposely have to do what Apple does. Force you to buy the new charger or whatever it is. They are actually utilizing fucking capitalism to their extent while couching it under this glorious revolution utopia. So this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about on the various organizations that he's supposedly working hand in hand with the 4 fucking founders. And oh, by the way, it's been around for, like it says, 100 years. But oddly enough, they haven't existed that long.
Brad, what do you mean by 4 founding fathers? What did you say? 4 founding fathers?
It's on your fucking website, your Venus Project. Go to Founding Fathers on your own goddamn website and look it up. Your tax records are there. I can look this up. I don't have a problem. I went to it. The capitalism gave me the information.
Yeah. But is it capitalism, or is it just people sharing information? I mean, the Venus Project, granted, they're a part of a system that has to make money. And should they be doing roofs or whatever the worst job you can possibly think about? Or should they be promoting their own understanding of a system that could possibly heal all of us?
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just bitching and trying to do an appeal to emotion. I don't think you. Yeah, I do. I like capitalism. I enjoy the fruits. What I get pissed off about are people like you who want to fucking tear it apart with actually no understanding of how economies work, how resources are garnered, how even your own word, sustainable living. You don't even know how to sustain living. You talk about global.
Brad, please be careful when you
shut up. Dude, I'm talking.
Be careful.
Mute the fuck up. Mute the fuck up. Mute the
about
Are you
sustainability.
getting angry?
Yes, because you're an
Why?
idiot. Because it's talking. Jesus Christ, shut the fuck
We're
up,
just
dude.
talking about what is capitalism. I
Oh,
can't
I
even
would, you know what? I would literally knock those fucking glasses down your fucking eye hole. This
If
whole
you could, you would.
I would.
Be careful.
Yeah, or what?
Or you might be surprised. I might be able to kick your fucking ass.
I doubt that.
Whatever.
So again, when we look at this whole thing about
I can't believe you
sustainability,
brought me to say that, Brad.
so we'll look
I
at
can't
simple
believe you brought
sustainability
me
because you can grow a
Right,
tomato
right,
out of a fucking 5-gallon drum, and you think somehow you're going to be able to teach everybody how to do this thing, which isn't fucking hard. That isn't sustainability project. That isn't resource management. It isn't allocation of resources or the ability to build that shit. You don't know what it's like to have sustainability in the air region like Brazil, or in the Amazon, or in the desert, or up in a mountain, or in the flood zone, or in a fucking cold ass climate, or in a tropical climate, or a temperate climate, or any of that shit. You don't know how to do that because I can tell you, you're retarded. You cannot articulate it. It's not fucking simple, you idiot. If it was so simple, everybody would do it. Ethiopia went through 50 years of a fucking rough market. Many places wouldn't have it. So again, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just doing the appeal promotion. You're a leftist, and that's all you care about. You're a Twitter fucking goddamn person who learned how to fucking plant a marigold in your front yard, and now you think you own
You have no clue how to compost, and so you say
I don't. You don't. You're right. I don't know anything about how to compost. But composting is the fucking point. You fucking moron. Do you know where ash? Do you know where salt ash comes from? Do you know where potash comes from? How about those two things? Do you know where the salt licks are? How do you develop that? How do you get potash? How do you get potash, dude? Because that's the majority of food and fertilizer that we need in the country to actually grow shit. So you don't even know where that comes from. You don't know how to find it. You don't know how to mine it because guess what? It requires mining. And I bet you, you don't know how to fucking mine. This is why you don't know how to fucking mine. So you sound ridiculous. You don't know. You don't.
I know how to turn organics into soil.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck about your little hobby on your fucking patio. You idiot. You fucking moron.
And you get
holy shit. You know what? Everybody else has. This guy, if you're listening to this guy, you donate to his organization, you're better off giving it to the critters on fucking Clubhouse. They'll use the money. These guys will fucking sit there and just scream about growing tomatoes in fucking garden pots and think somehow they're saving the world.
You can do it, tomatoes especially, but if you can grow tomatoes, you can grow hemp. Think of if the average person can grow hemp and what we could do. So many possibilities if you know how to make soil and grow food off of organic waste.
Dude, you want to have a conversation with you to actually learn this shit because you can't shut the fuck up.
Be a fucking farmer. Like, get with the fucking program. Unless what you're saying is we need this like sovereign citizen-esque idea of how to rule the world. No fucking thank you. Most of the people in this room say no fucking thank you. Your vision of the world is utopian. And the problem with utopias is that utopias never take into account practical challenges. Your comparison on a small level forgets the macro level issues of growing food.
I never said utopia, by the way, Marshall.
Your suggestion about Congress leaves out the human element in making laws.
All I simply said was
these things are happening either because you are ignorant of them or because you are choosing to be willfully ignorant of the way that works. Either one is not good for you.
I think you missed the point of Thomas Paine, the father of democracy.
I didn't think the point of Thomas Paine.
You did. You have no clue.
What you want is a
You're going to tell Marshall about Thomas Paine? Out of all the people you have, you're an idiot.
What you want is a mob of people controlling shit. I say no thank you to mob of people. Everybody else says no fucking thank you to mob of people. The fucking French Revolution says no thank you to mob of people.
But Thomas Paine,
your idea is this utopian fantasy in which every action the United States takes is voted on by every voter, and they're super diligent about it, and they grow their gardens in their backyard,
you just trapped that nasty capitalist
what you are
utopian society
decisions is dumb.
Why don't you want a utopian society?
It's like utopian.
Because you can't live in a utopia.
Wait, Marshall, my utopian society. Hey, we'll take my version of what a utopian society is. You want to take that one? You want that one? Oh yeah, because you would be the first one I would go to. I would do the Vlad Impaler shit, and then I would take everything you had, and that would be my utopia. Because I would get away with it.
Exactly, which is exactly why you told me.
By the way, Brad, how ignorant was that freaking statement? What you just said, Brad. Utopia is usually everybody. So you just said you take my
Utopia is
I'm the wrong.
nothing goes wrong.
I can tell you
There are no medical conditions. There's never any sickness.
Marshall,
You have to be loony to believe because the world is.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
No, we're not.
Somehow,
Yeah, we are.
of an extra special powers, and that you're literally fucking Superman shitting gold, then we're gonna make some of the same mistakes as our predecessors.
I have a lot of solutions to the problems at hand. No doubt.
Idea of government.
If we come to fruition,
The writing,
no doubt.
thinking, the philosophy of at least 2,000 years of Democratic and Republican rule, and shits them out the window because you have no practical idea of how to run a fucking society. I would be willing to bet you don't even practically know how your town works, which is why your damn idea is so fucking utopian. It's not wrong to want people not to suffer, bro, but you can't create the utopia. You are not shitting gold. It doesn't fucking work. 10,000 years of human
I beg to differ. With the right idea of
you
things.
can't beg to differ. There's literally
With
no
the right idea of things, Marshall, I
like
think
the idea that you can get communism into a place that
I'm
makes
not talking
fucking sense.
communism.
They're both
I'm not talking socialism. I'm talking all the isms,
small-minded,
including doing deism.
no, house master the people move.
Although, can you kick Margie will not shut the fuck up?
Crowd, despite the fact that large crowds of Americans have lynched people in our country for hundreds of years, despite the fact that in Athens, where this very thing was practiced, people were then shunted, killed, murdered. And you think somehow we're going to be immune from that?
Totally. We're going to do it. It's going to happen.
Crack you smoking and please tell me some.
Marshall, it's happening. We're going to be forced to do it anyway. Because they've been telling us. Technological unemployment is very real. You have a lot of freaking white-collar people who don't have jobs anymore. They're going to wonder what to do. They're going to panic. They're going to do some crazy shit. They're going to kill a lot of guys.
Some motherfucker to
Mark, but we also choose my ideology, okay, not yours. We're not even close to yours. Even if you think that, something's going to control our minds to the point that we're going to do your ideology, no way, that's not going to happen in a million years. It's not even going to happen on this planet. It's no way, it's not going to happen on this. Because I am a true anarchist, right? And what I believe in, we're close to that shit. All because of what's going on with the nations, with the world, the U.S., the political divides and all that. Overall, the point is, we're not even close to your ideology because it's not going to happen on this planet. It can happen on a different planet.
What are you talking about? Why
Mark,
are you talking about?
bro, let me jump in because goddamn, bro, fuck. First of all, you're making the leftists look bad. You won't shut the fuck up. You don't have actual ideas for white women and shit. I just want to propose an idea to you and other fucking leftists because I swear to God, I'm so embarrassed to be one.
I can't believe you call me a leftist.
Whatever.
I'm more conservative.
Bro, you see what I'm talking about? You see how you can't just calm down and let me fucking talk? Like, bro.
Alright, so why do you call me a leftist?
Bro, have some decorum, bro. Have some self-respect. Like, you just look, goddamn. Listen.
Alright,
just disregard. Just disregard all that. Just listen to my fucking point. This idea that you're proposing, where you're saying, oh, we need to do this because it's right. Oh, we need to do this because of equality. Listen, they don't give a fuck, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. Do I want equality? Not really. That's made up. But do I want
what you're doing and what a lot of people do is, oh, we gotta come together, bro. We gotta grow some fucking organic food or whatever, bro. Oh, we just gotta rethink it. Okay, cool. Come back to us when you actually rethought it and can propose a solution. Because all you're doing is if you actually want this, right? Like if this is something that you actually give a fuck about, and you just don't want fucking flat McDonald's on the clubhouse with people, and you want people to take it seriously, you want this to actually take place, maybe do the fucking legwork of reading up about this shit. Look at some of the solutions that people that are more intelligent than us in this room have proposed and throw those out. This kumbaya shit, the capitalism is bad. Okay, so what, Mark? They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about equality. Trying to get people to agree with you on the premise of equality is fucking stupid because, as you've observed, they don't care. Some of them won't tell you, but Mojo is at least fucking honest about this shit. He doesn't fucking care, and I can respect that more than people on my side, which is the disingenuous fucking leftists who think that they can make these arguments with people that are clearly more fucking read up on this shit. Like, bro, just recognize when you're out of your league, when people are a little more read up on you. When I come across somebody that has these ideas and impulse of mine, what I do is ask questions. I asked Mojo the other day. I'm like, yo, why can't we do X, Y, Z? And I was talking about fucking ratios of CEOs. And some people thought my idea was fucking retarded. That's fine. I want to learn. I want to actually get to solutions. I don't want to do this stupid fucking kumbaya shit where we're trying to like have this idealized version of how we're gonna achieve some shit with completely nebulous methodology. We don't have a plan, bro. We just got vibes. We just want better for people. Everybody wants better for people, bro. They have different ideas. So if you don't have an actual reason or you don't have an actual mechanism for how you're gonna propose these solutions, you're making this so much like you, specifically you, and people with this type of take, you are specifically making it much harder to accomplish because it just sounds dumber and dumber the more people start talking about this shit and have no fucking idea. It's so fucking annoying. And then you want to sit here and argue and go back and forth with people like they're the fucking stupid ones. What the fuck?
Yeah, Dwight, I hear what you're saying. And you're right on so many levels. I hear you. Look, Mark, really, I mean that sincerely. First of all, every idea I have, there's no real money to be gained from it. Like solar energy, for example, there's no real money once you get solar in place. There's no money in this system that we're a part of. It's hard to make money off of free energy.
There are literally people all over the place selling solar energy, and not every place can use solar energy, Mark. Sometimes wind energy is more efficient. Sometimes gas energy is more efficient. It depends on the region of the country you're in.
No, but it would be far better on if there was real money to be made on it, like real capital to be made. They'd be investing in it. But in the end, when you do solar, wind, or whatever, thermal.
Mark, you're speaking of a solar punk society, and that's not good. That's not That's not even the technology in that type of society is progressive at all. Like you're for technology, and that type of system of technology and all that isn't progressive at all. Because then if you know how the progression of technology even works, it works through wars. Through tension. The evolution of technology improves over time through tension and wars and all that. And I mean, like going through the route that you're talking about, it's not improving technology. It's gonna stay the same route it is right now, or just wherever it's gonna be at. If we were implementing this ideology. Go ahead.
Also, since we have a lull, apparently, another thing that I was going to say earlier was in reference to the idea that we all want the same thing. I cannot stress enough how untrue I think that is. I think that when you think of the concept of liberty and what it actually means, it's not something, it inherently can't be that we all want the same thing, because I may want for there to not be private ownership of the means of production. Mojo may specifically want us to have a society where that's possible. Hold on, let me just finish my statement, and then if I'm wrong, shit, tell me. I'm here to discuss. What people's idea of liberty actually is subjective, because liberty for you may mean that all people have a fair shake at XYZ, but that, in my mind, could be the opposite of liberty, because in order to accomplish that, something has to be taken away. Everybody is going to, obviously everybody can't have all things all at once. So, to suggest that we all want the same thing is one of the most flawed premises that you can start with, because if you're doing that, then you're deciding, okay, let's try to make these unilateral decisions and as a society, not unilateral decisions, but let's make these decisions as a society that go one specific way, which we will never all agree on. So if you're coming at something with that premise, I think it needs to be rethought and come to terms with the reality of kind of what I was talking about before. Look, they don't give a fuck about equality. They don't give a fuck about equity. What are the things that we actually agree that we need in society? Most people are against murder, most people are against pedophilia, most people are against, there's certain shit that we do agree on. So, 10 seconds. A better framing is, what can we all do as a society that optimally achieves the least suffering for everyone? Anything outside of that, I think you're going to have a hard time getting people to have a consensus.
Isn't that what we're talking about, though? Isn't that what we're talking about? I mean, many of us just want food, shelter, and clothing, right? And how hard is that? In a system that has everything, could have everything.
Very hard, because you have to distribute the stuff.
If I may, is it right for Oprah to have a whole island, or Zuckerberg to have a whole?
Yes.
Is it right that they have that? Just because they came up with one freaking idea, and all of a sudden they're freaking taking the dollars coming their way?
And we shouldn't take shit from people that we don't want. How about we take your shit and leave you with a mattress? Are you willing to trade in your shit for the better good? Turn over your possessions? Your private bank account?
Ever. Why not?
That's exactly what you're asking. You are espousing an idea, and I'm asking you to put the faith you're saying other people should take into your own idea. If you are suggesting that people earn their money, which is theirs,
Marshall,
have the right to use
all the families
then what you in fact are
racist, Marshall.
Is making a decision for something else. Says the petty
Marshall, so all these families.
Wait, you just called Marshall racist as if that somehow elevated or it just showed you that you actually lost.
I like Marshall. I think we're friends from other guys.
No, I think you're retarded, Mark. I honestly, because you immediately tried to pull out a race card.
Wait. He brought up about Oprah having an island and shit, and you're saying that Marshall's racist? Okay, really?
Well, he agrees that Oprah should be able to own an island.
Yeah, and you're saying that.
I believe in the concept of private property.
That's racist, according to all the other people
I want to protect my
on that island.
Protect hers. And if you do not protect private property, then I encourage you to get a tax form, sign over all of your savings on the sand, vacate your fucking house, and put it on public assistance. Until then, don't fucking lecture me.
Marshall, really? Come on.
No, that's not it. I mean, you had people that go to your fucking Instagram photos and all of your research, and you know what? I decided that, you growing tomato plots, like I said.
You're saying everybody else needs to give up.
Marshall, he's got a nice home, he's got a nice pool, he's got tomato plants growing out of buckets around his pool, and he thinks somehow he's got the answer to society. That's what this guy is. He said, go to his website, go to his links, and you know what? I went through them, and you know what? I say we go party at his house. I say we go in, eat his food, live at his house, kick his ass out, and we'll enjoy that pool that's crystal blue, apparently.
Right, we're on an island called Vancouver.
I mean, we can just go in and do that because it's
party on, and find people that got better.
Mark, shut the fuck up, alright? Where every time you open your mouth, I will fucking come on unglued on you. Letter speak.
Okay, nobody can hear either one of you because you're talking over each other. How about one at a time? Start with Marshall, and then Mark, you can respond.
All right. Marshall, I love you, buddy. I think we're on the same goal. That's what I want to say. I mean, we're not on the same goal. You live in fucking... Wait, and I live in Utopia, and I live on Earth. You can have a variant fucking house and all you want, not property, and not on that. You are on
I
the
think that
same...
demonstrates how liberty is not... This is what I'm trying to say to Marshall and to some others in the room. That is liberty. That Oprah can own an island. To you, we may not view it that way. We may see it as liberty is the ability of people to share the spoils of whatever the success of a company or whatever. What we view as liberty is going to be subjective. So again, for you to try, what you're trying to do is you're trying to present a subjective ideology to people who have already rejected it. You are offering nothing. All that you can offer people who have fundamental ideological differences with you is solutions that, okay, so you say, okay, we want the same thing. Okay, I would agree that we do all want some of the same things. So wouldn't it be more effective to focus on how we can actually accomplish the things that we do want in common, rather than saying, hey, your whole way that you think of shit, your whole way that you conceptualize liberty is wrong. You should abandon your ideology, take up my ideology, even though I can't present any sort of mechanistic way that my ideology would trump what you're proposing. Bro, it's silliness. It's foolishness.
But your problem is that you said liberty is subjective. And liberty is essentially, it signifies a freedom to act without any external constraints, period. There's nothing subjective about that.
Oh, I like that, because I agree. However, what if what I want to do is to restrain you? What if I'm a corporation?
When you don't want liberty, then you don't want liberty. Liberty is not subjective. It is what it is. Like there is no subjective definition to liberty. You can say, I don't want liberty, sure. But you can't say, I want liberty, I just want to define liberty.
Sneakers or some shit in town B. And another company opens up and they want to sell sneakers. Okay, I want the liberty to sell shoes, and maybe company A is better. But what if company B starts to make a little bit too much money and they're taking some of that market share, and I'm company A and I've got the means to squash out this company and prevent them from actually selling shoes? That, to some, is going to be liberty. Some people say, they worked hard, they made the money, they established market dominance, so if this smaller company gets swallowed up by them, that's liberty. But some people may say, well, that's not liberty, because now they've artificially prohibited my ability to act in the way that I want to act. You see what I'm saying? So that it's not that I'm arguing the definition. The definition is subjective, but people's interpretation and what they feel fits that will vary.
We're on a planet that is...
Oh my God.
Whatever. Forget it.
And here's what's very plain and white when you say that we should take something that's hard-earned from the rich and give to the poor. You're basically saying, okay, I'm the shoe owner of company B that is not doing as well as company A. I think company A needs to share his profits with me so that I can do better. How is
going to do.
Right. Well, I think where a lot of people are maybe confused, like people are saying, "Oh, you want to take things from the rich." I wouldn't describe it that way. I would describe it as if I'm contributing to a project, or whatever, and what I'm putting into it is constantly, being undervalued or whatever. And let's say one person from that project takes all the credit, they amass all of the, accolades, whatever the rewards are for this project. Well, then I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I should get some of that because I contributed to this. So this is like the conversation that we were having like the other day, because I was talking about like CEO pay ratios. I'm not gonna like go down a whole rabbit hole with it, but just to like kind of put it succinctly, the premise is, or should be, in my mind, whether or not people that are amassing this much wealth actually earned it, quote unquote, speak, because to say, oh yeah, they're so much more valuable of a person. I agree. Like everybody's not equal. Some people are just fucking smarter. Like we have to accept that reality. Some people are more motivated.
Right. Many people are billionaires.
But let me land real quick, Mark. Let me land. Some people are just fucking better. All right. I don't like that, but it's fucking reality. But at what point is it? At what point does your success start to be exploitation of something that you've gotten from me? If I put in 20% of the work, I should get 20%, or something. We should be able to work out something reasonable. But that's not what's happening.
That's what free market is all about. Is you as the worker bee negotiate your contract for employment. You negotiate what the fair wage is for your employment.
Right, ideally. But under the way that we have things set up now, your ability to do that is still somewhat limited. Your value as an employee, as Mojo pointed out the other day, maybe yesterday, I don't know, is actually driven by the market. If I can just replace you easily, and there's 100 of you on the street that I can...
We'll replace you. So then where do you go? That's what we're talking about here. What is capitalism? Capitalism is going to use robotics. If they don't use robotics, they're going to lose their competitive edge. So where does the average person just want to live on this globe that we were born into naturally? And we're forced
to go back to the land and become a farmer. You take up the position that only 1.5% of the country.
Oh, Marshall.
That means moving, and I doubt you want to move.
Well, why should I have to move?
Because to participate
Why should I have to move from where I was born?
Because to participate and feed yourself, you may need to be in a place where you can grow mass pieces of produce.
Because of the system we're a part of.
No, because the on-time delivery doesn't always guarantee what you want. If you don't have to like the system, man, that's fine. But everybody here has said no thank you to the crazy fairy la la land. We're not interested.
I did not say crazy la la things right now.
No, it is crazy la la land that will never fucking
You've assumed a lot of stuff that I said, but
no,
we
I listened to you talk about utopia.
But wait. Can we go down into how he's going to accomplish this? Mark, how are we going to give everyone free homes and free meals? Huh?
I hate to say it, we're a part of a system that's is going to force people, unless you want to have the house in front of your door.
Wait, no, he's answering it. He's saying to force people to produce the products, right? Right, Mark?
What's that?
He's asking like mechanistically, like what would be the actual like process?
So for your ideology, Mark, right, or for what you believe in, how are we going to give people free? So for everyone that wants the same thing, right? So let's say everyone wants free homes and free food, right? So how are we going to get there?
Not necessarily free homes, but everybody deserves it. Would you agree?
All right, but so how are we going to get
tell you how we can get there. But would you agree, first of all, that everybody agrees it's a safe place to go home after their job is done?
No, Mark, just tell us how to fucking get there. We're not interested in the fairy utopia, Mark.
Oh, Marshall, you keep interrupting, man.
Look, here's
Mark trapped in this nasty fog of
interrupted everybody.
Mark,
Continuously, you won't shut up.
Mark, I will tell you what I'm for.
I have shut up.
Mark, I will tell you what I'm for. I am for ultimate freedom for everyone to do whatever they want with any form of regulation or restrictions. That's what I'm for. Alright, so if you want to do literally whatever you want by yourself, a nuke, anything at all, you have the freedom to do that. That's my ideology and belief system.
So if I want to live the way I want to live, and I will defend it with a gun, you're fine with that. And
yes. I have this nuke planet. Go ahead.
Imagine if they provided a nuclear man. Would that be great?
It would be.
Guys, we don't want to kill each other.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
I am sure. I think, unless, is that what you want to do?
No, fuck yes.
Talk about wanting to kill each other. You're lamenting the fact that people kill each other. Sorry, it fucking happens. It's bad. Go on.
Look,
We can change, Marshall. We could change that. I'm not talking
no, you can't.
Yeah, you
well,
can.
Alright.
You can.
So force them, right? Mine
Just the practical.
works.
Are you forcing these people to get the food? Yes or no?
I missed what you said.
How are we gonna get there, Mark? With your what you believe in, right? How are we gonna get there?
Ready? In my opinion, universal income is going to be a must in a world that technological unemployment is very real. Even white-collar jobs will be gone because the machine. Calculate.
We're gonna fucking.
Marshall.
We're not talking about that.
Marshall, I'm not done speaking.
No. I don't need to hear your very own.
You don't have a green bean.
No, I need you to answer.
Green bean. You don't have a green bean, Marshall.
I need you.
That's one of the last one.
Wait, what about Marshall? What if this is his way of answering it?
He's not answering what he's doing. He's giving us his lame sales pitch again. I don't need the fucking lame sales pitch. I need you to tell me how am I gonna get the fucking tomatoes out the field, bro? How does that happen? What am I doing? If I am the fucking United States Department of Agriculture and we're fucking paying for everybody's UBI, and they're all sitting there asking, how fucking we get our food? I'm asking you very specifically so that you don't get to fucking pontificate in your airy, fairy, mushroom Mario and Luigi land.
I'm talking about, Marshall, listen, I'm talking about everybody learning how to do the basics of life.
Not what I fucking asked. What I asked was, how do I get the food out of the field? Solve a basic problem so that your idea has at least a shred of credibility. Like, at least pretend you spent your 50 fucking something years thinking about it. And not that it's like a high thought that you got. Because I have these fucking things in my stone too.
So how do you get the tomatoes out of the field? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If we're paying everybody for UBI, and you still gotta get shit out of the field, and you still have to feed people, how do you do it? Lawrence's point was that it sounded like your suggestion was, in order to get enough food, we needed to force a segment of our population to become farmers.
Yeah, I think you're right about that with that assessment.
Okay, so your first premise is that, hold on, we're gonna step by step.
You said that
Your
premise,
we're establishing first principles. Your premise is that you can force people to do it. Am I understanding that correctly?
I didn't say force.
I use the word force. You fucking.
I don't know why you do this word force.
Either you're fucking special or you're not listening.
You know why you use the word force? No clue how to make soy. No food.
No,
Like that's a choice.
Can I figure it out one more time or can you like show me?
I don't give a shit about the fucking code. What I give a shit is about your ability to answer the basic question about the people believe. I also want to hear the answer.
Well, you gotta have more fucking people on
Mark,
board.
can you answer Marshall's question? How do you get people to work in the fields, to grow the tomato, and harvest and then send it to people's table?
First of all, when you're talking about growing, my system of growing vertically using composted soil.
No, I understand.
I'm trying to get there.
Do that.
You ask a question, I try to get there, and then
No, you're not
cut
getting
me
there.
off.
You are answering the personal question. We're asking you how to be people, motherfucker.
I'm talking about people feeding themselves. Food is money.
You have to be able to
Growing food for yourselves, family and friends.
Every society
You can
have to grow
it's
their
money.
food. No, every society in this country has to grow their fucking food. So how do you get the fucking tomato out of the field once you've given everybody a UBI? Mark, fucking stick with it.
Marshall, you gotta pick it. People gotta pick. I'm not saying we don't have to do what you would call work. A lot of people find it enjoyable to pick up tomato that you've grown.
Yeah.
Well, you're right about
My
People don't find it enjoyable.
ever known that has
How do
put
you-
you in the
what do you do with
fucking
the
eye
Yeah, they actually need that.
2-hour day and said to you, oh, thank you, Mr. White Man, you let me pick fucking tomatoes. Are you high? I mean, what fucking universe is that the way that works, you dullard? Like,
I
come
don't
on.
think I've ever heard Marshall yell before.
Marshall.
You are either dense by yourself or you're being intentional.
I think Marshall likes a lot what I'm saying. That's why he gets emotionally charged.
I am irritated.
No, but think about it, Marshall. I want you to contemplate it.
Fathers to force on us
Guess what, Marshall? And when they,
the world, which takes nothing
Marshall,
into account about human
we
history.
have no other choice. We have
Yes,
no
we do.
other
And
choice.
everybody in this room has said no thank you to the Super Mario fairies and kitty land. We don't fucking want it. It's not possible.
We're talking about ushering in an agrarian society using today's technology.
Sell. Nobody else is
Because
interested.
food is money. And
Sell fucking.
Mark, we're gonna create anarchy either way. There's not enough people that's gonna enjoy making crops and all that. Not that many, as much as you are.
We were here to that far. We would start before we even got to anarchy. Like, first of all, like, we have to keep in mind, like, and this point is only going to take 15 seconds, I promise. We have to keep in mind, like, we can't go back to being, like, agrarian. The way the current global population is sustained due in large part to how efficient farming has gotten. So, in order for us to, like, try to revert to where we're all farming, we can never do it.
Right, if I may.
So, like, you literally would be advocating for people to starve, like, Mal style.
Dwight, can I run in some ideas by you?
Mark, before you do, I'm the token left here guy on the stage. I literally have just one comment regarding anarchy or any sort of civil war that's been brewing since the pandemic or what have you, and politically divided. The only way we will see civil war in this country is if they take Netflix and Uber away. Go ahead, Nick.
Hell yeah, that's right. Totally awesome.
Guys, listen. I grow vertically using soil from buckets and 55-gallon drums or whatever. Here's the deal, in my personal opinion. If we could stop, if we understood the value of organics and how important every organic you grow is,
Personal berries and unicorns show you.
But here's the Marshall, you always cut me off, man.
It is berries and unicorns.
You always cut me off.
Unicorns. If we're fucking interested, we can listen.
And remember that when I'm somewhere talking about it and people are really paying attention, Marshall, remember how you always cut me off on Clubhouse. That's what I love. That's what I'm going to remember about you.
Did he seriously just say that? You're really going to take
Totally.
online interaction?
Totally.
You're going to take an online interaction as like a formative experience for yourself?
Like, yeah, I'm going to remember you. I will remember you.
Being a dick, which woman, guess what? I know you're being a dick because you deserve it. Because instead of answering anything serious, you want to rehash your elevated.
I have answered stuff.
No, you haven't.
That's like you like to hear it. got our conversation.
Going to work.
We should
You either think that because you think the people around you and the generation we have,
Marshall, if I could
super fucking special,
if I could bring it down to a few words.
Superman and the Hulk and Captain America combined, and you think you're going to figure something out.
No, thank you. I know.
15,000 years of human history, never quite put arrested.
Marshall.
That arrogant.
Marshall, all is sacred, nothing wasted. Will most certainly be the mentality of conscious beings. All is sacred, nothing wasted. And that mentality, I will instill in the world's people.
Unicorn fairy bullshit to people that care.
And you get all mad about it, but reality.
No, I'm mad.
This guy's a prime example of why edibles may not be a good thing for you to eat and continue to use.
In a fucking fairy tale. Instead of getting out and doing
Schizzos are not flathead bread.
instead of getting out and doing anything fucking decent like participating, or your fucking county race, you want to sit on Clubhouse and lecture people about Thomas Paine because it's the only fucking founder you've ever fucking met. It's pretentious, stupid, ignorant, and what it does is it gives you a catharsis while it gives the rest of us a fucking headache because you're not serious. You can't possibly be serious, or else you have had your head in the ground every time people have revealed shit to you about human nature and human history. Again, you have to make yourself, some sort of special freak that will want to
Actually, this is one of yours, man. He's one of yours.
No, he's not.
The progressives and the Democrats are not me. I'm a socialist. But you're still having to align themselves with
Yeah, he says, well, a worse version of socialism. Worse.
Is he a commie?
Worse.
And calm?
Yeah, while he has his pool, though, and his tomato plants growing in Home Depot.
Wait, listen. Roger can vouch. I don't fuck with the commies anymore. I haven't fucked with the commies in a minute. So that's not my side. I'm on the socialist side. I'm not a commie, though. So I'm not retarded.
He's like a perverted candy, if I could give it a label.
Is that, can you do that, guys?
Mark, we don't care.
You sound like Eddie Masterson from that 70s show where he's sitting there really high and he fucking says, oh, it's a car. It drives on water. People figured organics out thousands of fucking years ago. I'm sorry. Whole Foods have a whole fucking division of white
Marshall, time will tell, my friend. Time will tell. And remember this conversation.
Yes, I'm going to remember that.
How many years of my lifetime
decided that utopia was possible as a 50-something-year-old man who apparently wasted all of his historical training on an asinine answer that doesn't use human history or behavior for anything. He uses a wish and a prayer. Oh, if I were stoned and had enough acid, everything would be great. It is fucking wish thinking, and it's dumb because it doesn't do anything special. It makes you feel better, which is fine. Feel better about it. Fucking grow your own organic tomatoes.
Make you feel better, too.
Make your fucking compost, because I make my own compost.
Marshall,
Fucking
I sure you grow all your organics to the
and the way to talk about the white
As you deposit your
dumb.
inputs
It
to the
sounds
water
like
supply,
Danny Masters is
maybe you'll
saying
think about
cars run on water.
Marshall, who doesn't allow for humans.
If these people were fucking stoned, this would be a more pleasant conversation.
Well, who says I'm not?
Okay, well, there we go. All the answers I needed.
I'm stoned too, and you still sound like a fucking moron right now. What's going on?
Why? First of all, guys, why am I a moron? Because you're a
I expected you're a moron because you're a commie.
Let's hear them again. Let's hear my ideas again.
Mark,
We've been asking you, Marge, throughout the whole time. You never said your idea of how we get there.
I did. You're not listening to it.
No,
He did. He said organic.
I was saying.
Side note, Mark, you gave me
Marshall speaking. Marshall
you gave me one home answer to a
You're
society.
so mad at what I said.
No, I'm not mad.
And then we're all listening to him. Because you guys are all
Not
perfect, right?
discern plain English. I'm
You've
not
been in the room with him for a long time, and you know what he said.
Mark, can you just let him finish and then respond? For fuck's sake, dude.
Mark, all we're asking is how it's done. You don't need the rest of the elevator pitch because it's low on detail and high on unicorn. We've had enough.
Here's how it's done.
How do you
any form of reward at the end of work count.
You'd need a billionaire. You're right.
Can I debate him for the socialist end? Because this is stupid. I'm going to ask one question. Mark, what's the solution to the ECB?
To the what?
To the economic calculation problem.
I think the solution to it is we're doomed. We're doomed. The solution is that the economic.
This entire fucking conversation for you to tell us everything's over.
You know it's over too.
No, you better be mailing everybody this fucking. And when challenged and pushed on it, you come to like you guys were fucked. Really?
Yes, because it's the kryptonite for commies. The ECP is kryptonite for commies. You ask them one question about it and it's over.
Actually,
guys, first of all, I give it to a room that says what is capitalism. I'm not an expert on a lot of this stuff, but I do know the solution to it all.
Can I finish my question?
We're not fucking interested. I don't want to hear about I don't want to hear about Barry and Woodland. I don't want to hear about and that shit works. Like nobody wants to fucking hear that. You can utter us specific about that thing. Don't talk because you're not answering anybody's question. You know, you're fucking elevator pitch.
I really am. You don't like the answers to the questions.
No, it's not an answer. It's an insufficient, vague elevator pitch which wouldn't get you any money if you were the fucking president's kid in front of Elon Musk. It is so intellectually deficient that wouldn't get you any money. And you are passing it off as some sort of educated criminal because for some reason you are obsessed with the micro idea of organic farming as a way to answer macro questions, which here's the fucking hint, motherfucker. You can't solve the world's problems with organic farming. It doesn't fucking work. The fucking hippies in the 70s tried this shit when they were on acid and was smoking weed. Guess what? It fucking collapsed.
Marshall, can I run some ideas by you real quick? If you could sit back and just listen. And I'm sure
No,
you
you don't want to fucking
Marshall, I want to listen to the ideas. I'll listen.
Okay,
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if I Jeff Bezos, amazing marketing plan with his Amazon, right? All these buildings, these abandoned buildings for me are farmland. Could you imagine if we could turn these buildings into farmland?
Could you imagine how fucked up the soil
Wait a minute,
is?
I'm done speaking.
Could you wait? Oh no. Because if you're gonna say could you imagine, let's imagine it. Let's also imagine how fucked up the soil underneath all those buildings is because none of it's been treated in how long?
And the reason why you asked that question is because you're an idiot about making soil. I get that.
No, that's not
organic soil.
You cannot sit here for an hour and
You guys are not my theory.
and then when you get challenged,
Marshall.
you're fucking stupid. No.
Wait a minute. Let's see who said that.
No. You are being a person on the fucking
Bobby.
Yeah.
Is that what you say, Bobby?
Yeah.
Bobby, that was a rude statement because I'm not talking about the soil. I'm talking about organics turning into soil. It takes only 6
Bro, I don't want my local fucking garbage
Marshall,
store.
you could just be quiet for a little bit.
No, I don't need the fucking local garbage store.
And all these buildings that are abandoned, that are sitting right smack in front of civilization where people live, can be learning centers where we learn to grow food, make soil.
So where is it now? Here's what I need, Mark. Where's the incentive for anybody to do any of this shit?
Money. Hey, let's just say that's where universal income comes into play. And we're talking.
What's your economic system again?
Keep growing. Eco-vertical evolution. It will. By the way, we're talking about it now. Just remember this conversation as life goes on because it will be.
It's the micro growing of organic produce in homes usually, and how Chicago has taken some of its land and turned it into farms. The problem is you couldn't turn nearly enough of the shit.
Marshall, you talk too much, my friend. You talk too much.
Unicorns.
You don't have.
We both named things.
Probably
I'm not gonna lie. It just sounds like you're trying to make the Lorax real.
Yeah, of course.
is it a utopia? Or it's never going to be a utopia, but don't people want to have a utopia? The world's an amazing world. Oh, you don't want everybody being happy?
Happiness is around people do whatever they want. Smart.
I can't think outside the box except for the issue is that I can at least look at pragmatism for debate. If I want to go towards a solution, everybody wants to go towards a more everybody wants to go towards a more perfect society. That's not in question. Everybody wants to make progress forward. That's not in question. Everybody wants something to be beneficial, where if we find ways to innovate, implement those innovations. That's not in question. What is in question is the retarded pragmatism that you're trying to go with and into this utopia. And yeah, sure, we all want to be in a more perfect society, but not if we have to do fucking impossible tasks in order to get there. Maybe we should put maybe 2 brain cells that we have left together and make a coherent plan as to how to go through there, rather than just being like, but what if we put all those things into farmland?
Listen, first, before I go on, because I will leave this conversation, you called me a retard.
Yeah, and what about it? Retard.
On the stage. You called me a retard.
I apologize. I did on the short bus like 4 times. What's your apologize?
Bubba?
What?
I mean, do I have to get to know 70s ad? Because I'll get the ads, right? Like, they literally talk about retards and how they I can find it. Left? Okay, thank God.
I'm so sorry. If you put you on no, you can put you on the retard in Roger's room and find out. Yeah, I was about to come on, that was so long, dragging on bullshit.
Let me ask a question. Marshall, do you really think that by engaging in the way that you're engaging is, good decorum? Is it good for your health? Like, why are you so razzled up and so animated right now, Dr. Marshall?
It's just good decorum, absolutely not. Emily thought she'd be horrified. Why does it work me up? Well, I guess for 2 reasons.
Retards are irritated.
Yeah, that, and I really don't like when people claim to love history and then can only quote me like one little itty piece of it, and then like use that little itty piece to say I understand a whole lot wider thing. I'm the first to admit I don't know everything about history. I fucking love it. I know a lot, but I don't want to admit what I don't know. And this motherfucker couldn't admit that all he read was Thomas Paine like 25 years ago, which is fine. Like, Thomas Paine should not be the only formative American writer of the Revolutionary period you read.
It's not just that. It's just a conservative version of the Marxists. Whenever the Marxists will claim, like, yeah, I'm a Marxist, I do a lot of reading, but I only read this fucking Communist Manifesto, and that's it. Yeah, I read Capital, but I don't know what any of it means.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get Mark to understand, which of course is a waste of fucking time with a lot of people, but yeah, it's like, man, we don't have to be geniuses, you know what I'm saying? We don't all have to be perfectly informed on everything, but to Marshall's point, like, man, we gotta at least read some. Like, there's people that are, and I tell people this all the time, like, there's people that are much smarter than us about a given subject that have already written about this shit. So why do I want to spend, 20 fucking years to come to a realization that somebody already came to fucking 200 years ago? If we utilize this knowledge and information, we can have better informed conversations and not this fucking kumbaya shit that he was trying to do. It's so fucking annoying. Like, the ECP, there are proposed ideas and solutions. There's market socialism. There's algorithmic planning. There's all these different types of shit that people have proposed. Now, whether or not they work, you can have that discussion. But if you can't even point to some of these concepts, like, because by no means am I an expert. I would consider myself like fairly new to like starting to research this shit in earnest. But even like, man, like it's very concerning knowing how little I know and how confident some people who absolutely know fucking zero are about shit. It's super fucking crazy. And then like the more you start to learn, you start to see how fucking just imaginary and whimsical people are. Like the fucking, like, oh, we're gonna all grow our own food, bro. If you spend about, I don't
Hey, Dwight, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with the U.S. national debt going to $47 trillion?
No, I think we should be trying to reduce the debt and not increasing it.
Now, here's the question. Do you believe in a dramatic chop the arm off, or like a bit by bit over like a decade to do?
It will have to be bit by bit. We have to start making some decisions to figure out places where we can spend less, reduce costs, and possibly, I mean, I don't know if we can, and again, look, I'm an expert, but from my limited understanding, I don't know if we can actually, reduce the amount of money that the government takes in with the amount of debt that we have, at least for now. Once we get to a certain point, maybe we can, and we can kind of reduce some of that government involvement. I don't know if we can do that now, though.
Yeah, I'm low. And one thing that you have right is all those agencies do cost a lot of money. I am much more of the let's take the targeted approach to the budget honestly, figure out what costs what, which the good thing is there are a bunch of mechanisms in place to do a lot of that work. So if you engage the mechanisms and reform them, you can get some of the answers you need. It just depends.
Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, reducing medical costs. If we actually have policy, if we can enact policy, I don't know what's the exact, but for sure we can enact policy that will allow us to reduce the administrative costs. Cut out some of all this middleman shit is a big part of what costs us a lot of money. So that's a huge chunk right there.
You're talking about the insurance company, right?
And Marshall, you want to increase the debt, though, correctly? You want to increase it slower, because that's what you're saying.
If you're paying me down to something, yes, but for totally the reason that you actually say. My little brother was responsible for something called the no NASA reauthorization, which, since you're a candidate, who's going to get familiar with it, you may ask questions about it, I'll probably benefit young trade. But in the reauthorization of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Service, and they had a couple of problems that go wrong. One, they bought Dell computers. Dell computers were, essentially obsolete in a year or 2 years, and then they got to buy more Dell computers. Well, in Milwaukee Road, they got the computing space, and they these computers, they get the newest version. I don't remember what that was. He then took the 2 G1s they had to take score measurements, and what was always in the shop, so a lot of stuff put around more money. So they kept one and then leased one. Bought a Predator with the excess to go in and take storm measurements inside of tornadoes and hurricanes and shit. And they were able to take the weather predicting system, partition it against universities. Anyway, that bit of detail is supposed to know that he ended up saving several $1 billion. That, on a staff level, that's what I would want it to look like. If what you're suggesting is that to the public, it is rah-rah cuts. When it gets to government, it is, okay, how do we do this in ways that make sense? I'm on board with you. It's always, to me, sounds like you want to take a machete to the right arm, and then you're going to be surprised when the patient will be down. Right? Something's got to give with all of that funding. If people, at least post New Deal, they are not as opposed to bureaucracy as the Republican Party itself is. I mean, one thing you embody very well, actually, is the disliking of the bureaucratic state. That's a constant Republican view. The fact that we're running up against people that have want bureaucracy, that detail counts. It matters. And I think when it's not taken into consideration, you end up in a bad place. Again, that's not to say I don't want to cut government programs. It's just I think that's the responsible way to do it. I think just hacking the patient's arm off is wasteful of taxpayer dollars and bad governance. I doubt that you yourself intend for bad governance. I'm just telling you that's kind of how it hits me. Again, in your mind, you gotta take the arm to save the patient. money we spend instead of just unplugging shit willy-nilly. But I can't remember convince yourself. I mean, I'm welcome to mine and you're welcome to yours.
Like, how do we... The debt continues to increase. Like, what's our end game? You know what I'm saying? If we just keep spending unlimitedly, is unlimitedly a word? Fuck, I'm so far from that conversation with Mark. Goddamn. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. You go apart. Countries that run out of their banking systems and they collapse because of debt consideration, they can morph into loose regional territories, or it could be all out disintegration. Probably in the United States, if that ever happened, it would be lethal. But that's debt apocalypse, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's essentially your point. Your point's debt apocalypse, and you don't want it.
Yeah, it's like we have to, we kind of, because it feels like the way that our government is operating, and of course, government is not nebulous, but it's a collective entity. It's unfailing. It's a bunch of people with different agendas doing different things, and it seems like what we're doing is just continuously growing this debt. And the solutions being proposed, some of these problems is to fucking grow the debt more, OBBB. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm it just seems like something, because when you ask that, was it John? When you ask that, it's I keep asking the question, but it's as opposed to what? We're just gonna keep growing the debt indefinitely until shit just crashes? We can't do that.
Well, even if every federal agency cut spending by 20% and the budgets were lowered for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the national defense, and even interest, it's still not enough. We're spending $2 trillion a year we don't have. If we could somehow get Congress to pass a law that says you can't spend more than you collect, period. Is $2.6 billion a day not enough to pay the police force to protect our national perimeter? Something has to give. There has to be a forensic accounting type of attitude to the situation. And no, you can't just keep piling on debt day after day after day, infinitely. We the people have to say this is enough. This is not how we run our personal lives. This is not how we would run a pizza shop. Are we in the third grade or are we graduates? This is for children. It's just common sense. It's pragmatism.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what makes it so challenging that a lot of people don't realize. It's people say simple shit tax the rich, which, look, trust me, bro, I'm a leftist. I 100% say tax the rich, but it's foolish to think that that's gonna solve our problems. If you tax all of the rich at fucking pre-Reagan era levels, if you tax the rich at 70%, I forget, I ran the math on this, and it makes a dent in our debt, and it makes a dent in the deficit year over year. But that's it. It makes a dent. People think we can just tax the rich. They have all the money. It's no, that's not. Yeah, there's a lot of individuals that have a lot of the money, but our greater economy is so much more than that. So even if you were to do that and do what you're saying, where you make these huge cuts, still, it's bad. I don't know. It's seriously. This is why we need to be referring to the people, and we need to be utilizing. I think that's one problem in our society is we're not utilizing people that actually know what the fuck they're doing well enough. We have too many politicians making decisions that are maybe not, informed by sound economic judgment, because we just continue to do the shit and it doesn't change. And it's all right, are we gonna just keep going in this direction or what? And people, like I said, people think they have a solution, and they think it's oh yeah, just tax the rich, oh yeah, just cut Medicaid, oh yeah, just do this, and you can't. It's way more money than that. It's way more big than any of that, even combined.
Dwight, it's not retroactive. You don't just go back and say, hey, guess what? Now you owe us all this additional money. It's not retroactive. This is an annual budget and an annual disclosure. The point is, we have to cut borrowing and spending. You know, if you cut spending, a lot of the rich people who profit from the federal spending, they're not going to have any income because they're not getting the money because there's nothing being spent. It's a cyclical system. The problem is the borrowing and the spending. Dwight, go ahead and tell us, what's the difference between borrowing and spending?
Well, with borrowing, you are, for one, your net cost ends up being higher than if you were just spending money. If you're spending something, you already have it. You're depleting a positive balance to zero. If you're borrowing, you are taking I guess you could say like a zero to begin with.
100 times 1,000.
100,000.
So we asked the former speakers what 100 times 1,000 is, and they couldn't tell us what it is. Do you think that people might disclose their IQ or even their personality disorders on this app?
Oh, yeah, that's our education system has failed us.
Do you think being $37 trillion in debt is a failure of the education system?
No, that's a policy failure and a result of a complex set of factors that isn't so simple to put into one sentence.
Got it. So let me ask you one more question. What does education produce?
Education produces innovation as well as a more skilled labor force. Take them. I think that the value of education is when you have one, a more informed, like in a democracy, we want your voters to be more informed, and therefore they can make better decisions in their best interest. You have a better opportunity for innovation, which is going to secure your place in a global market. I mean, obviously, if another country is outperforming us in medical innovation, or especially fucking pray to God, we're not being outpaced in military innovation. And then we also have people who are like individuals.
Wait, Dwight, let me just interject here. Do you think that morality and intelligence, do you think morality and ethics are intelligent? Like, is it a part of intelligence to be moral and ethical?
That's a good question. I would say that most intelligent people that I know tend to be a little bit more. Actually, no. I don't know. I don't know if there's a correlation or not. I haven't really thought about that.
Because I asked you, what does education produce? And in my opinion, the purpose of education should be to produce what's called intelligence. Now, a group of people that supposedly have intelligence, they probably wouldn't go $37 trillion into debt. It's like asking the CEO and his vice president, to run up the credit card bills and destroy the company for no fucking reason. So I'm just asking if you thought maybe morality was a component of intelligence.
I'd like to think it is, but I don't know. I know some really smart and really fucked up people that I would even go so far as to describe as evil. So I don't know. Actually, you know what? I want to say, I'm going to tentatively say that I've seen information that would suggest to me that higher education levels are associated with more ethical behavior, but that's real nebulous in my mind. I haven't looked into anything like that anytime recently, but I'm gonna guess and say yes.
Well, congratulations. You just won yourself a $37 trillion debt as a citizen, and it's only going up from here. Congratulations.
Definitely gonna go up. We are not in any way, shape, or form going in the other direction. That's for goddamn sure.
What do you know about herd psychology, Dwight? What do you think the term herd psychology means to you?
in that group. So as a result, you get people who kind of herd or become tribalistic, and as a result, may behave in ways that appear irrational, unethical, or just generally bad. But it can be good too. I don't think it's inherently bad. I think it has pros and cons.
So if you think a herd of cattle or a herd of pigs walking over a cliff and all committing suicide, can be is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That would be an example of the bad things.
So
I think like the good thing, I can give you an example of the good. The good would be like church. Like I'm not religious, and I have like a lot of criticisms of religion, but I'm actually not against people being religious or going to church. I think that sense of community that they have is a positive impact in their life. So like there's a herd mentality that goes into that. They kind of have a shared camaraderie that I think is valuable. So that can apply to anything. I mean, any sort of group could have positive attributes, but you can also be Hamas.
So what is a good example of what we call capital? Well, the title of the room is, what is capitalism? So what does the word capital mean to you?
When I guess in layman's terms, money, you look it up, what's the definition of capital? Because I'm not too proud to be like, look, let me just look up the definition before I conflate this word. Capital, wealth in the form of money or other assets owned by a person or institution or available or controlled for a particular purpose, such as starting a company or investing. So I'll go with that. And as far as good capital, I don't think there's a such thing as good or bad capital. I don't view that as inherently. I think it exists independently of morality. It's what people do with it.
And what would you consider communism to be?
Communism is, I guess, the idea that this is why, like, as I'm socialist but not communist, I think that for me the idea of communism is tied to like a classless society. It's more so, I guess I would describe it as an attempt at something that I don't think we can accomplish, which is equality. The idea is that everyone owns everything. You may be like post fiat. You might be post credit or any of that sort of thing. So I think communism is, I guess you could say kind of like an attempt to be post-capitalist by means of like eliminating class and eliminating like private ownership, specifically of means of production, which is a trait shared by socialists, but I think in my case, I'm opposed to communism because of the idea of like, I guess, seeking equality in a sense.
So if we were to make you king of America, the God Emperor, what would you do for your people?
Well, hopefully that wouldn't happen because as admitted, I don't consider myself an expert in economics, but based on my limited understanding, I think I would do the first thing I said, which is like really focus on increasing the health. Like I would have a sincere health initiative where very the ability to unilaterally decide. I think I would keep markets in place, but I think that one of the first things I would try would be capping CEO pay ratios. It wouldn't be the same ratio for all size companies. For a smaller company, it would be probably a closer ratio. For a larger company, it would be a larger ratio. But I think by there's a point I made to serendipity earlier. It's not the idea of you have $1 billion and I want to take that from you and give it to other people. It's the idea that we made $1 billion and you kept the lion's share of it to yourself. And I think I would limit, especially large corporations' ability to generate that much capital, and there would not be an unlimited ratio that the highest earner, and I say CEO, but I really just mean like any of the highest earners in the company. And I think that would help with a lot. Like we wouldn't need really, people want to get rid of Social Security, people want to get rid of Medicaid, people want to get rid of some of what they view as, people leeching off of the government. Well, yeah, I'd like to eliminate that too. What I'd like to do that is by eliminating people's need for it, by making it to where we don't have so many people working for, say, a Walmart, where, like, the way, like, you know what I would do to make it even shorter? Walmart would not be able to operate the way that it operates. Walmart's highest earners bring in absurd amounts of income, and I